All right, we will call this meeting to order. Kaylee, roll call, please.
Chair Toops.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Claren.
Here.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Here.
Commissioner Kaufman.
Present.
Sammy, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, now we will open public comment. This is an opportunity for public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. If you have a public comment, please line up at the podium and state your name for the record. Your comments are limited to 3 minutes, and when you are done, please fill out a public comment form and hand it to Kaylee. Does anyone have a public comment on an item that is not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment and move on to item number 5, approval of the minutes. Oh, we have no item number 5, I apologize. So item number 6, public hearings. Thank you everyone for coming tonight. Before we begin, we have 3 items on the hearing list tonight. We have a project amendment for High Altitude Fitness, application for the Rail Yard Hotel, and a sign appeal for the Martis Valley Massage. Before we begin, I'd like to share a few remarks about the role of the Planning Commission. I hope this is informative for everyone and that it serves as a reminder for ourselves as commissioners. The Planning Commission serves as a quasi-judicial body. Our task is to determine whether a project meets the applicable standards. The standards are found in state law, the Truckee General Plan, and the Development Code. And in some cases, applicable standards are also found in a master plan, a specific plan, or a development agreement. Our job up here specifically is to make findings. In other words, it's to ask, does the project meet the criteria set forth by the applicable standards? If something does not meet the criteria, we may find a way to bring it into compliance with a condition of approval. Alternatively, we may continue the hearing or deny the application. I also want to acknowledge what it is not our job to do. It is not our job to be a project architect or designer or developer. It is also not our job to make new policy. We may disagree with a standard that has been adopted. It is still our job to apply it. And likewise, it is not our job to create new standards or criteria where none have previously been adopted. I share all of that as a reminder mostly to myself because it can be hard to remember at times, and I just want us to acknowledge that. So for those of you that are here tonight or who submitted comments online or are watching online, thank you for your time and thank you for your engagement. We always welcome your input. It's a very helpful guide as we make our findings. So without further ado, I will open item 6.1 and hand it over to Laura Dabe, High Altitude Fitness Project Amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here tonight to present to you the High Altitude Fitness Project Amendment. The project's located at the corner of Northwoods and Donner Pass Road, as many of you probably know. It was approved in April of 2018. The Planning Commission approved the project, which required a development permit and sign plan. It was for a 2-story, 27,500 square foot climbing gym. It also has fitness areas and 119 parking spaces. In May of 2018, a few minor modifications were made at the staff level, and then in June of 2018, the Commission approved some additional amendments to the project that reduced the floor area by about 1,000 square feet, reduced the required parking to 106 spaces, removed a pedestrian trail that was previously required to approve excess parking for the project, and some additional minor changes to the elevations and floor plans. Construction was completed in August of 2021. Through the building permit process, there were some further revisions to the floor area of the building. So the current size is 25,156 square feet. And that factors into parking calculations, which is why I'm calling that out. So with the current project, the owner has identified, since operating the facility since 2021, that they need additional parking to support the business. So the project amendment application was submitted, requesting an increase in parking under Development Code Section 18.48.040E, which is excessive parking, and allows the review authority for the project, which in this case was the Planning Commission, to approve up to a 20% increase in the required number of spaces when the applicant provides additional landscaping and pedestrian improvements. So that excess parking was part of the original project approval, but when the project amendment was approved by the Commission, the building size was reduced and the excess parking was no longer needed. So with the current request, the applicant is asking again for a excess parking approval. That would allow them to construct 15 additional spaces. Based on the success of the business, they found the existing parking to be deficient, especially at their peak times when they have a lot of classes and peak usage by their members. They're proposing to add 2 outdoor tables and some soft surface paths with pedestrian access in the landscaping area adjacent to the new parking, which would be back here. And they believe that the additional parking is necessary for them to have long-term success with their business. So this was the site plan that was approved in 2018, showing the parking area, and the one on the right will show the additional parking that's proposed behind the building. The original project was approved under the 2025 general plan. We have since adopted a new general plan, so the current project amendment was reviewed for compliance with the new general plan policies. The previous land use designation was commercial. It's now corridor mixed use. After doing some analysis, we determined that the project is consistent with the corridor mixed use designation for the gateway area and the general plan policies related to recreational uses. So we believe the general plan findings can be made. For development code consistency, this table shows the current development standards for the CMU zoning district. And as you'll see, the project remains in compliance with the current development code with those standards, with the exception of the additional parking, which would require commission approval. So of the 119 spaces that were originally approved, 110 of those were required, and there were 9 excess spaces. With the current building square footage, the demand is 106 and 101, and since 106 were built, they have 5 excess parking spaces currently. So with a new 20% excess parking approval, they could build 15 additional spaces for 121 total. The development code requires that in order to get that excess parking approved, there needs to be additional landscaping and pedestrian improvements. So the applicant's proposing that landscaping adjacent to the new parking area with some decomposed granite paths and the new seating areas. In addition to that, as part of their original project, they were required to do some frontage improvements and to provide pedestrian connections through the project site and to access the public sidewalks. So if the commission determines that the additional landscaping and pedestrian improvements are sufficient, then you can approve the excess parking. We included some additional conditions related to development code consistency that we're recommending. One would be bicycle parking, requiring compliance with the current bike parking standards. That would be 15 spaces. And the engineering division provided some updated conditions related to their requirements. One of those was to review a final snow removal and storage plan prior to grading permit issuance. With incorporation of the conditions, we think that the findings for development code consistency can be made. The original project had an initial study mitigated negative declaration that was adopted by the commission, and that included mitigation measures to address any potential environmental impacts. We've determined that the current project amendment can be exempt from CEQA under Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines, which is existing facilities, and applies to projects that have a negligible or no expansion of a former use. So our recommendation tonight is to adopt Resolution 2026-09, determining the project to be exempt from CEQA, and approving the amendments to the previous project approvals to allow construction of the 15 additional spaces. The commission could also take alternative actions. You could continue the hearing if you believe that you need additional information from the applicant or staff. You could find that a CEQA exemption is not suitable. You could approve the project amendment with adding, modifying, or eliminating any of the conditions of approval, or you could deny the request based on inability to make the required findings. If you do take action tonight, the appeal period would end at 5 p.m. on May 29th. And I'm happy to take any questions. We also have the applicant and his agent, Martin Wood and Jason Bird, are both here. So if you have questions for the applicant team, they can help with those.
Is there an applicant presentation?
Nope, they're just here to answer questions.
Great. All right. Clarifying questions for the staff or the applicant. We'll start on this end. Amy. Coral.
Nothing, thank you.
Sammy.
None.
Mitch.
I just couldn't find where the current parking is, so if they have to add more parking, where was that going? That was it.
You mean bike parking or?
Bike parking.
Yeah. Yeah, my question was, where's the bike parking going? The expanded bike parking.
So I believe the existing parking is out in front of the building. So we'd work with the applicant as part of the building permit process to identify additional location for that.
It wasn't on the presentation, so I didn't miss anything, right?
Right, it's not currently proposed, but we would review that through the building permit.
Okay.
That was it for me.
All right. At this time, we'll open public comment. If you have a public comment on this item, please come to the podium, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes. All right. I'm seeing no public comment. We'll close public comment and open deliberation. Yeah, go ahead, Coral.
To make a motion.
Do it.
Nobody had any questions. I guess my first question to my fellow commissioners then is, does anybody have any objections?
The findings in the staff report are all reasonable and very
They
consistent.
seem
so-
to be.
I know when we had Follies rehearsals in that parking lot, it was a pain, so they need the parking.
Yeah.
I've definitely been there at times at which the parking is extremely challenging.
I was there in a downpour and people were parking on the dirt, which was causing runoff. It was a whole disaster. So they need the parking.
So that being said, I move that we adopt Resolution 2026-09, determining the project to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines, existing facilities, and approving amendments to the previously approved high-altitude fitness project to allow construction of 15 additional parking spaces based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
I second.
Kaylee, roll call, please.
Chair Toops,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Claren,
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaufman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. We will now move on to item 7.1, planning application for the Truckee Rail Yard Hotel, and handing it over to the staff presentation by Yumi Don.
Good evening, Commission. Yes, we're here to talk about the Truckee Rail Yard Hotel, and this is something you looked at, item you looked at back in January, so it's a continued item. Just to give you some brief background and context on where we are on this for this project, we are located on Truckee Way on the southwest corner of the new roundabout in downtown. It's adjacent to the Church of the Mountains, and it's kitty corner to the Community Arts Center, and then the Artist Lofts is 2 parcels to the east. The Rail Yard Hotel is regulated by the Rail Yard Master Plan, which was adopted in 2009 and amended in 2016. It's part of the downtown extension district in the Rail Yard Master Plan, and that's intended to be a physical extension of commercial shops, restaurants, and lodging existing along Commercial Row. It's intended to be the greatest intensity of all of the Rail Yard Master Plan areas. Trout Creek and Industrial Heritage are at a lower density and intensity than the downtown extension. It's intended to be an easterly extension of the downtown and complement the historic character of the downtown at a higher density. In January, you looked at this proposal. So this is the previous proposal that you looked at in January. It was approximately 80,000 square feet. The applicants proposed 60 hotel units, 15 for-sale multifamily residential units, 5,200 square feet of food and beverage space, 2,500 square feet of meeting and event space, 2,300 square feet of fitness and wellness space, a rooftop pool with a rooftop event space, 17 on-site covered parking spaces, 2 of which are ADA parking spaces, and then an outdoor event and plaza space on the southwest corner, directly adjacent to the historic district. As was then, as is now, the applicants are proposing requesting the following projects. First, they're proposing requesting a development permit for 15,000 square feet or more gross floor area in the Rail Yard Master Plan area. So it's a slightly different standard than what we see in the development code. A tentative map to subdivide the residential units and separate the non-residential uses into separate airspaces. A minor exception to allow for additional 5 feet of height above the 50-foot building maximum, which would allow for, which they're proposing to accommodate elevator overruns on the roof. And then they're asking for zoning clearances to establish the hotel and residential uses. The Planning Commission's role continues to be to review the site design and architecture of the project, ensure consistency with the rail yard master plan, development agreement, general plan, and downtown specific plan, and consider if the minor exception is appropriate and does not impair the design and architectural integrity of the downtown. Since you've looked at it previously and you provided direction then, a question you might consider is, has the applicant adequately addressed your concerns from the January meeting and the design guidelines for the rail yard master plan? At the January 20th hearing, Planning Commission reviewed that project version and then provided 7 points of direction to the applicant team. The first one was to provide a please turn right sign on the on-site parking area to encourage users of the parking area to turn right onto Church Street rather than turning left into the neighborhood in downtown. The second was to encourage public outreach. It wasn't required, but it was encouraged. The third item was to provide a solar evaluation during the winter solstice at various times. The fourth item was to look at how the operations of the loading zone could be mitigated for the neighbors. And then the three major topics that you discussed at that meeting was the parking management plan, the building design, and the ground floor retail. Just to touch on the first two items, we did add that as a condition of approval in condition of approval number 34 in the resolution before you today. The applicant was okay with having that incorporated, and so we just went ahead and did that. The applicant team also said that they did public outreach with Church of the Mountains, Mountain Area Preservation, and Brendan Riley, a local architect, who gave public comment at the last meeting. I'll let the applicant team speak to that or expand on that if requested by the Planning Commission. So those are the two first items. We'll go into more detail on the items 3 through 7 as we go through this presentation. So the applicant team resubmitted a revised project proposal, which increased the size of the project to approximately 1,700 square feet more. They are continuing to propose 60 hotel units. They have increased the amount of, or the quantity of residential units from 15 to 17. There's still 4 sale units with potential for transient rentals. The food and beverage space remains the same at 5,200 square feet. The meeting and event space is slightly reduced to 2,200 square feet. The fitness center and wellness space was also slightly reduced to 2,100 square feet. And they're still proposing the rooftop pool, spa and terrace, and event space. They have added 1,300 square feet of retail space and an additional 2 on-site covered parking spaces to 19 parking spaces, so 17 to serve the residential, 2 still to accommodate ADA parking. And then there's still the outdoor event and plaza spaces on the southwest corner of the project. So here's the summary of those program changes. As you can see, there's changes to the residential units, the meeting and event space, wellness center, and then the addition of the retail and parking spaces. This shows you the ground floor area, or the ground floor plan for the current project proposal, and then also the original project proposal. You can see that the retail was added to the northeast corner of the property, and then there's 2 smaller retail areas on this Truckee Way side. The smaller area, the meeting area, was slightly reduced to reduce the frontage on Truckee Way, and then they did enclose the mechanical area and increase that square footage over on that corner. On the second floor, you can see that actually, I don't think much has changed on the second floor. It's primarily the same. Or they did add the residential square footage to the rear along the north elevation on Church Street. So it's a 2-story 3-bedroom residential unit that they added. And this is the first floor of that residential unit. And then on the third floor, you can see that there's another, that's the second floor of the residential unit. And they also added or decreased the floor area of 4 hotel units on the south side of the building to accommodate for for additional decks for those hotel units. And then on the fourth floor, on the third floor, they also reduced the square footage of the Western Hotel room to reduce the massing on that side. Additionally, the applicants on the fourth floor, they all remains the same except for they did subdivide, or not subdivide, but divide the 2-bedroom unit on the 4th floor into 2 1-bedroom units. So that's where the additional residential unit comes into play to get you to 17 units. So you can see here that this shows the the same elevation on the south side, both current and previous iterations. We can go through quickly what changes they've made to the project since you last saw it. On the western corner, you can see this upper photo or rendering is the current proposal. They did reduce the massing on this smaller component of the building. The larger facade of the building remains the same size and scale. They have changed the vertical slatting slightly to reduce the amount of glazing that's visible. They've added some awnings on the ground floor, and then they added those 3rd floor decks. And they did change the ground floor material to a darker color and removed vertical slats to create a little bit of variation. On the east elevation along Truckee Way, they did add, the biggest change was the addition of the retail on the northeast corner of the building, close to the roundabout. They added the same awnings that you saw on the south elevation. They changed that ground floor material to be consistent with the south elevation, and then they removed the parapet. They changed the roof to a parapet and removed the roof overhang on the northern part of this elevation. And then on this north elevation next to Church Street, this is where the mechanical yard was enclosed on the ground floor, and then the 2 floors of residential was added where there was not previously that square footage. They also added, changed the vertical slatting that you can see in this area, and then they changed the material slightly over on the elevator overrun area. They also added an 8-foot tall trash enclosure, which we'll talk about a little bit. On the west side, you can see that not much has changed as part of this iteration since the last viewing. And then on the southwest corner, this is a view of exactly what changed. They reduced the size they removed the upper deck area on the roof. They reduced the size of the 3rd floor hotel room, and then they removed the 3rd floor deck and remove the covering for the 2nd floor deck. At the last meeting, Planning Commission also requested a solar evaluation, so they provided information which included the properties to the north and west as requested. So they provided the solar 3 evaluations on the same day, the winter solstice, at 9 a.m., noon, and 3 p.m. So we have this here for your viewing and discussion. And so this is noon, and then this is 3 p.m. And this diagram shows, the upper diagram shows the actual solar axis diagram requirement that's part of the rail yard master plan, which requires that the applicant show a 27.25 degree angle from the northern center line of the sidewalk to show that they would not be allowed to have any buildings beyond that go beyond that create a shadow beyond that degree angle. And then this lower, the diagram on the bottom shows the diagram provided by the applicant team that shows that the 27 degree requirement has been met. And then the Planning Commission also requested information about the loading zone and how the operations could be can be changed to mitigate any impacts to the neighbors. I do note that they do have one loading zone that's about 10 feet by 20 feet as depicted, but it does have a clearance of 15 feet wide, which meets the requirement for one loading space. The requirement is to have 2 loading spaces. The applicant also added an 8-foot trash enclosure wall as discussed, which yes. So condition number 48, we're proposing as staff to reduce that 8-foot wall trash enclosure to 6 feet, just because the 2 additional feet doesn't necessarily create that much screening as requested by the community, but it does create maybe an aesthetic impact that may be more impactful to neighboring neighbors. And then we are requiring signage to indicate when it should be clear for trash service, and deliveries and pickups should be required to be scheduled to avoid conflict with trash service and neighbors. So if Planning Commission would like to add more operational conditions, that's at your purview. Additionally, the Planning Commission, one of the major topics was on parking, and at that time in January, the Planning Commission requested a detailed parking management plan addressing all of the questions in condition number 36, which are all on the right of the screen. We won't necessarily go through each of them at this point, but the goals that were identified by the Planning Commission were that every car should have a spot, any fees or fines shall be readily collected, employees should have a clear parking plan, and there should be no adverse impacts to neighbors, and there should be no impacts to town snow removal operations. So that was the direction from Planning Commission. As part of the resubmittal, the applicant team submitted a new parking management plan, still a draft parking management plan that would still need to go through further vetting closer to building permit issuance and final. But they proposed 19 on-site parking spaces, which is part of the site plan, requested 69 valet parking permits, including residential uses, so that would accommodate the 60 hotel parking spaces, and then the 9 additional residential uses that are residential parking spaces that are required for the residential uses. And then they proposed this site plan that shows that valet parking will not use on-street parallel parking in front of other businesses, the red zone. And then the yellow areas, which is the frontage of the project site, those areas would only allow for valet parking up to 1 hour, subject to the parking district requirements for payments. They also continue to propose that no follow car would be included in the parking management plan. They are including a parking manager as part of the a role for a hotel employee. They included educational materials to employees, and then they're proposing exploring financial contributions and exploration of an airport shuttle or internal car service for the project, but no actual commitments have been made for those 2 items. Right now, the parking district does not have overnight non-residential parking in the downtown. Right now, we only allow for residential parking permits, permit holders to stay downtown in the parking district. However, the town council is reviewing a potential valet parking program in June or August, I believe. And that area would look at this area in the balloon track, on the south side of the balloon track, and the existing parking area. Staff is anticipating that we'll recommend that 40 overnight valet parking passes could be created as part of this program, which is based on the operational considerations for the site and how snow removal operations work regularly. So with that in mind, staff still continues to have concerns that we discussed previously at our January meeting. In general, the overnight parking area can be used by anyone in the parking district during the day, and can also be used by residential parking permit holders overnight. And this might be fine now if the hotel was constructed right now, but as the rail yard builds out, the hope is that we'll have more residential units, more users in the downtown that may create more impact on the parking district and the number of parking spaces that are available. Staff does believe some overflow parking is necessary to accommodate overflow parking that's dedicated to this use. And the applicants have included that as a potential in the draft parking management plan, but they did not include it in the project description, so there's no actual site that's been identified as part of their project. As part of condition number 36, which is quite a lengthy condition, there's a 2-part condition in there that requires parking management. So first, staff is recommending that we require an off-site parking area to address the Planning Commission's direction at the last meeting to identify exactly where vehicles may go. The quantity for the off-site parking area could be in flux, but depending on the direction that the council takes, at least in the iteration that you're looking at within your draft resolution. Staff at the moment is recommending that there should be the quantity of off-site parking spaces that should be required should be equal to the difference between the number of required parking for the hotel, so 60 units, or 60 spaces in this case, and the number of valet parking permits available. So if council only approves 40 passes, then 20 off-site parking spaces would be required to be identified. Staff is recommending that the entitlements for this off-site parking area would be required prior to building permit submittal, rather than building permit issuance, primarily to ensure that this project can move forward before significant money and engineering is expended by the applicant team. And then construction of this off-site parking area is recommended to be completed prior to final of the hotel, so to ensure that the parking is up and running. And that's primarily to ensure the building permit is primarily where the town has the control to ensure that conditions will be met. Once that has passed, it's difficult for us to use any code enforcement mechanism to ensure that projects move forward with their obligations. So today, staff does have some questions for Planning Commission to consider, which are in your staff report for the most part. First, Commission could consider whether there should be a minimum number of off-site parking spaces if Council approves 60 or more valet parking passes. So currently as written, if Commission or Council allows for 60 valet parking passes, they would not have an obligation to provide off-site parking. Should there be some minimum amount that the Planning Commission would like to see designated. Does the Planning Commission want to require off-site parking to be entitled prior to building permit submittal rather than, or would you like to consider a different timeline, like prior to building permit issuance? So looking at whether the timeline for the off-site parking is appropriate and whether or not the construction of off-site parking should be required prior to occupancy of the hotel or if there should be some other mechanism to be considered. And then if no follow car is being proposed by the applicant team, how far can the site be from the hotel site? That question wasn't in your staff report, but that's something that you may want to consider if they decide to look at off-site parking spaces quite a bit a ways from downtown. The second part of the parking management plan staff is recommending is to revise and enhance the parking management plan to ensure that the valet parking would be used only for the hotel. In terms of the valet parking passes, the residential uses would use residential permits. However, they want to manage that. They want to use valet for that. That's entirely up to the project, but staff would not move forward. If the council approves it, that we would not move forward with issuing residential or valet parking passes to residential uses. We would also recommend that the applicant create an actual transportation demand management strategy and incentives to reduce the need for vehicles on site, and then quantify those outcomes and reductions and develop a nexus study for financial contributions if they do propose financial contributions. So the questions for Commission on this item would be, does the Commission want to review the parking management plan again, or are you comfortable with allowing staff to be the review authority if you do decide to move forward with approval of this project tonight? Does the Commission want to create requirements for financial incentives and contributions, not just allow the applicant team to decide whether or not that would be appropriate? Does the Commission want to require a car service or airport shuttle or e-bike share program that they are required to administer and manage? So those are three questions that you could consider as part of your discussion today. The next big topic is building design. At the last meeting, the Planning Commission gave some direction based off the rail yard master plan's design guidelines that the building appeared monolithic, was a block-length building, was too repetitive, there wasn't design on all elevations. There should be design features that are added to break up the facades that are greater than 50 feet in width. Making the street level floor should be more distinguishable from the upper floors. The building should transition from the historic district to the rail yard. And the specific direction regarding design is that Planning Commission wanted to see a step back on the upper levels above the first floor on the southwest corner and to look at material changes to create a smaller appearing building. So here we are to looking at the same project, the same slides that we looked at before. We don't necessarily have to go through each of those items, but I did want to point out that there is the more transparency on the ground floor. They did reduce the southwest corner height. The vertical battens and the darkening of the ground floor changed the materials and the differentiated the ground floor from the upper floor. They made the upper floor glazing look smaller by using more vertical batten. But as stated before, the overall massing of the main part of the building remains largely the same. And then on the east elevation, the main change was adding the retail, which adds some ground floor activation. And the awnings also create some more pedestrian scale features. And then on the north side, the biggest change is the addition of the mass of the residential square footage on the rear. and then the enclosure of the mechanical space. And as stated, no changes were made to the west side, and then the southwest corner is here for discussion since we've already gone over the changes. In response to the Planning Commission's comments on the ground floor retail, which is the third big topic that was discussed at the January meeting, the applicant included retail in the northeast corner of the building on the Truckee Way frontage. It's approximately 800 square feet. And then there is a potential small outdoor seating area. And then there's small retail areas by the hotel lobby and fitness wellness space on the south elevation. So that was in response to Planning Commission's direction that you wanted to see more active uses consistent with the rail yard master plan design guidelines. And that the meeting spaces and fitness and wellness spaces may not be as interactive as the Planning Commission thought that the rail yard master plan encouraged. And then the mechanical yard was identified as a dead zone that should be redesigned to accommodate a pedestrian use. So here we are on the ground floor again. You can see the retail use on the Truckee Way side, and then these two smaller retail spaces on the south side. In the resolution, staff did have some concerns about the size of the southern or the south-facing retail spaces. They could be more integrated into the hotel lobby and wellness center and not really become an independent retail area. We did take those square footages out of the project description, but if you wanted to incorporate those in or try to identify them as very clearly that those must be retail spaces, then we probably need to work through what the conditions look like in the project description and try to refine that a little bit to ensure that those retail spaces continue to be retail spaces and not integrate back into the hotel and wellness center uses. Additionally, the applicants are requesting a minor exception as discussed. This is a unique application to the rail yard master plan, and the purpose of the minor exception is to allow for a 5-foot height increase above the 50-foot maximum to accommodate elevator overruns to serve the 4th floor. They provided a site study that said that it wouldn't be visible 450 feet away or from inside, wouldn't be visible until 450 feet away from the project, which is right at the end of the artist lofts, or from inside a building. So you can see the elevator overrun towards the back of the south wing of the building. And in order to make the findings for the minor exception, the Planning Commission would have to decide whether or not despite the conflict with the specific development standards, the proposed development achieves the overall design objectives of the design guidelines and would not impair the design and architectural character of the downtown. And in fact, approval of this minor exception is necessary to allow for high quality design, architecture, and landscaping that would otherwise not be permitted. So that's under review today. Other changes, other conditions of approval that we have included, which these three haven't changed, but I wanted to highlight. We are including that the future uses for the restaurant, bar, fitness, wellness, all of those uses would continue to have to come in for zoning clearance or appropriate project approval once the operator is identified and selected and the operations of the project of those uses are identified. And then condition 63, we're incorporating the requirements of the noise ordinance specifically to say that use of the outdoor areas are prohibited before 7 a.m. and after 10 p.m. and no outdoor amplified sound is allowed. And that would include the plaza area on the southwest corner and the restaurant, outdoor dining, and then the 4th floor pool area. It's not specifically identified, so if you want to clarify exactly what those areas are, we can incorporate that into the conditions of approval if desired. Condition 61 states it's the same as what was in the previous resolution. No signs are approved, although they are shown. There are some signs shown on the renderings, on the site plans. The applicant team didn't give us a full sign submittal, so that's not part of the review today. The signs as shown are not consistent with our sign code currently, so if they wanted to go forward with those signs, we would have to approve a deviation to the sign code, or they would have to revise their sign code to match, to meet the requirements of the existing sign requirements. There are a few conditions of approval that we updated to meet the revised project. First, we've updated descriptions and timelines throughout as best we can. Hopefully, we caught them all. We'll read through them again one more time. Number 33, condition number 33, we've increased the parking requirement because of the addition of the new retail and the addition of the 2 new residential units. The parking number increased to 121 parking spaces, so that would be 102 spaces that'd be taken from the parking bank of the parking district, as allowed by the rail yard master plan parking management plan. Condition 44 was about short-term rentals. That condition was updated based on discussion between the town and the applicant. Condition 45, the affordable housing requirements, because of those same increases in square footage and use, this affordable housing numbers went up to 8.4, and that would still just come out of the artist loss bank, or payment of it, a partial payment of it in lieu fee for that 4%, 40%, 0.4 unit. And then condition 48, as we discussed, we're proposing to reduce the height of the enclosure to 6 feet from 8 feet. Condition number 84, we've incorporated a Washoe tribal monitor condition with the approval of the applicant. We stated that they would engage with the Washoe tribal monitor, and they would be obligated to just meet similar timelines and costs to other monitoring services. And then, as noted in the questions to staff, there was an error in condition number 41 about the parking management. We updated the 15 residential units to 17 to reflect the current project. We have received a number of public comment. We've received 4 public comments in support for the project. They found it to be infill project that's walkable near services and amenities, and believe that a hotel is needed in the downtown. 50 public comments were opposed, which talked a lot about parking, the parking plan. The project is out of scale. The massing is too large. There isn't enough transition to the historic district. There are impacts to character, concern about views, shades. We'd like to see more locally focused uses, noise, pedestrian safety, traffic. Concern about the condo hotel, the belief that the residential uses were actually condo hotels. They would like to see, they're concerned about precedent in the rail yard master plan. Additionally, we received a letter from Church of the Mountains that provided a summary of the discussions with the applicant team. Environmental review for this project was completed in 2009 as part of an EIR with amendments adopted in 2016. The EIR was adopted in 2009, and then the amendment was adopted in 2015 with the approval of the artist loss. The project is consistent with the MAD and the EIR. That's what staff is recommending today. And at this time, staff is recommending that no further environmental review is required per CEQA section 15183, finding the project to be consistent with the rail yard master plan. The chair has provided some potential discussion format for tonight. We can go back to this slide and we can discuss whether or not this is the appropriate pathway or outline for how this discussion can move forward, and we can always amend as we continue with this discussion. Staff's recommendation tonight is to adopt Resolution 2026-03, determining the project to be exempt from CEQA per Section 15183, Public Resources Code 21166, and approve the development permit, tentative map, minor exception, and zoning clearances based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval, including that change to Condition 41. You always have alternatives. You can continue the public hearing to a date and time certain. The Planning Commission may request additional information from the applicant or staff. You may modify or add conditions, or you may deny the project on the basis that one or more of the required findings cannot be made. You can also find that the project is inconsistent with the rail yard master plan and require additional environmental review. If you do take action tonight, the appeal period would end on Friday, May 29th at 5 p.m. And the applicant team is here with a presentation as well.
Yeah, applicant presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Good evening, commissioners. Thank you, Yumi. Thank you, staff. My name is Rakesh Patel. I was here in January. With me today, I have Bobby Larson, our architect, as well as Martin Wood, the first part of the press. By the way, Yumi, did you get my second updated? Okay, you got that. Okay, great. Bobby, you want to start?
Yes.
Oh.
Watch out for that. Oh, watch out for that. As Rakesh mentioned, my name is Bobby Larson. I'm here representing DLR Group. We're the architect on the project. And we've been working to address the comments that were related to the building design that came up in the meeting in January, and also that we received subsequently in letter format. And Yumi's also already done a good job of going through some of the major changes that have shown up in the renderings that we've had on the project, but we also want the opportunity to talk about some of our thoughts about our building design and talk specifically about some of the material changes that have been implemented since the last time. I think that was one of the major differences, is the introduction of some additional colors as well as textures and overall materials on the project. And I brought some materials with me. I'm not sure the best format to share with them. I'd be happy to, I don't know, put them at the end of the table and so the commissioners can pass them down if that is acceptable, or if I can hold them up. Does that work? Yeah. Oh, but I just want to advance the slide.
Oh, yeah, you can just, Yumi can
Oh,
advance the slide.
Yumi, can you get the slide? Thanks. So in summary, Yumi talked a lot about the comments that were made, and I tried to just categorize them into 4 general comments that seemed like they addressed most of what the concerns were raised. That we need to make sure that the building relates to the historical context in both the building massing and detailing, including those materials that we're going to be talking about today. We need to provide adequate transitions to the adjacent properties, where the larger scale of our building steps down to the smaller scale of the smaller buildings. And then we are trying to introduce some additional variety into the facade so that our major massing blocks do have some differences and start to look like a building built up over time, and generally improve the pedestrian experience through the transparency on the ground floor as well as the introduction of the new retail spaces. Go ahead, Yumi. But this is the primary facade that I think at times raises the most concern because of its length. And our overall strategy on the design of this facade is to break it up into several distinct areas, which are shown here with the, it's a brown natural wood siding, which I'll go ahead and pass around, I suppose. So the building has these larger areas of massing that we carry across, and then it's broken up by the inset areas where we've got step backs and balcony areas, and that creates the break in the street wall that's required by the zoning code.
You can just hold it up, and then maybe at the end we'll pass it around just so you can do your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, let's do that. That sounds like a good idea. So the idea behind the materials is that we want to design a building that fits within its time period. We're not trying to recreate the historic downtown. We're trying to design a new building, but relate to the history of the material and the nature of that type of building design that was created when the historic downtown was built. We're also trying to meet specific sustainability goals that the hotel has by using natural materials with low embodied carbon. We've tried to do so the best that we can and meet the ethos of the hotel as well as relating to the design of the downtown as well. Some key things about the historic structures that we're trying to emulate. There's the regular rectangular forms that are predominant in the building massing. There's the handcrafted element of materials. A lot of modern materials end up being pretty sleek and flat, where we're trying to implement a lot of texture and shadows within the building design. And in addition to that, in ways that the historic buildings will have lintels or other architectural elements above windows to highlight specific areas of the building, above our windows as well, rather than having one flat material across those massing areas. We've got a line that shows the kind of a hearkening to that lintel type detail that we see in the masonry buildings along the historic downtown. And in addition, one of the major features of the project is the mass timber structure. And this really ties into the kind of the rail yard aspect of the building, where a lot of the old rail yard buildings were built out of heavy timber, large pieces of wood for the structure, and we're using a modern material where the mass timber, rather than being built out of solid pieces of wood, it's made out of smaller pieces that are glued together, and it gives a lot of extra strength. And utilizing this structure rather than a concrete or steel structure really helps with our environmental goals to reduce the embodied carbon of the building, and ties it into that history and creates it in a new way. And one thing that we're really excited about this hotel. And some of that mass timber structure is visible on the exterior. And one aspect about historic buildings I really like too is in a lot of ways you can kind of see how they were built, and seeing that structure on display, I think, is a great feature of the building, including some of the express brace frames that will be required to keep the building from falling over. And that, I think, also harkens back to the rail yard nature of it, too, and in some of those historic trestles and things. Could you go to the next slide, Yumi? Thanks. So that was kind of the material presentation. We've got the mass timber. We've got the new form metal siding that is pretty similar in color to the wood, but in real life, when the sun's hitting it, it's going to look quite different, and it's going to break up those elevations quite a bit. And then, in addition to the brown siding, on those areas between the larger brown elements, we do also have a lighter siding that we're using to contrast and break up that facade. One area of major concern that was raised last meeting was that southwest corner, and this is the first corner that you see as you are coming from the downtown, and maybe one of the most essential to relate back to the historic context and relate to in scale. And the image on the left is a pretty terrible image that doesn't really accomplish that, and that was kind of our starting point. So that's where we were at, where we're trying to work through and fit the program into the building, and obviously we're not making a lot of progress there. And this image was never submitted to council, because we wanted to kind of change that up and start on the progression that we're making. And so council gave us some great feedback, and we feel like the building has only gotten better since the feedback we received last January. And the image on the right is the image that was presented last time in January. And as we keep going, we talked about it some more. There's this image on the left here that we pulled it back a bit more, and then we thought about pulling it back a bit more, and we just didn't feel like it was quite enough. And so we finally landed on a real kind of stepping in the scale of the building, where as you transition to that adjacent shorter buildings, that you've got a real stepping and a grouping of the different materials. And here you see the brown siding material, and the lighter siding material, and the form metal all composed together, and creating that step as you come down to adjust to the scale of the adjacent building on that corner. We're doing so in a way, there are some adjacent projects to us in between us and the Truckee Hotel. So we feel like we need to kind of kneel down to them, but the Truckee Hotel, as it transitioned, it also transitions up to that taller height as well. And so, in terms of massing, we're not going to be any taller than the Truckee Hotel there as well. As far as working through the changes that we're making to the building facade, we wanted to make sure that even though these four major elements on that Donner Pass facade, they're the same color, which we feel is important for the identity of the building, so it feels like a hotel and experience for the occupants there. We're making subtle changes to each of those to make them all a little bit unique. And one of the changes that we made was to add these additional balconies, which we think is important, so that the first one, it's got a little bit of higher parapet, and it's got more open base. The middle one, it has these balconies. It has two longer awnings. And the first one, we'll talk about this in a second, but it's got a little bit of a difference where it might not need the awnings. And then the last bay, if you can keep going, Yumi. This last bay has a different use in the ground floor. So rather than having the wide openings on there, we're keeping the regular rhythm that we had before, but we still have the smaller openings above. And in this way, we've introduced these changes so that the building has a bit of unique built up over time feel on each of the pieces. And this is the main entrance, and we wanted to make sure that we showed the building in a little bit more of an oblique view. The previous views were very flat, and we just wanted to show off that at each of these breaks between the brown massings, that there are major breaks, and there's depth where there's step backs, and there's changes in colors, and so it is three distinct pieces across that facade that each doesn't get more than more than 50 feet in length. And here's another view of the southeast or southwest corner, and this shows the restaurant entrance. It's the multiple uses across the facade, and at the restaurant entrance, it's kind of hard to tell in this image. You'll see it in the floor plans, but the restaurant entrance is set back a bit more than the rest of them. We have a small arcade for accessibility access as well. That also ties into the outdoor seating that's at the left there. And so this is going to be one of the more active portions of the building, and we've appropriately placed it closest to the downtown as a way to pull that activity from the downtown towards the building as well. One thing I forgot to mention, that in addition to the changes that we made to the base, we've also added some wall sconces that are dark skies appropriate. That will just provide a slight highlight, and so the pedestrian experience is enhanced both during the day as well as in the evening, when a lot of these, the restaurant in particular, will see some use. And here's that look down that corridor where you've got the smaller step back portion of the facade and the seating below. And this is that activity that we feel like we're trying to show to the downtown and give people an opportunity to. Also at this view, you see that the materials that we're using, the board and batten brown siding with the texture on it and the way that we've detailed it with the metal flashings per level are creating shadow lines and textures similar to the way that you would in like a brick building where you have varying courses and such, and creating that depth to the design that we see in great old buildings in a modern way. We wanted to show this view as well too, just to make it really clear that Truckee Way facade is also very differentiated in terms of how the residential portion of it on the right is stepped back, and we have a small pedestrian area that is shaded by the terrace spaces, and differentiated in material. That residential facade, it's a very slight color change between the corrugated metal and the brown siding, but we really feel that once it's perceived in real life and on a rendering, will be significant enough to make those two portions feel very different from one another. And this is the update to the previous view. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this, but staff talked a lot about this view of the project before, and we think that this is a very major improvement. As you're driving in on Truckee Way, you're going to see this little retail space with the outdoor seating, and we think that this will be a great first look at the building and a great tie-in from Truckee Way to the downtown activity. This back facade, we talked about how there weren't any major changes to it. We did change the material. Like I said before, it's a subtle color change in the rendering where you can only see things very flatly, but we do feel like in terms of making sure that we addressed all four sides of the building, making this facade a little bit different will be important. And you can see, I think in the next slide, it is going to be quite different from you'd call this the west facade. This is the south facade, and one is the condo portion, one's the hotel portion. We put this exhibit together quickly to show, some of the relations that we're tying into with the historic downtown. We've heard everybody about making sure that we have some differentiation between the base, and so we've got some smaller windows over some more transparent ground floor areas. We're implementing additional items on the ground floor, like the sconces, to add some character down there, similar to the way that it's done on all the bits and pieces that get added in front of these store shops. We feel like the change that we made on the southwest corner is really relatable to the way that the massing had been previously addressed on that retail shop that's just to the west of us. We're using outdoor terraces in similar ways that the historic buildings have done so to step back the building and kind of create a lot of activity for the pedestrian space. And we're using materials in similar ways where, these older buildings, they aren't necessarily changing the materials drastically as they transition from the upper levels to the lower levels, but there's, little changes in color and texture that really kind of create that differentiation between the base and the upper floors. But that is the bulk of what I wanted to discuss. With just a reminder that within the documents that were submitted, we did include this outline of the comments that we received and highlighting all the changes that we did make since the previous meeting and submission. And I will wait until Rakesh is done, and I'll pass them on.
Thank you, Bobby. So I think a lot of the remaining slides were covered by Yumi's presentation, so I may skip over a handful of them. But to start, we wanted to copy and paste a few of the design guidelines that we looked at into that discuss mass and scale, and this is the first one. Obviously, the first bullet point there discusses facades in excess of 50 feet. The highlighted portion are just areas that we had notes of, the changes in facade material, window design, facade height, decorative details, and we think most importantly, the addition of a patio restaurant are examples of techniques that may be considered. Regarding block size buildings, the highlighted portion at the end, one or more of the following methods should be considered in the new development, transitioning of building heights, which Bobby discussed. Again, patio restaurants. And when we looked at the design guidelines, we looked at a lot of references to Nook retail and restaurant uses. And there was some commentary, I believe, from staff's report, excuse me, about the retail being too small. So we weren't unsure whether there was a square footage requirement for the retail or whether we met the requirement of it being Nook retail, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. And obviously, rooftop restaurants. All right, any buildings occupying more than 60 feet should incorporate several of the following elements. We believe we've met most of these elements. So display windows on 50% or more of the frontage facades, creative treatment such as murals. One of the elevations that we have show a mural on the north facade, semi-public gathering spaces, and outdoor dining and/or, again, Nook retail restaurant uses. So this is a 2D representation. When we look at the 2D elevations, it's really hard to tell where we've added a lot of the design guidelines. So on the southwest corner, we have a patio restaurant, of course. We also have stepped back the building height. We varied the building height on the southwest corner as well, and we transitioned the southwest corner towards the historic district. We've added Nook retail to both the entrance of the hotel on Donner Pass Road, as well as Nook wellness retail on the northeast side. And one of the big things that I noticed that Bobby had mentioned to me when we first met this morning was that each of these facades are unique on their own. On the left side and on the bottom right side, you see a pedestrian arcade, which is, again, really hard to tell on a 2D representation. This represents the primary entryway for pedestrians coming from the west to the east. There's a large inset that is subgrade and separately lit for pedestrians who come from the west to the east. And what they'll see on their left is a full-service restaurant. On that west facade, we do not have any step backs other than the step back on the southwest corner. On the central facade, we've added the 2 step backs in the balconies on the rooms on the 3rd floor. And as you'll see on the ground floor, there are 3 vertical columns, similar to the west facade. On the facade all the way to the east, we've added the step back, of course, on the 3rd floor, but you see 5 vertical columns. So each one of these facades has a varying element. I believe there was a comment in the previous staff report and in the current staff report about there being too much repetition, perhaps. And there was also a comment about the changes being subtle. We took the commentary in the last Planning Commission meeting about the Disneyfication of the building to heart. We think there is a strong probability of adding elements that are too obviously different to create Disneyfication of the facade. And so these elements are sort of artfully added to create nuance and differentiation in the main facade. This is the east facade. Again, similar to the south facade, we've added the ground floor differentiation that's carried through to the ground floor with the vertical columns, the change of materials, and the sconces. We've actually modified the roof overhang, as Yumi mentioned. There was some commentary in the staff report about potentially extending that roof overhang all the way east, but we felt that the minimization of that roof overhang really differentiated the facade from left to right. We've also added the retail on the corner of the ground floor, and we'll talk a bit about the end about the addition of the northeast massing. But if you go back one more slide, Yumi, if you don't mind. one of the, sorry, one more after that, if you don't mind. Sorry, stay on this slide. So the other very difficult thing to see, I think, in a floor plan and a 3D representation is, and as Bobby mentioned, on the east facade, we've stepped back a majority of the building 10 feet. The facade is, the front-facing facade is the smallest element of that elevation. And I want to just reiterate what Bobby said. We looked at the design guidelines as they relate to Truckee's history, and this is a copy and paste of the design guideline around materials. And what we highlighted was materials that reflect Truckee's history of the sawmill operations, logs, painted wood, ironwork, materials that rust, patina, and discolor. All of the materials that Bobby has brought today age over time and slightly differentiate in color over time, including the mass timber. And so we try to use materials that, as Bobby mentioned, are not too modern, that they don't change, but are also natural and that are natural and change over time. I don't know if you brought anything that actually is weathered, but we can certainly provide something if necessary. But if you go to the next slide, as we thought about the history of the rail yard specifically as a sawmill operation, we think there's no better representation of the material choice than mass timber. It's the most modern approach to timber construction currently in the country today. And we frankly hope that there are actually more developments in Truckee that use mass timber. And so when we talk about mass timber, it's not a steel material, it's not reflective, it's not, obviously not concrete, it's actually wood at the end of the day. It's wood that's manufactured in a much more eco-conscious manner. We think that's the most direct representation of Truckee sawmill history. Okay, talk a bit about retail. I think Yumi's presentation covered it well, but we of course added 2 small nook retail bays. You don't have the before picture here, but we removed a lot of the back of house space that fronted Donner Pass Road. We also took a chunk out of our event space on the left side to add less event space frontage to Donner Pass. And we've obviously added retail to the northeast corner. If you go to the next slide, Yumi. This is just, again, a direct representation of where those retail bays would stand as you look at the building from Donner Pass. And we just want to be clear, these spaces are intended to be retail. They're intended to have goods or services sold out of the spaces. I have a slide on what some of our ideas are as to what we can possibly execute in these spaces, but each one of these spaces is intended to have dedicated signage at the front and dedicated entrances. The retail at Donner Pass, sorry, Yumi, if you go back one slide. The retail on Donner Pass next to the hotel frontage has an entrance in the vestibule. We thought about adding an entrance at the frontage of Donner Pass, but we felt that would really take away from that storefront experience as people were walking by. What we could add and what we are considering is adding an open kiosk where you walk up and order goods or services or food or whatever we sell from that space. But we didn't want to add an entrance on Donner Pass for that reason. And the retail on the northeast corner is surrounded by raised planters. As you can see, it has a separate entrance on Donner Pass and will have separate projection signage to the extent we can get that approved under the sign ordinance. So these are just general ideas that we have discussed internally. We haven't gone out to third parties to actually discuss leasing the space. We have talked to the hotel operator about how we can program these spaces to make them active and not necessarily always tied to the hotel. But on the central Donner Pass retail space, I think the easiest way to think about it is coffee and Mountain Provisions, where we have an espresso bar, grab and go food, local pastries and breakfast. We can also do something that's curated and mercantile related, where we sell goods or other artisanal handcrafted ceramics, for example, a general store concept, and also a mountain adventure library. As we think about designing the interior space, we want to provide as many areas where people can sit, whether from the pedestrian perspective or even at the hotel and read a book. I think that is lacking, not necessarily in Truckee, but in other hotel projects that I've been to. On the northeast corner, we think there's actually probably a better opportunity to activate that corner versus Donner Pass, just given its location on the northeast corner. Some of the ideas that we've discussed internally are a tea and tonics bar, where we have a functional beverage counter, for example, as well as other teas or juices and drinks. A mountain apothecary, again, locally sourced herbal balms and tinctures or other wellness goods, and again, a wellness library could be an option there. But again, the intent is for these not to be subsumed by the hotel operation. They're intended to be open to pedestrian use, available for pedestrians to walk into, and obviously buy goods or services from. As staff mentioned, we did add retail on the northeast corner. We didn't bring all our previous iterations of plans, and we talked about where to put the retail, whether it's all the way on the corner or fronting Truckee Way. We'll talk about that next, but we added it at the location you see on the screen here, of course. So why did we configure it this way? We thought about Church Street and Truckee Way, obviously as important nodes in the roundabout, but we couldn't maximize both of those locations. And as between the two, Truckee Way clearly became the more important corner to activate because it's the first thing people will see as they're either driving in around the roundabout or crossing the northeast corner and going north to other areas of the rail yard. And we also had an opportunity on Truckee Way to add a pedestrian gathering space. We did not have that opportunity on Church Street. We also wanted to maximize visibility to both guests, which is obviously important, vehicles, and the rest of the rail yard. A retail storefront that's facing the rest of the rail yard we felt was more optimal and more consistent with the future development of the rail yard. And so visibility was important for us as we looked out to the rest of the rail yard. And obviously, as staff mentioned, we had to push some of our engineering facilities more to the interior of the building. There was no other place to put our electrical room and our fire riser room, and we felt that putting that closer to the egress of the cars from the project was better than putting them on the opposite side. And some ideas for the retail space at the northeast corner. It's a bigger space, about 800 square feet. The first and foremost idea that came to mind was outdoor gear, seasonal gear shop for skis and snowboarding during the winter, obviously, and bikes and other summer activities during the summer. We don't necessarily feel we want to add more food and beverage to the particular building, given the restaurant on site, but other ideas include a bakery and cafe, a local wine and provisions shop, a pasta and wine bar, and again, another independent bookshop. As you can tell from now, I'm a big proponent of physical books, so I like to put them everywhere I possibly can. All right, the northeast corner addition, and this is going to go a bit more into sort of the business case of why we did this. So when we got the feedback the first time in January that we needed to add retail, the first conversation we had was with our hotel operator, and the second conversation we had was with our potential lenders. And I added a couple quotes from some conversations that we had with regards to those parties and retail, and the single piece of feedback that we got was retail was not feasible as a standalone execution on this site. And the one piece of history that everyone pointed to was the retail at the Artist Lofts and how that retail sat vacant for several years and had to be rezoned. And having an empty space at this project would be materially detrimental to the guest experience, and I think also to the pedestrian activation of downtown as a whole. And so we took that feedback, and we had to find a way to increase density. Obviously, we cannot increase density by adding more hotel rooms. We are at our cap of 60 units. We did split a 2-bedroom into 2 1-bedrooms. And we looked at the location of the project where we could add mass that was least impactful. Taking away mass from the southwest corner was important. Adding mass at the northeast corner where we created a non-visible addition from various locations of the building was the best place for us to put it. And so on the next slide, I have just a short matrix of some of the justifications as to why we needed to add that additional massing. We didn't start with saying, oh, we need to add another bedroom or 3-bedroom unit. We tried to solve for the retail as a start. And so on the left side are just some of the reasons that we put on the slide here to discuss. The first, obviously, is standalone retail on the northeast corner materially impacts feasibility. Sort of the first rule of development is for any retail that is on site, you need the density inside the building to support it, in addition to the density of surrounding businesses and pedestrians. If you don't have enough density within the building, you run the risk of that retail not being leased. And so if we had the opportunity to add more than 17 residential units, we would, but obviously we can't. And so we felt that this was the only place to add that additional 3-bedroom. We also reduced our hotel program significantly, in our view, based off feedback from the last Planning Commission meeting. We stepped back the southwest corner, we removed a balcony. That balcony on that corner is the most valuable balcony in the entire project because it's facing downtown. And typically hotel balconies are not used more than 25% of the time, but we felt that that balcony that we removed would be used almost all the time. So we removed that balcony in response to comments. We also reduced the the 1-bedroom hotel unit on that corner by approximately 165 square feet. And as Bobby mentioned, we stepped back 4 hotel rooms on the on the south elevation. And those 4 rooms that we stepped back are now approximately 330 square feet. And as I mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting in January, the average square foot of a hotel room in Truckee is 400 square feet plus. The Spring Hill Suites has an average square footage of 400 square feet for their rooms. So we have a significant amount of our 60 rooms that are less than the average square foot of the market. We also received Planning Commission directive to remove the MEP yard, and as I'll show you in the next slide when we get there, when we removed the MEP yard, right, we can talk about it now, it left a significant gap in that corner, and I think actually went against the design guidelines of not having a block-sized building. This is not something that we would feel comfortable people looking at as they were driving in from Truckee Way. It's a blank corner. It does have the form metal on the side, but there's really no glazing available or any opportunity to add glazing on that corner. And so by removing the MEP yard, it actually created a less appealing building on that corner. And as I mentioned, we moved the mass from the most sensitive side of the building to the least sensitive side. And as we did that, we think complied with some additional design guidelines. And the design guidelines that we believe we complied with now were varying mass and scale and transitioning building heights. This particular addition actually transitions the building height from the top, which is 50 feet, I believe, down and steps it actually back as it reaches the street. The other design guideline that we feel we met was the visual interest in all corners. As I showed on the previous slide, if you can go back to it, Yumi, if you don't mind, there is absolutely no visual interest with this particular iteration. And so we needed to add visual interest, and the way we did it obviously was by adding the unit, we added glazing around more than just the east and west sides. And then the last design guideline we felt we accommodated was design guideline G35, which is the tacked-on addition. This particular addition feels like it was added on to the building on that corner versus melting into the rest of the facade on that side. I think that's it. I think that's it for us on the architectural side. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. Now we will go through Planning Commissioner questions for the staff and for the applicant. Sorry, there's a bit of an echo. We will start. No, everyone's looking away from me. We will start with Sammy. Sorry.
It's great. I have questions, I think, for everybody. There is an echo tonight. Okay, the first thing thank you both again for the reminder of everything that's going on, and to Jason also for pointing out what our role is tonight. I think that's really helpful.
Can I cut in and maybe suggest we disclose everybody we've spoken to?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, please
go
include
any
disclosures at the start of this. Thank you, Mitch, for the reminder. Yeah.
Good call. I have spoken with representatives from the project applicant team, Church of the Mountains, and I think that was all I had time to get to in this interim period.
I had a conversation with Jeff Brown after the first commission meeting in January. I had phone calls from both Ruth Hall and Janine Gallant that wanted to use, all of you that went to the Follies, poster with the big hotel on it. Raquel on Friday afternoon, Kathleen Zimitis yesterday, and Alexis Aller today. Most of these conversations were short and just reviewing presentations or what they're going to be saying in public comment.
So I spoke with the Church of the Mountains, Pastor Rebecca and Kathleen Zimitis. I spoke with Sophia from MAP today. And last Thursday, walked the site with Yumi, and thank you again for your time.
I also spoke with representatives of Church of the Mountains, Kathleen Zimitis and Pastor Rebecca Erlin. I spoke with Alexis Aller from MAP, and I also trumped about on the site and examined some of the parking areas out in the rail yard. And of course, many people talk to you about what's coming up along here. So I've had many casual and brief conversations and been told many things by neighbors and other residents of Truckee.
Yeah, likewise, I had a meeting with Pastor Rebecca and Kathleen Zimitis of Church of the Mountains. I met with Alexis Aller from Mountain Area Preservation. I submitted questions to the applicant, but I asked that they not reply to my questions and that instead they just answer them in their presentation, which I think they mostly did. And likewise, I've had many community members speak to me in brief aside conversations that I mostly listened during. All right, back to Sammy for questions for the applicant or staff.
Okay, and I also, maybe we want to like group our questions by topic. I don't know if that's something we want to do. So I'll start with one topic, and then maybe if anyone else has questions, chime in after that. Okay, so the first, I think, question I have is related to parking. As we know, it's one of the, I think, significant issues with the project. So my first question is, I think I understand how the valet parking permit system will work, but could you explain what would happen, for example, if one, council doesn't approve 60 permits, or two, they approve more than 60 permits? Would it create a district, a bank? Like, how would the system work? And then how does the hotel fit into this new structure?
Sure, I'll take lead on that. So as Yumi had mentioned, council would be considering a valet parking program for the rail yard, likely in June or potentially after the recess in August. What that'll look like is a recommendation by town staff of an area where we feel is an appropriate location for a valet to occur to have the least impacts on snow removal operations and town functions, which is that kind of eastern parking lot within the balloon that's on the screen right now. The idea there is that currently we're anticipating that we would be recommending about 40 valet permits would be available to utilize the parking in that area. If council wants to move forward with that or a different number, those permits would become available as part of the program that then a use such as the Rail Yard Hotel would have to apply to the town to receive those permits, which would include providing a plan on how they plan to utilize a valet program and make sure that the community development director and the public works director are on board with how that operation will occur for them to be given the permits.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? Mm-hmm. What if there's another operation that wants valet and these guys take all of them? Then what?
Good question. So for now, this is the only hotel that is contemplated within the rail yard. So we're anticipating that this, for the time being, is likely the only potential requester of it. However, in the say this project received all of the permits, council would have to make further direction on how or when they want to expand the parking or the valet program to potentially accommodate future projects.
Yeah, like a upscale restaurant or something.
Sure. Currently, the recommendation by staff is not to include uses such as restaurants or others. It's really just to provide the mechanism. Right now, there's a residential parking program, which provides accommodations for like the artist lofts. And so kind of growing with the intended uses, where obviously a hotel use would be the primary function of a valet program.
It's primarily an overnight valet program, not, if there was a restaurant that wanted to use a valet program, they could use just the general parking district and pay the fees that are required of our parking district.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, good clarification. Thanks, Yumi.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do
I have
parking
a couple
question.
more parking questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, thank you for that. That was really helpful and informative. I have a couple questions for the applicant related to parking. First, how are you considering managing parking for overnight employees or employees who come in the early or late hours of the evening? And then two, or I'll start with that one.
Oh, sure. So a bit of maybe clarification on our end in terms of how the new valet program was instituted. So our parking management plan and our revised project was submitted prior to the new valet program being suggested by staff. And I don't think anything's been approved at the council, I may be wrong, at the council level other than just the approval of the structure of the program, not the actual permits. So prior to this new valet program being instituted, our understanding from our read of the parking management plan, as well as the development agreement, was that we would have access to overnight parking for as many spots as we needed for our entire allocation in the parking district. On a first-come, first-served basis as the first development in the rail yard accessing those parking. So our plan was for employees to use the parking district both on an overnight basis or on a daily basis to the extent that we're working during the day. When this new program comes into place, our intent is, number one, to incentivize not using a car. So we would have shuttle service or accommodate or financially contribute to a fund to allow employees to use public transportation, whether it's TART or any other public transportation that's available at that time. Or if they do need to bring a car, we would accommodate them in the valet district to the extent there's enough permits available. But our parking management plan, frankly, needs to be rethought through now that it's been changed, or at least the regulations, in our view, have changed since we put in our first parking management plan. But I don't know if that answers your question.
At this point, yes. I mean, I think just acknowledging that, one, this is now a new kind of structure that you may be able to operate in, and two, you need to kind of rethink or reapproach, your approach to parking still is I think something that answers a question of mine. And then a couple of other things. Maybe this one is more related to deliberations, but you mentioned a lot of different TDM measures, transportation management measures that you could or explore implementing as part of the hotel, both for employees and guests. I think staff made a really important point that those need to be like concrete commitments and like fully explained and proven, essentially. There's lots of proven different measures that you can include in these different programs, but that's something that I think we would really want to see in this revised parking management plan. And then the other question that I had, now that I'm blanking on it, if you're required to build or agree to share some sort of off-site parking area, how feasible do you think it is for you to find a partnership in that?
Yeah.
Since it has to be adjacent to or with another land use.
Sure. Maybe I'll address the first comment before I address the second. So I completely agree. I think maybe some of the confusion was around this being a draft plan and not a final plan. We certainly need to start designing our building and bringing our operator on board to help develop the finality of it. But in terms of TDM, one of the interesting concepts we're thinking about is to either give room discounts to people that don't bring cars, which is a proven measure, and also contribute to an employee fund on our balance sheet that would incentivize and also, pay for alternative modes of transportation. We certainly don't want employees driving around at night that are working at the hotel. We'd either want to accommodate them with our own shuttle or have them use public transportation. But again, to answer your question, fully committed to doing that, and we can make that clear in the parking management plan. I'm sorry, can you remind me of the second question?
The second question, which may be a little harder to answer, is how feasible do you think it is to secure that off-site parking area?
So we since the implementation of the overnight valet program, or at least the regulatory framework being introduced, I can't recall when it was, but we were prepared to address off-site parking at the time because we were told that we would need to do so. So we've been in communication with a few landowners downtown, confidentially for now. We've also been in contact with the Parks and Rec District that has available lots. And we've also had a conversation with Union Pacific around use of some of their land. Now, the only thing that's not feasible is acquiring another site and developing it. We think everything beyond that option is feasible for us.
Thank you.
Coral, do you want to questions to parking?
Yeah, I have questions, I think, for staff. So on the parking district spreadsheet, or whatever it is, how we track it, how many are left? And how does, what are the categories? How many do we start with? How many are left? How many would be left after? Just even in general ranges would be.
We have 400 parking spaces constructed as part of the Rail Yard Master Plan. The artist lofts used about 100, and this project would use about 100.
So then once those are used up, additional development that was coming into the rail yard would be responsible for making their own parking short of a new parking district or an expanded parking district being created. Is that correct?
Up to the expiration of the development agreement. And at that point, we'd be subject to AB 2097, where no parking could be required for most uses. A hotel use is still required to provide parking.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it on parking for me for now.
Can I expand on that for a second? Yumi, what do you mean by most uses?
A hotel use would still be required to provide parking, and event uses would have to provide parking for their employees. Or
A bookstore wouldn't?
A bookstore would not.
And why is that?
It's part of a state legislation to incentivize development, particularly residential development, but also non-residential development in areas close to transit. And our depot is considered a major transit stop per the state.
I'm trying to figure out how a bookstore helps affordable housing. And that's rhetorical, so you don't have to answer that.
Amy, any parking related questions?
I left my notes on my desk at home, so I'm going to try to recreate it. In a lot of public comment, and I'm addressing you, Rakesh, there was much concern over the staging of this valet situation and moving cars in and out and traffic. I know you just have the one main entrance from Truckee Way. The Church Street is only service. Is that correct?
Currently programmed to only be exit, yeah.
So how do you foresee, I think there was a letter that said, great, so it's a powder day and everybody wants to leave at 7 a.m.
Yep.
Now, I know you're trying to, you have a bus stop right outside on Donner Pass Road that will go, and I saw the bus while I was walking the site. It's going to Olympic Valley. So yes, there are ways to incentivize people, but let's say you are, and I also, I think not mentioned is what is your anticipated average occupancy So start with that, and then let's say you're pretty much at full house. Now what do you do?
Yeah, so average occupancy throughout the year is approximately 60%. And that includes every single day of the year on average. Obviously, there are going to be days that we are at 100%, we hope. And there are going to be days that we're less than 50%. The way we structured the parking management plan was, and the fundamental feature of it was that valet had to be mandatory. A lot of hotels at this scale in downtown urban locations, including in Park City, for example, in Aspen, require mandatory valet. I believe the Ritz-Carlton requires mandatory valet. I may be wrong about that. So the point of that is to not allow people to voluntarily bring their car on site unless someone is dropping off their bags to check into the hotel. So valet being mandatory allows us to control the inflow and outflow at all times. The other mechanism, and this is the benefit of developing today versus 20 years ago, is valet management is now done entirely through technology with the reservation system. So the key feature for us will be proactive and constant guest communication. And to the extent that there is a delay, we have to actively and proactively communicate the fact that there will be a delay. So, for example, on a President's Day morning, when it's when snowing or there's snow outside, people may have to wait 25 to 45 minutes for their car, and that's just part of the messaging that we give them. And also, we'll have a reservation system, so someone that really, really needs that particular time can either pay for it, or if they don't use it, we can give them a benefit. And so it may not be perfect. I don't think it ever is perfect, but there are active strategies that we're going to use to ensure that people aren't just bringing cars on site. We will control the whole process.
And I'm just following up. So there is no intention to use the street for any sort of staging. Because I think that was a major concern. Right. And my understanding was no, but I just wanted you to state it for the record.
The answer, to be clear, is no. And also, I don't think we're allowed to use the street. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question kind of related to that, sort of another scenario. So we talked about the scenario of when everyone wants to get their car and leave at the same time. What happens if, I think the loading, the drop-off zone for valet has spaces for like 3 cars. So what happens if 6 hotel guests all show up at the same exact moment? It's 4 o'clock on a Friday.
Sure.
Before a big weekend.
Yeah.
And now those cars are backing up onto Truckee Way and causing major impacts. What do we do then?
That's notably a more difficult situation. But the way around that, or at least the planned way to understand the potential problem before it happens, is we will know when guests are arriving as part of their check-in process. We will require guests to give their estimated time of arrival, which most hotels do. They only do that so they know when to clean the room. We're going to do it to know when the car is arriving. And again, I think most of our guests, unfortunately, I would believe, are going to bring cars as traveling from the Bay Area or other aspects of the region. So we can't prevent them from using cars other than incentivizing them not to use cars. But we want to ensure that, for example, on a Sunday morning, which is probably the least in-demand day for people checking in, but let's say on a Friday morning, we will know how many cars are going to arrive and generally when they're going to arrive. Now, there may be some variations around that based on delays. I'm typically late because my kids never get ready on time. So, but we will try our best and commit to working around understanding arrival times. And I think as technology improves, we'll be better able to track that.
Thank you. All right. That's my only, I have a million. I submitted 30 questions ahead of time, so I won't go through all of them right now. And they're online if you want to look. They're in the public comment section. Should we go to questions about another topic, design, perhaps?
I have a question about a topic I think might just be a quick interjection.
I think parking was one of our bigger topics. Maybe we can
was-
just dive into general questions for staff and applicant, and know that we'll also have deliberations. We can always keep asking questions as we go.
Well, we might have a bunch about design. That's I had a quick one to get over before that. However you want to do it, Chair.
I want to get to public comments sooner rather than later. So,
Okay.
If we could do our questions, maybe particularly focusing on questions for the applicant while we have them here. Keep them high level, keep them focused, and we always can ask more questions of staff as we go along. But I do want to give the opportunity for the public to comment sooner
I can
rather
wait
than
for
later.
later for my staff question.
Any questions, Coral, you wanted, while you have the floor, any additional questions for applicant or staff?
Could you tell us, in your words, what the concerns were that the Church of the Mountains had?
Sure. So we did meet with the Church of the Mountain. A colleague of mine met with the Church of the Mountains a week after the Planning Commission hearing in January. I also spoke to Kathleen and I believe John yesterday. The main concern was the addition of, well, the southwest corner causing additional snow load on the roofs of their building and the shadow impacts of the parsonage. Which we acknowledged when we first met with them, and also when I acknowledged on Monday. They also mentioned some issues with the trash service and additional vehicle traffic on traffic and unloading, where the trash enclosures were. We were told that we added a trash enclosure. I'm not sure if we added a trash enclosure. I can't recall specifically what the timeline is, but we did move our recycling bins from the MEP yard to the trash area as part of the public comment. There was also a concern, I believe, regarding the shadow study not accurately suggesting or showing a building, the height of a building. We did not specifically look into that because I don't think we received a comment from staff that our shadow study was not correct. So mass and scale and impact on the roof and snow and ice were the main concern. As I mentioned, I did talk to the Church of the Mountains on Monday. What I was told that it would be a significant amount of money to upgrade those buildings. The number that was given to me was $300,000 to upgrade the buildings to address snow loads. What I did tell Kathleen was I'm committed to working with the Church of the Mountains to either help with the infrastructure improvements for those buildings. The other discussion point was having some of our staff help with snow management on the site to the extent there's snow management on our site. And I will say again today, I am committed to working on those solutions, but I certainly can't commit to anything until I know the project is moving forward and having that opportunity to have that discussion once a project is in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, other questions? Not parking related. Yeah, we'll do questions after public comment again. So, yeah. Anything else?
Anything else?
Yeah.
Okay. It was also pointed out in a lot of the public comment that there's concern about the night sky ordinance, and I know you have those nice exterior, but it's not always under your direct control because you have lights going on and off in rooms and you have balconies that are lit.
Right.
And we do have a very strict ordinance here about, what is it? Yumi, is it 10 p.m.?
We don't have a cutoff for lighting.
Oh, that's just where I live.
That's
okay.
noise.
But anyway, so there is respectful reduction of outdoor and ambient light at night. And a hotel like that is a pretty bright facility. Is there a mitigation strategy for controlling lighting at night?
Well, I did have this conversation with Yumi, and she did rightfully point out that from a strategic and policy standpoint, the only necessary lighting should be lighting for safety purposes. And so every single, well, maybe not every single, but every single one of the sconces, for example, on the ground floor are meant for pedestrian safety, knowing where they're walking on the ground floor. We did add step lights to the balconies. We were uncertain whether balcony lighting was necessary as part of the entitlements package. I believe we received a comment that we should add it since it's an exterior light. So we did add balcony step lights. They face directly down. They don't face forward. So we tried to mitigate against any outward-facing balcony lights. But of course, if you're a resident at the project, you need some light if you go outside. We do not have any balcony lighting, I believe, or we may have some minimal balcony lighting for the hotel units. We are committed to working with staff per the condition of approval to work on minimizing our lighting overall. We did have some maybe decorative lighting is the best word of saying it, along the corners of the building. And the reason we added those was because we really wanted to highlight the exposed mass timber, because we felt it was a really important part of the design. I would be sort of, maybe not upset is the right word, but I don't think it's the best possible way of representing the building if we had to remove those lights. But again, we're open to having that discussion. From a mitigation standpoint, what we can do is communicate to our guests that lights cannot be turned on inside after a certain time of day. But we can't control that at the end of the day. I mean, we can put mechanical cutoff switches for the lighting, but again, that's a safety concern internally. But we can proactively manage and communicate to guests that Truckee is a location where night sky is absolutely pristine and needs to be managed. So we can certainly implement that as part of our operational policy.
Great. Mitch, questions? No? Okay.
No, I'm waiting for deliberation.
Yeah, that's fine. Sammy? I have 2 or 3 very minor quick questions. So one is just a factual question. On the designs where we see that darker color, particularly like the first floor facade, that's the corrugated side? Like, I got a little lost in the material, sorry.
Yeah, so the siding.
Yeah.
Is a bronze color, which is predominantly on floors 2 through 4 at various portions of the upper facade. And then the base would be a transition between color of the wood siding.
So you've got 3 wood siding colors, is
3
that right?
wood siding colors, yeah. There's this one has a stain as well, just a little bit of a burn to it.
Okay.
That one is a stain, and the other one is kind of a natural clear sealer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Did you consider or play with it? The renderings are not very kind to that light siding. They're not. They don't. No, not the glue lamp. The small one. Yeah. That looks pretty stucco-like in the renderings. Not that it is. But did you consider experiment with some different things for that southwest corner than this bright light? Or any thoughts on what that could be alternately?
In terms of color, it's part of our efforts to differentiate the massing. We did start out with a very monochrome building, and we've taken some big changes to make sure that those parts are differentiated. If there was some thoughts on changing that color a bit more, I mean, we'd definitely be opening to exploring that if that was a way to address the concern about addressing the southwest corner.
Thanks, and thanks for bringing in the samples.
How will that particular siding weather? Will that stay that color, or will it go grayer? I'm just curious.
All the siding will start to transition more to gray. This one in particular will gray quite a bit faster. Like, it's not going to get a lot lighter than this. Is already a very light material, but it'll just start to lose that tone. We like the idea of having the natural materials contrasting with the metal a little bit. It'll help it still read like a new building with the new materials, but the transitioning of the patina will help relate also to the older buildings as well.
Thank you.
Is that lighter color pine?
This one is a treated pine, so it's got better durability, and it's clear sealed.
Great.
That's what it looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. And then while you're up there, you talked a lot about in your presentation the step backs and the variations and the ways to break up the facade. And I noticed, one is the metal bracings that kind of bridge between the parts of the facade that stick out and the parts that are stepped back. I was wondering if that's playing a structural safety role or if it was purely aesthetic. And then my other question is for the part of the roof overhangs, there on is it the southeast corner and then again on the western side there, is that helping with lead? What was the design or purpose for those large overhangs?
Yeah, so the bracing is best placed at the perimeter of the building. You get the best bang for your buck out of the lateral support that way. And it's also good for the bracing to maintain that shape. And so even on the step back, we still have that bracing at the front, and that's creating that continuous line of lateral support all the way down through the project. And we like the look of that. So it's very functional as well as an aesthetic choice to do so. And the overhangs above, that is intended to help mitigate any daylight and solar that's coming through into the public spaces on top of the building, the same way that our canopies and awnings are doing so on the ground floor. And it's an opportunity for us to also show off the mass timber structure a little bit, which we feel like is a great aspect of the building.
Thank you.
So I see coated metal and formed coated metal. So formed is scalloped or
Yeah.
corrugated.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
So where's the non-corrugated? Where's the corrugated?
So the non-corrugated, when I was talking about above the windows, we have a bronze line. It'd be a similar color, but it wouldn't have the texture to it. Also, various flashings and trims throughout the building would be the non-corrugated metal. And then the corrugated, we've placed at the recessed portions of the building in larger pieces. Like we're not using the non-formed metal in a large area of the facade. We're using it in little portions where it kind of makes sense to create those color transitions and durability type transitions for the wood siding. But the major portions of the facade that have a large area, we're using the corrugated.
So on the photo that's up there on the top, the bottom floor is stained wood?
Yes.
And the corrugated is on a different side of the...
Yeah, it's also on the portion that's step backed on the fourth floor, and so on this east facade here, the corrugated metal is on the residential that's step back, and it comes around on that fourth floor across the top as well, and transitions around the corner.
Thank you.
Good questions. Thank you.
Yeah, because I thought the bottom was metal too.
Yeah. All right. At this time, we're going to proceed to public comment. I'll just give a quick overview of what's to come. So we'll do public comment. After that, we'll take a short break, give everyone a chance. We'll leave these materials up here so anyone in the public can come take a look and get a look and feel for it during that break, and as well as the other commissioners. But anyway, at this time, we'll open public comment. This is an opportunity to comment on the item. If you would like to make a comment, please queue up at the podium now. We ask that anyone who wants to, please queue up now. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. At the end of the 3 minutes, you will hear a buzzer go off. The timer's over here. If the buzzer goes off, I unfortunately have to cut you off at that moment. I'm really sorry. I hate doing it. Please don't make me do it. I'm just warning you now that I have to if that happens. I'm so sorry. For members of the audience that are not making a public comment, please refrain from applause or cheering or booing or anything like that so that we may maintain a regular order in this hearing. At the end of your comment, please fill out a comment form and hand it to Kaylee. Thank you very much. And all right, with that, public comment.
Hello, my name is Nikki Peterson, and I'm the Executive Director with the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone that's been involved with this project for making sure that it's looked at really closely. While we support thoughtful growth within the rail yard master plan area, the current iteration of this project does not protect town infrastructure, preserve our community's character, or support a vibrant pedestrian corridor. We urge the Commission to deny the requested entitlements based on 3 major areas that we've discussed already. Number 1, an adequate parking management plan. The proposed reliance on the public parking district for overnight hotel valet parking is highly problematic and places an unfair burden on public infrastructure. As noted in staff evaluations, the plan lacks sufficient quantity and definitive management, failing to guarantee where these vehicles will actually be legally stored. Forcing this parking deficit onto the surrounding public district will negatively impact neighboring properties and severely disrupt town snow removal operations during winter months. A project of this scale must fully account for and internalize its parking demands rather than shifting the burden to the town. Number 2, inappropriate design for the historic downtown transition. The rail yard master plan outlines clear design guidelines to ensure that new structures offer a sensitive, smaller appearing transition from our historic downtown, which we all love. The Planning Commission previously identified this specific design as monolithic due to its repetitive block length massing. Instead of scaling the building back to address these concerns, the applicant has actually increased the total mass at the rear of the building by nearly 1,700 square feet. This heavy, bulky design directly contradicts the explicit intent of the master plan and fails to respect the scale of the adjacent historic downtown. Number 3, lack of ground level activation. To successfully draw residents and visitors from Commercial Row into the rail yard area, the ground floor along Donner Pass Road must encourage foot traffic through continuous street level energy. While minor retail space has been added, the Nook buildings, large portions of the ground floor remain occupied by inward-facing meeting rooms and private fitness spaces. These function as dead zones to the passing public and primarily benefit hotel guests. True ground level activation requires continuous, outwardly active storefronts that invite the public to keep walking and exploring. Because this project relies on an unfeasible parking plan, exacerbates the building's monolithic massing, and fails to establish meaningful street-level pedestrian interaction.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Rebecca Ireland, and I'm pastor of 2 of Truckee's town treasures, the Historic Church of the Mountains, United Methodist Church, and Truckee Lutheran Presbyterian Church. We not only worship and work in the community, but we also provide event space at a very low rate for local gatherings, including Christmas Eve services, Pride Week events, the Tahoe Philharmonic, Tahoe Music Alive, the Tahoe Literary Festival, Truckee Haunted Tour, and the Town Avalanche Vigil. We appreciate your spending time with us recently to learn about the hardships that our campus faces with the proposed rail yard hotel. We were hoping to have more outreach from Common Pine, but after an hour visit with Mr. Caro in January, we didn't hear from them again until yesterday when we spoke with Mr. Patel. Consequently, the revised proposal does not reflect adequate concern for the issues that we raised months ago. We are not against development on this site, but we do believe this particular proposal will have significant negative impacts on our service to the people of Truckee. Therefore, if you approve this project today, we respectfully ask that you protect our neighborhood by including the following conditions of approval. 1, step down the building height toward Bridge Street and Truckee Way to soften the transition. 2, require Common Pine to fund snow and ice removal for the surrounding streets, sidewalks, and our 3 historic roofs to promote pedestrian safety and protect our structures. 3, require the developer to fund an independent engineering analysis of the structural needs of our 3 historic buildings and provide insulation to prevent further damage caused by increased snow and ice due to shading. 4, install a 6-foot commercial-grade mountain character perimeter fence to ensure privacy for residences. Full disclosure, I live in the house closest to the southeast corner. 5, explicitly include Church Street in the overflow parking red line exemption area to protect neighborhood spaces. 6, restrict valet vehicles to the east of Roundhouse Way every day and not just on town event days. 7, protect or locate public hotel seating and event spaces completely away from our property lines and buildings. 8, strictly prohibit any loading or unloading on Church Street. 9, set specific weekday hours for dumpsters and deliveries, specifically Monday through Friday between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. to protect neighborhood peace. 10, prohibit all outside amplified noise. In the final plan. 11, require a traffic facilitator to minimize congestion during peak overlapping hours, our service times. And 12, establish.
Thank you, Pastor.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. I'm Jeff Rowe. I'm the council president for the Truckee Lutheran Presbyterian Church, and we hold our services at the Church of the Mountains, 9 a.m. every Sunday. I think my biggest concern is, again, related to the shading and the impact that's going to have on not only the rooftops, which we don't know meet the same code that currently is required of buildings, and the shade may cause the snow to stay longer, may cause it to build up on the rooftops, and we don't know if those rooftops are built to withstand that. An equal concern of mine is that the shading will cause snow and ice to remain on the church, what we call the church campus, including the entrance to the church. And we have people of all different ages coming on Sunday mornings at 9 o'clock, where for sure there's not going to be any sun that's had a chance to hit the ground. And there very well could be a lot of ice and snow. My particular concern is the ice, and we do not need congregation members or guests slipping and injuring themselves. That would be a catastrophe. So I think that's really my major concern, is how that gets mitigated, and if the developers have a plan to help us out with that, we'd definitely like to hear about it. Help with snow removal, ice removal would, I think, go a long way to mitigating that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Hi, I'm Kathy Manifold. I am a member of the church there. I've worked for music development with both churches. My major concern is, again, that this parking situation be thoroughly solved before any building is begun, so that there's no way to do a Trump-style tear down the building and then expect us to do something about it later. I want the parking issue solved first. Nobody has also mentioned that the only funeral home in Truckee is immediately across from the driveway that you're proposing to install for your service entrance. When there is a funeral there, it often spills clear out into the street. Parking is often done on the very lot where people propose to put this building. And so I think that you're not only influencing very badly the historical buildings, the first teacher's house in Truckee, the first church in Truckee, the steeple tower where the bell was cast in the late 1800s. So you're not only destroying the emotional and physical value of those properties, but you're also going to influence every funeral that happens at that funeral parlor in Truckee, unless you solve the parking situation first. The second is your noise abatement control. It starts at 7 in the morning and ends at 10 o'clock at night. And some of those patios and some of those facilities are facing the church grounds. That is going to be disastrous to many of our programs. I also think there needs to be an established designated liaison to maintain open communications and coordinate hotel operations with the church and the whole neighborhood. Otherwise, we have a conflict in the making. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manifold.
Hi, my name's Rosie, and I live in the east end of Donner Pass Road at the Artist Lofts. And the traffic, my concern is the parking. And I think that you came to a semi-solution idea of having a valet zone all the way at the east end of Donner. That sounds great. But then also we have the old railroad facility that's been built with restaurants, and on every night at 5 o'clock, the field gets filled with cars. This weekend, they put signs up saying, don't park there. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, that parking lot where this facility is, this hotel's going to go, everybody was parking there and walking to one of the restaurants over at the railroad yard. The other was parking. Also, how much space between the building itself and walkway to the road? Because sometimes even the path that we have now gets pretty crowded, especially Truckee Thursday. On the heavy weekends, sometimes you have to walk out in the street because the width from the sidewalk, the building, and the parking, you can't walk. There's no place to walk. And the other was behind the hotel, you have that rock with the 2 trees growing. How much space between that rock and the building will there be? And the last part is the wood. Is it fire treated? Is it special wood that's not going to burn if it's a fire? Because we do have, the fire department does suggest to use a special wood. So that's it. Bye.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Jackson. I'm a 24-year resident here. I'm a certified residential appraiser with 32 years of experience and have worked in this area in the Tahoe Basin and the Reno corridor for 24 years. I'm a member of the Church of the Mountains. I've prepared some things, but I've made some notes tonight. Upgrading structural elements to a historical building. Think about that. It's a historical building. We're going to have to retrofit it with modern snow load to accommodate a new hotel that is directly impacting us with shading and ice and other things like that. The Church of the Mountains was built in 1869, the same year of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad. It served as a permanent house of worship as the oldest church in the same location in the town of Truckee. In 2024, Nevada County Historic Landmark Committee designated it as a historical landmark. It's the heartbeat of our community for 157 years, and it's on Church Street, a street that was named after the 2 churches that were built there. It's a significant part of our historic appeal to residents and to visitors alike. They mentioned that its valet management is common in downtown urban development. I think I'm stating it correctly. We're not an urban development. It's urban as it relates to Truckee, but those things are for San Francisco. Those things are for New York. Those things are for places like that. Simply stated, Truckee is a historic town, historic tourist draw. The hotel is not a standalone project. It significantly impacts the properties around it. And how it fits or does not fit is critical. The hotel is on the first parcel of the transition from the historic district out eastward. And as such, it's critical that we take a look at this to be a seamless transition. It's not. I'm sorry. This does not tie in with historical Truckee. I'm sorry, I'm fighting the time. Precisely why people come to Truckee is because of its historic appeal. And we must protect our historic origins. And we need to decide what's important to us, our historic appeal to residents and tourists, or providing a launching pad for nonprofit out-of-town developers. And the last thing is, we've got 2 restaurants that have moved over to the rail yard. I went by yesterday 3 times.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Parking's a nightmare.
Nicola Astley. Overall, I feel the project is too massive for the location. It would be better the other side of the artist lofts in the railroad project. I'm particularly concerned about the height of the building, the extra shading it will cause to people on Church Street and the buildings there, particularly the ones that are of historic nature. And it's going to change the whole character, I feel, to downtown Truckee. As you're coming down Truckee Way, it's going to block Cottonwood. As you come down Donner Pass Road, this is going to be the backdrop of downtown Truckee, not the mountains that we all love around here. I appreciate the addition or the echo of trying to reflect some of the historic materials around Truckee here, but the design, like others have said, to me is not reflective of a mountain town. This feels far more appropriate for downtown San Jose or Palo Alto, not Truckee. And as many others have also raised, parking. I don't feel there's a really solid plan at all for parking. And I gather that a lot of the analysis on parking and traffic is based on data from 2006 and 2007. That's 2 decades ago. So much has changed since then. You know, parking's already an issue on busy days as it is. And I can see there's going to be a lot of conflict on the parking area there. I think that's it. I'm not supportive of this plan, obviously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Astley.
Good evening. My name is John Marks, and tonight I'm speaking as a member of Mountain Area Preservation's Board of Directors. First, I would like to thank the applicant for the positive modifications to the application for the Rail Yard Hotel since the last hearing. A hotel is an appropriate use of this parcel, and it is my hope you will continue to work with this community to make that a reality. I would also like to commend the applicant for his vision of demonstrating what the sustainable built environment could be. However, we cannot ignore that a primary concern of myself, MAP, and many members of our community is the lack of adherence to the primary requirement of the Downtown Extension District, which is to create a strong connection between our historic district and the Rail Yard Master Plan area. The Rail Yard Master Plan outlines what this should entail, particularly as relates to varied street wall, reflective of commercial row, which includes a mix of facade materials, a variety of horizontal articulations, and a mix of building heights. All of this is intended to avoid the presentation of block-sized buildings and to be reflective of Truckee's history as well as its future. I acknowledge that the economics of the hospitality industry may not allow for perfect adherence to this ideal, but I do know that the design team can come a lot closer to it. Commissioners, I believe you have a big weight to carry. You are the defender of Truckee's history and culture as expressed through our built environment, the most visible expression of who we are as a town. Through countless meetings and hours of work by you, your predecessors, staff, and community members, you have been given the planning tools that allow you to do this critical work. I urge you to take care in doing so, and I believe if you are faithful to the intentions for this space, you will find this application is inconsistent with the Rail Yard Master Plan and the requirements of the Downtown Extension District. Finally, I would like to point out that sustainability is more than just carbon reduction and capture. Sustainability is also the preservation of what makes Truckee unique. We are a town that looks to our history to guide our future. We cherish what came before us as we look to what comes next. I believe this property is more than just a connection between one neighborhood and another. It is an embodiment of who we are, and more than any other property connects our history in Commercial Row to our future in the rail yard. I urge the applicant and this commission to take extreme care with the responsibility you have been given. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marks.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Moore, and I am also a 28-year resident here in Truckee, and have been around for a long time and seen a lot of development, mostly for the good. I turned in a letter already, so I don't really want to repeat what that said, and I don't want to waste anyone's time. The couple concerns I have that I just made note of while I was sitting here was mostly the amplified noise from the southwest corner. it's a very unique area where we still have a lot of residences between the Truckee Hotel and the new proposed hotel. And on that southwest corner, I believe that amplified noise will probably project out over all those residences. So with our town noise ordinance between 7 and 10, I think that's pretty late for such a unique space and for the residences there. I'd be concerned with the pool and the outdoor space on that corner. In addition to the restaurant that's down below, I myself, when I've been at a restaurant, a lot of times there's amplified noise via music, via the restaurant customers. And so I'd be concerned about that noise mitigation in there. The other thing that I wrote down that's a big concern, and I sort of reflect what Tom said, I went to the new restaurants last Friday night to have dinner, and as soon as we pulled in, I was really shocked at the amount of parking that had already been taken, and this is in our off season right now. And there was really, we turned around and left. There was no place to park there. And the rail yard is just getting built out right now. I can't imagine what that's going to look like. And that was for basically 2 restaurants. I'm not sure if there's any other space in that section of the rail yard that's even open yet. So that is a huge concern of mine, is the parking. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
My name is Suzanne Craig, and I've lived here for 23 years. I drive a TARC Connect van 3 or 4 days a week. And a couple of questions. I think that this design itself, the design and looking at it, is, first of all, I'm not a fan of industrial, modern, contemporary, but it is a beautiful building. But I feel like it would be more appropriate further out in the rail yard and not this close in to affect so many issues. And the reason I mentioned my TARC Connect van is that I drive this corner, not this corner, that corner, with the little teeny tiny roundabout that is there, 25 times a day. And there's a lot of traffic, a lot of morning traffic, everybody getting to work, all the big pickup trucks and the big cement trucks, all the trucks in there. And, coming from along the front of Donner Pass Road onto Truckee Way, there's just a ton of traffic. And I can't tell you how many times I've almost been hit in that teeny tiny little roundabout because the visual from Glenshire into that tiny roundabout, you really have to stop. It's really close. There's a ton of traffic that goes along Church Street, right behind there, right in front of the mortuary. And so in the morning time, we're getting everybody to work. At the afternoon time, at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, we're as drivers, we're getting everybody home from work. And on the road with me is a lot of traffic. And so it's hard for me to imagine how this great big building and all of the traffic that's going to come with it is going to impact that corner. I mean, I've heard a lot of things, issues about the project, but my biggest concern is the traffic to and from. And TARC Connect starts at 6:30 in the morning. We leave our yard over there by Ponderosa Golf Course. Our first ride, we start going out picking people up at 6:30 in the morning, and we are running because we're trying to get everybody to work, all the J1s and the busy times in the summer times and the winter times, and again in the afternoon, getting everybody home from work. And so if we're thinking about having TARC Connect do a lot of this traffic, well, there is that to consider. And our latest pickup on the weekend is midnight. So
thank you, Ms. Craig. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kurt Margraf. I'm a local land surveyor and an owner of a 1895 Category A essential house which abuts the proposed project and the Church of the Mountains. I reached out to Yumi and Danielle the day after the first Planning Commission meeting with an email of the church and my concerns with possible non-compliance with the Railroad Master Plan. Yumi replied back the following day with the quote, this is where, residential units are allowed to be condominiumized per railroad master plan, and quote, the applicants are describing the units as residential units and not hotel units, and staff believes it's consistent with the multifamily dwelling definition. I emailed Yumi and Danielle the following day, January 23rd. Hi, Yumi and Danielle. I'm in agreement that the staff assessment with the rail yard master plan and that multi-family residential dwellings can be condominiumized and would be in compliance. However, the railroad master plan is very specific regarding the railroad master plan requirements and MAD limitations. Again, with any of the applicants' options, they choose moving forward, the maximum units of either hotel or hotel condos is no more than 60 units. This maximum allowed threshold was developed by many public workshop meeting and was the will of our town. The proposed plan, if approved, would create 15 condo hotel rooms. The building is run as a hotel. The owners and guests have access to hotel-type facilities, pool, gym, restaurants, lobby, elevators, etc. One shared property management company, one management agreement. The proposed project of, quote, 15 residential units checks off every requirement for the definition of what a condo hotel is. We do not agree with the applicants and staff, quote, beliefs that this multi-family dwelling would not be considered condo hotels. We are asking for the town's attorney's opinion on this proposed project and how he views these 15 condominium units and whether or not this project meets the railroad master plan requirements. Look forward to your responses and the town attorney's response. Thank you for your time. We never got any responses. We are here tonight to ask the Planning Commission to consider our concern about the now 17, quote, residential commercial units and how they cannot be interpreted as anything else other than hotel condos. I think the first staff meeting when they described what these residential ones really says it all. The proposed residential units will share a lobby and elevator access, will have separate entrances. The applicant is also proposing a tentative map which will subdivide the airspaces into condominium units that can be sold separately. These units will be anticipated to have amenities.
Thank you, Mr. Markoff.
Good evening, planning commissioners and staff, applicant team, members of the public. My name is Sophia Heydrich, and I am the Advocacy Director for Mountain Area Preservation. Thanks for the opportunity to weigh in here tonight. As previously mentioned, our staff have spoken with most of the commissioners as well as the applicant team, and our goal really is to influence a better project outcome. We are supportive of this use in this location, but we want it to be consistent with the rail yard master plan, and we don't think that it's quite there yet. Tonight, I would like to reiterate a couple of key points. First, I do want to extend my gratitude to the applicant team for both meeting with us and for some of the changes that have been made to the project. Specifically, we are appreciative of the inclusion of retail along Truckee Way and really sort of activating that northeast corner of the project proposal, getting rid of the mechanical yard and closing some of those engineering uses. Again, we really want this to be an activated ground floor area where people feel like they're welcomed in and they're invited and they're going to a place where they're going to really mingle and meet and see different uses or see different people and have that sort of vibrant life that we're looking for. We also support the other retail that has been added along Donner Pass Road, but we hope that that retail is not accessory to the wellness center and to the hotel, but really stands alone as sort of independent activated uses, and we would support conditions to that effect. I think that the applicant team also sounded sort of supportive of that. Our biggest concerns center on the mass and the scale of the building and the sort of failed attempt to create a seamless transition from historic downtown Truckee to the rail yard. Despite commissioner direction, the changes have been very minor, and instead of making meaningful reductions in mass and scale, the applicant has actually increased mass and floor area in the back of the building by adding 2 additional units. Simply put, the project is not consistent with the rail yard master plan. The rail yard master plan discourages block-sized buildings, That's a block-sized building. The rail yard master plan states that transitions in building mass and scale should be created between the downtown extension and the existing historic properties. This should be a transition that we can actually see and feel. It would start at probably 2.5 stories, like the neighboring property to the west, and then go to 3 stories, and then to 4 stories. The applicant team referenced the Truckee Hotel, and that's a really gradual transition. There's also an additional 5 feet here that hotel does not have. The rail yard master plan states the building height should be varied. Again, aside from that, sort of minor step down on the southwest corner, there's really not variation in building heights. So again, that's not consistent with the rail yard master plan. And then finally, the rail yard master plan states that the building location, site, and massing should be situated to minimize shadow effect. We don't see how that's been really incorporated at all, or how there's been an attempt to sort of minimize that shadowing effect at all. At the end of the day, your role as commissioners is to determine whether or not you can make the findings, whether or not this project is consistent with the rail yard master plan, and we just don't think that it is, but we think we could get there with a little bit of willingness and creativity on the applicant's part. Please deny the project as currently submitted.
Thank you, Ms. Heydrich.
Good evening, planning commissioners and staff and applicant team. My name is Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for taking our comments into consideration and for taking time to meet with us, as well as the applicant team. We really appreciate that. MAP, as you know, is an advocate for carrying out the vision and the goals and the guidelines of the Rail Yard Master Plan through thoughtful development, design, and most importantly, mitigation for land use impacts, as every project creates impacts that need to be addressed and disclosed with a plan to minimize those impacts if possible. As the commission and staff are aware, parking is always of concern, and with the existing rail yard parking district and hotel use, there is simply not enough parking, creating the need now to identify an off-site valet lot as stated in condition of approval number 36, which we agree will strengthen the project needed mitigation and operational success. But the details of that off-site valet lot are missing from the application and missing from the hearing packet tonight, making it difficult for decision makers and the public to know where and what off-site parking lot will be, and where and how the valet plan will work, and really what the off-site lot hotel parking needs are. This lot would become really a critical part of the mitigation plan for public health and safety, and if it's missing for the commissioners and public to review and weigh in on, how do we know the parking management plan is adequate? Under CEQA, a body must look at the whole of an action, and if a project requires an off-site lot, then the project description must include that site and the environmental analysis to consider the off-site impacts the valet will add to the project, such as traffic, air quality, and noise, as secondary effects of that new land use must be considered and analyzed and disclosed under CEQA. Again, the last addendum was in 2015. I was a part of that process, and if there is a site identified within the master plan, I think CEQA would be satisfied. But if we're looking at an off-site lot, that's a whole new type of analysis that needs to be considered. So we know there's a willingness with the applicant, just from what he's shared, to make that off-site lot happen for the necessary mitigation. We know the council is considering a new plan, a new program. These things aren't fully baked. So it's really important to have your mitigation clear and those commitments clear as to what we're going to do with these cars with the hotel use. So again, thank you for considering our comments. As our letter states, we respectfully ask that the commission deny the rail yard application at this time due to the inconsistencies with the rail yard master plan, the issues with mass, scale, transition, and an incomplete parking management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aller.
Good evening, commissioners. Stephanie Olivieri, Truckee. Thank you, staff, for your work on this. Thank you for your time on this, commissioners. And thank you for the public coming and speaking to this tonight, whatever your opinion. I asked tonight, does this proposal before you support the long-planned vision of the rail yard master plan with a seamless transition that stitches the historic downtown core to new growth? No, it doesn't. Does it utilize patterns and forms reflective of the buildings that exist in the downtown core per the requirements of the rail yard master plan? No, it does not. This proposal offers no transition reflecting our history. Its modern design, mass, scale, and brownness overshadows everything around it, and is not consistent with the rail yard master plan. And its design does not have even a whisper of our historic context, our historic heritage. Quite the contrary. From the sidewalk, it appears to be where Truckee history ends and the new begins. Totally contrary to what we were expecting our transition would look like. The old ends, and you know that the next step is new. That is not the way we designed this to be. The transition could not be starker or more off the mark of the seamless transition envisioned by the rail yard master plan. Does the project encourage ground floor uses that attract pedestrian activity to create a vibrant, active street experience as required by the rail yard master plan? Nope, it does not. Is there a parking management plan for the public to review as part of the requested approval? No. Has a developer made meaningful changes to address the Planning Commission and the town staff's concerns? No. So where does all this leave us? As much as we want a legacy hotel downtown in Truckee, to me, it's clear this is not what we asked for. And I respectfully ask that you please deny this project as proposed, as it is inconsistent with the rail yard master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olivieri.
Good evening. Whoa. Good evening. My name is Vanessa Dodds, and thank you for the time to chat. I was hoping that we could pull up the shade study that shows the roundabout, please. If you can look at that and see that there's significant shading not only on the historic buildings, but if you kind of skip through the different times of day, there's going to be a lot of shading there on not just Church Street, but also the roundabout. Look at that one there. The roundabout, this is going to be the only roundabout in Truckee that has this shading issue. It's located at the bottom of a hill. People are going to be coming down that hill and they're going to be braking. We heard from Tart, who does that every day. It's already a rough roundabout as is. So we can add in all the complexities of the shade now. And as well as on Church Street, we see that the icing happen there close to Moody's, close to Casa Baeza in the winter. As soon as you add in delivery trucks with food deliveries, linens, we have a backup. It turns into a mess. We also have to factor in that a lot of the short-term rentals that will be coming up to use the residential units will come with more than one car. This happens all the time. I have experience with short-term rentals. Oftentimes they come with not just 2 cars, sometimes they come with 3 cars. So we should look at how that's going to affect the parking, valet, the traffic. Also, some of the residents on Church Street had asked that the signage be put up to have everyone turn right out of the back there that goes straight into the roundabout. It's going to kind of back that whole roundabout up. There's going to be a lot of traffic going through there. That's deliveries, that's residents, it's hotel guests, trash, all of those things leading right into that roundabout there. Add in the ice. We don't really have a comparison for that. We don't have another one that has that problem. So what else? I think they covered most of the things, but Mr. Patel said that he thought that that was the least sensitive area, the north side of that building, and I really think it's the most sensitive area because of how much it's going to affect Church Street residences and that roundabout right there. And for people who are in support of the project because they don't think they want low-income housing there, just keep in mind that the low-income housing happened already. That's the artist lofts. So it's not a very valid reason to support a project. And Yeah, I just wish that we would think about those
Thank you, Ms.
issues
Dodds.
and evacuation strategies.
I'm going to be the lone wolf. I'm going to be in support. So, my name is Siobhan Smart, and it's easy to get defensive when change comes to the downtown core. But when I look at the plans, I want to say thank you because it has our fingerprint on it. You listened, not to every single thing, and it's not perfect, but you definitely listened. If we deny this project, we don't get a pause and we don't get a do-over. What we get is the very real option that a tax credit-based developer comes in. You can only kick so many people to the curb so many times. The Artist Lofts is not a one-off event. If somebody buys this, they can build at a higher density, and we have nothing to say about that. That is a very real threat. If you read the shading study, analyzing shadow impacts occur on the winter solstice. It is the industry standard because it represents the absolute worst case scenario. It is literally the single day of the year when the sun is at its lowest angle in the sky, casting the worst shadows. The fact that the church has survived 150 years of snow load, I'm feeling fairly confident that with God's arm, you're going to be okay. I also want to address one of the things that happens, and I just want to be really clear, what's being framed as a planning concern could be a request for a donation, and that's fine. Many nonprofits, churches rely on community support, but it shouldn't be disguised as a land use objection, and it shouldn't be used to derail a project. The gateway to our town when I moved here was a swoosh and a three-way stop that is soon becoming a traffic light. Towns are living communities. I hold a lot of affection for the Truckee of the past. The Truckee of tomorrow is going to look different, but different does not mean it has to be worse.
Thank you, Ms. Smart.
Yep.
Hi, Lucas McClelland. I'm a resident of Riverside Drive. My house is right down by that 1221 there. So I'm going to come out in support of the project too. And the reason is that it seems like the commission's really done its job. They've kind of pushed back, and they've gotten the builders to actually do something that's a little more interesting. I also thought that the project looked Palo Alto circa 2005 in its initial iteration. Now it's come a long way, and I appreciate that. One of the things that people are concerned about is parking, but I drive by those parking lots every night, and the only people in them are overnight campers, which are illegal. And so besides the residents of the Artist Lofts, so there's always parking there at night, which is when the hotel will be using it primarily. So I don't see the parking as even an issue. But and the next point that I wanted to talk about is that more and more tourists are using the train in winter because of the difficulty in getting up on 80. And I think maybe as a town, we could put more pressure on the rail system in order to bring tourists here by rail, both from Reno and from down the hill. That would help a lot with our parking and our traffic situation. As somebody who risks my life probably twice a week trying to cross the street on West River, I can attest that traffic is an issue, but we have other ways to mitigate that, and we shouldn't depend on a builder to mitigate that for us. My biggest concern are the new California laws. Builder's remedy is one of the newer laws, and that would allow a builder with credits to come in and build whatever they want without us having a say about it, without the Planning Commission even standing in the way or even being able to nudge back on it. So we could end up, if this project doesn't go through, with a 6 or 8 story building of low-income housing, which is not what I would like to see there personally. I don't think it's the best use of the space. I think it's a better use to have a business that can also contribute to the other businesses on the downtown strip. Those hotel patrons are going to be utilizing everybody's business there. And so I think as a whole, it's probably a good idea for Truckee to have a hotel like this, of this caliber, in that location. I can see it from my corner. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a good use of the space. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClelland. All right, at this time, I'm seeing no additional public comment. We will close public comment. Normally, we would start doing further questions from the commission, but at this time, we'll take a short break. We'll do a 10-minute break. It's 7:38 on my watch, so we'll come back at 7:48. And we'll have the materials up here for anyone that wants to take a look and feel. They are all gone.
Bars on. We didn't take the bars. Now
Okay. At this time, we would normally do further questions for the staff and applicant, but because there are so many topics and there are probably so many questions within those topics, we're going to go straight into deliberations. We're going to tackle it one topic at a time. That'll be an opportunity for the commission to ask further questions, clarifying questions, and understand our obligations. Yumi, could you bring up the slide that I suggested we start with? Before we get into all the topics, I want to hear from the rest of the commission. Are there any topics that we need to add to this list? I already have at least a couple. But these were the big ones from the staff report and from the public comment that were submitted online. Design, including transition to the historic district, new massing on the north side, DPR and Truckee Way, elevations and height. Parking, including the valet parking and PMP issues, and the commercial loading zone on the north part of the project. 3 is ground floor retail uses. 4 is noise, including the plaza and the fence and rooftop pool. And 5 is shading and icing. And I want to take these roughly in this order. But any topics that you guys heard, these are pretty broad, so we can include most things. But yeah.
The ramifications of not working with this project.
Okay.
I guess it's procedural.
Yeah, it's a procedural question. Yeah. We can try and tackle that kind of as we go. I feel like that'll come up. Anything else?
We did hear from one of the public comment that we're actually out of compliance in terms of the maximum is 60 units and we actually have 77. And
yeah, let's add
I just want to, I didn't see that in my reading of things, so I'd like to just check on that.
Thank you. Mitch or Sammy?
No. Dennis Dodds wrote something in his public comment regarding that exact issue, and I actually printed it out so we could talk about it when we get there.
Yeah, I'd like to move that up to right after parking, Yumi. It's like a bigger one. Thank you. Sammy?
Everything I have fits in these.
Yeah, I can shoehorn everything I have as well into one of these, so I think we're good. All right, let's dive into design. So I suggested we start with, did I put southwest corner? Transition to historic district. So let's look at I think that means southwest corner. Anyone want to lead us off? Mitch, you look like you want to.
I don't think it transitions. I mean, I understand what the applicant did by stepping it down, but it's a relatively small step down when you look at the entire project. Besides the blocking, when I opened this up for the first time, the current, I barely saw any differences. I had to really study it to actually see the differences in it, which was disappointing to me personally. So I'm just going to start off with, I don't see how that, a step down isn't the transition, it's the look, it's the feel. It doesn't have it.
Sammy?
I tend to agree with Mitch. I do appreciate this corner. I do think it's a pleasant looking corner, but we're asking it to do a lot of things. And it doesn't create that connection, I think, that a lot of people are looking for between our historic past and our future. And I know that's a very amorphous idea, but that's really what we're asking this, especially this corner, to do. Is to create that balance between what was old and where Truckee is going. And I have to say, I do appreciate the changes here on this, since we're talking about this specific corner, but I don't think it fully encompasses the feel that we need to achieve in order to transition from something that is much different looking and feeling to this much larger presence.
I concur with you two. It's not there yet. I do appreciate that there were some changes made, that we've stepped it back. Not wild about all the light pine on there, but if it weathered, that might start to be feel more like a transition. I can't tell you what it has to look like exactly, but it's kind of one of those, I think we'll know it when we see it kind of things. I'm not seeing it yet.
Amy?
In agreement with the comments. I'm very concerned about the public space and where it is, or the hotel semi-public space. Not my preference to put a public space, and there, not many people mention the pool up at the top there, right? Next to small historic buildings. So I'm not an architect, so I am not even going to opine on how you could bring the mass of this building down and still achieve the return on investment that you need to achieve. But we can't have a public space next to residential in that way. That needs to be moved. The other thing, and this is minor, but the trash bins and the recycling bins, they may have a fence, but they are planted right up against the back of the church. The rock, that nice rock, symbolically and in real life protects the back of the church. But there's that spot right there where they just have some shrubs. They're very nice shrubs. But that's not enough. That's not enough transition from the back of an activated space that is a community space, a place of worship. That's kind of not what you want to put right up against a church. You don't want to put a trash bin right there. So I really think that we got some issues with the back of this building that need to be resolved. And I think that it can be done, but it is not being done with what we have in front of us.
I think I think those are valid concerns. I think let's try to tackle the trash yard and the public space in the noise section, because I think that's the main mitigation. I understand that you could argue it's a design thing, but yeah, Coral.
Back to the southwest corner here. I respectfully disagree, Amy, that I think that the restaurant is a very good use for the southwest corner as a transition, as an active draw to extend the downtown district.
I agree
into the
wholeheartedly,
downtown
Coral.
extension.
No
So
offense, Amy.
That's why I think that is a great spot for.
Yeah,
I wasn't commenting on the restaurant. I was commenting on the public plaza.
The outside open space, I think,
Right,
helps.
the restaurant is contained within the envelope of and they tend to be noisy, but I do agree on that. I'm talking about the public plaza that adjoins the restaurant.
I think it helps with the transition.
I think it's actually in the rail yard master plan that we pretty much have to have a public plaza here. So it's and I'm very respectful of the master plan because hundreds of voices of Truckee voices were a part of that. So I really want to reflect that. So it is on the map in this location on this site. I think there are potential issues that we should mitigate, potentially noise and privacy issues. But I agree with the rest of the commission that it's essential to the transitional design of the site. Personally, going back to the design, I actually think it's quite beautiful. I think this corner is quite beautiful. I think the 2-story height of the first, element here is meeting the intent of a visual transition and a long addition with the open plaza, and the fact that you've got these elements, these block form elements, kind of going in different directions. I think is really Tadao Ando architectural-esque. It's being an all natural wood. I think it's quite nice. I was looking at the master plan. I think the letter from MAP cited it. I read it myself. There are several elements from the master plan that do talk about this, right? One is that the projects or the whole master plan area should complement the historic character of the downtown and the industrial heritage of the rail yard and mill site, but at a higher intensity. The other clauses say support the highest intensity development generally west of the balloon track closest to the downtown core, with a gradual transition to lower intensity in the eastern portion of the rail yard. And the final clause, to help strengthen the connection of the rail yard master plan area to the downtown core, buildings in the downtown extension district west of the balloon track should utilize patterns and forms reflective of buildings that exist in the historic downtown core, which was cited in MAP's letter. So I've been thinking about, does this apply? Is this doing that? And I think buildings and forms, right? It's rectangular, like rectilinear. That is probably the main one, right? I think the material is reflective of the industrial heritage of the rail yard and mill site. I do think the natural wood, I think about some hotels we have approved that use a lot of the fiber cement board, and it is not as nice looking, unfortunately. I'm trying to find a diplomatic way to say that. If this were fiber cement board, I'd feel very differently, of course. So I do think materials matter. I don't know. I'm clearly in disagreement with, or taking a different stance, but I do think this redesign, to me, meets what we asked them to do, which was to bring new materials to play with materiality and to step down this corner.
Could we call up the reference pictures that the applicant offered in their submittal that show the other buildings in the downtown core, please? I'm asking this because many of the downtown core buildings feature an upper deck, the type of fencing that's shown on this deck on the southwest corner of the building.
I think you're going to find a lot of brick.
But many of them also feature an arcade or pillars at the outside of the deck that tie it more to the ground rather than having this cantilevered. The cantilevered patio, while beautiful, I agree, does not feel like a transition from a historical area to a modern area. It feels like, boom, it's a modern element. I'm just saying that's what the feeling I get from it. The other decks seem to have vertical elements that either appear to support it or provide a walking area under it. Might be something to consider there, is even just some vertical elements underneath the ends of the deck rather than cantilevering it out.
And yeah, the master plan does say the master plan does say that buildings should provide a contemporary interpretation of the commercial buildings found in the commercial row. So I hear you on the cantilever, right? It's a very modern element, but you could also argue that it's a contemporary interpretation. So I don't know. It could go both ways.
I think the cantilever is what I was distracted by.
So I'm hearing...
Because I do appreciate the materials. I appreciate the material changes that the applicant team made. I think those are very subtle, yes, but I do think over time and with age, they will appear very different between the three of them or amongst them. I also do think, just looking at these two with the jewelry store, which is the end of commercial row, and then there's the backs of the houses, and then this, they are actually quite similar. So if we're looking for transitions, it may feel abrupt, and I think that's what people are responding to, but the actual design, this new design, does address a lot of the things that we asked them to look at in January.
So you're pointing out the middle left two pictures, right? The
Yes.
Lorien Jewelry Studio is the closest commercial building to this site, and how there's a similarity. Now, but their balcony's not cantilevered the same way.
No, so I think the cantilever is the thing that was throwing me off, but it's the forms are very similar. The rectangular shape is very similar, as well as a balcony with a railing. So it does, complement what is there. So I think that cantilever is my issue.
4 of the 6 historic buildings in this picture are brick, and 5 of the 6 are horizontal in nature. The bricks go horizontally. The only one that goes vertically is the new one, which is Lorien's. And I'm just bringing it up just to bring it up.
Yeah, I hear you. Although the master plan doesn't require that the ground floors be brick, does it?
No, I'm just
checking.
saying,
Okay.
comparing.
No, I'm just checking.
It's a little off, that's all.
Yeah.
I think it has the potential to be close. And I'm grateful to see the changes. Especially that there's a little less massing there. The tilt of the roof line is either new or it's more apparent now because we pulled away the part of that building there. And that does echo the Truckee Hotel, which is a nice touch.
Okay, so I think we've discussed this corner. I think
Has it met what we asked for yet? Is it a transition? We can come back and make a decision on it later.
I have a note that I'm hearing support for modifying the balcony to not be purely cantilevered. I think I heard 3 votes for that. But whether that can be handled in a condition of approval or not is a question I have, but
I think that's a question for staff.
yeah.
If
we're making minor, this is a very minor suggestion, like, the cantilevered balcony on the southwest corner feels out of place, feels like that could be improved to be more consistent with the downtown design. Is that something we can do through a condition of approval, or do we have to continue this?
It's up to you, but it's something minor, if that's the only thing that you're requiring, yes, that could likely be put in a condition.
Okay.
I would say maybe look at your comprehensive decision.
Danielle, do you have anything to add?
I would just add too that once we get further along in this discussion, depending on where we end up, we would want to just circle back with the developer.
I understand, exactly. Okay, let's move on. What was the next one on this slide for us to do? Yumi account. I should just pull my notes because I sent the list. Okay, north side, new massing on the north side. This is an interesting one. Mitch, start.
I think it actually adds more aesthetic relief.
I actually agree with you. When I first saw it, I thought more mass, and then now that I've had a chance to digest it, it actually does provide some relief. Exactly.
Coral.
Yeah, I think it's an improvement, and I have no issues with it.
It's fine as an improvement, but then you see how huge the building is from that picture. Not that it wasn't before, but for whatever reason, it looks even bigger. Maybe it's because of the narrower windows bring your eye up.
Good point. Yeah, definitely.
Now, and now I'm gonna. You don't want me to cross over into other sections, but design it very much impacts. It's the built environment is going to impact everything around it, and I think we're just not there yet in terms of a lot of what we've heard is not just the corner of that building, and I don't particularly object to the outside of it. But I think that's partly because it's a very large building, and no matter what you do with it, it's a large building. And that is not, it's tough to make it part of the rail yard plan when a hotel has to be big, right? We can't put a 10-unit hotel right here. It's not going to work. But there is that transition element from downtown is still not there. And I do not have a solution for that, but I'm not seeing it.
Yeah. I definitely empathize with the drive-in from Truckee Way being like, you just see this large back. On the other hand, I think the rail yard master plan is very clear about 2 things. One, it wants high density, and it asks for 50-foot tall buildings. It does. I don't agree with that. I don't like that, but it does. So it asks for the highest intensity of development on this site, which is odd, right? Because it also tells us that it needs to visually transition from the historic downtown. So, we're stuck with kind of trying to fix that southwest corner, I think. And when you try to fix the southwest corner, then it is going to cause more mass to pop out on the furthest location from the southwest corner, which is by definition the northeast corner, which is what we're looking at. So I don't love it, but I feel like we're kind of working in constraints here, and I can't solve every problem. And I think this is a pretty decent solution to the problem. I actually like that it's only 3 stories tall, so you don't actually realize that it's a 4-story building from this side. So I do think it's actually an improvement from the original version of the designs.
Since we're talking about mass and scale, yeah, the view coming down Truckee Way would never be the same after this. It is a very pretty thing to come down and see this town from so many different angles, whether it's across the bridge.
The longer you're here, Coral, the more change you're going to see.
I know. And the rail yard master plan was thoughtfully developed. And there were purposes for developing it and for starting at the east end of the rail yard. And during the time that the rail yard master plan was, west end, thank you, yeah, was being done, there were massive opportunities for public involvement process. And so it was informed by public involvement. That was my understanding. I became a permanent resident after it was passed. But my understanding that it was done with a great deal of public input. So here we are with the pre-approved plan that says you can put a 50-foot tall building here.
So at the first meeting, we talked about some artwork on this corner, and I'm seeing a spot right.
I like that.
Right to the bottom left corner of that picture. Is there any plan for artwork over there?
or
the bottom left corner of the picture.
Now that it's enclosed.
Yes, to answer your question directly, absolutely. On that bottom left corner where you see the darkened wood, and also along the, I don't know how to describe it here, but yes, that corner right there. We showed a mural location in one of the 2D renderings there. Absolutely open to adding something. In fact, that's a great idea. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, actually, this is a good transition. So the next two topics were, one was height and one was the facade. So I think it's kind of like the big mass and scale and overall design question. So let's go ahead and jump into that since we've covered the two corners that we had raised.
So it's my understanding, correct me staff if I'm wrong, but this is the same height as the artist lofts?
Correct.
And the artist lofts also has a 5-foot waiver for their elevator shafts?
Yeah, for their elevator shafts and some mechanical space.
So even more. So the precedent's been set.
It's a minor exception. I mean, they requested it. The findings were made.
So I just wanted to point that out to the commissioners. I'm not a fan of 50 feet. Take my word for it, but the rules say they can do it.
And it's already there. And I think there is it's very evident in people talking to me and in the public comments we received that there's a mistaken impression that this would be taller than the artist lofts.
Right.
It would not.
Right.
It would not.
Won't part of it actually be shorter than the artist lofts? Is this north side of the building a little shorter, or is the whole thing? It's not all 50, right? It's like 47 or something.
That's correct. Some of it's lower.
Would the architecture team want to answer that? Sorry.
Yeah. So along the Donner Pass street frontage, we have a significant portion of the facade that's at 40 feet. And then, portions of that fourth floor step back significantly where there's a public space. And so there'll be a large portion that is shorter than the artist loft on the Donner Pass street frontage.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is the same. I also heard people who seemed to believe it would be taller because some people thought the artist loft is only 3 stories and not 4 because it does these step back things that we're proposing or requiring, I should say, here. So it doesn't look great in drawings, but it does work, like the step backing. It does create the feeling of a smaller building. Could we pull up some of the renderings, Yumi, from the applicant's presentation, particularly the rendering of Donner Pass Road from kind of that 3/4 angle from the west? Maybe this. Is it this the one I'm thinking of? This is also from the east. Is there one from the west, or am I making that up?
There was one. It was kind of a there's also one kind of straight
This'll
looking
work for
down
me.
the street.
Yeah, I guess I share the feeling with Mitch that I do not like 4-story buildings. I do not like 50-foot heights. I understand they're in the rail yard master plan. If I could wave a wand and change that plan, I would. And if there's ever an opportunity in the future, I think that's what I would push for. But having said that, they can go to this height. From this angle, it is mostly a 3-story building.
It reads as a 3-story building by itself. It will read as taller in contrast with the 2 small houses next to it. and for lack of a better term for it, the Lorien Powers building, which is it's a nice step back building, but that's 2.5, 3 stories tall. It's 3.
It's 3, yeah.
Yeah.
It's 2.
So, but that one reads like a 2-story building. This one sort of reads like a 3-story building. I just don't think. I think it'll appear really tall when you compare it to the houses next door. I don't think
It's
there's
going to look
any
like
getting
4
around
stories
it.
from Lucas's house.
It's going to look tall. I don't think there's any way to get around it, and unless you really step this back, and I mean like stair steps, not just carving out a balcony or a deck. I mean stair steps. Unless you stepped it back, it's going to read this tall. I just don't think you can escape that with this level of intensity, given this layout.
How about the facade? We gave the direction last time for more material changes, more, I made a push for awnings because I think they're really important in the downtown area.
I'm wondering if the applicant can at least maybe change colors when they go from the dark wood and then the pine and then the dark wood and the pine and then the dark wood. That's giving it that repetitious look again.
Can we be more specific what area of the building you're talking about?
Right where the cursor is right now.
Yep.
So that one is repetitious of that one, and it's repetitious again there.
In terms of the vertical slatting or the colors or?
Yes.
The colors.
And the slatting.
And the slatting. Yes, we'd be open to modifying that.
That might help get rid of that repetitious monolithic look that it has. I mean, I know you guys have made effort to it and it's changed, but.
Well, if I can make one comment, we also try to avoid, again, I say the word because I actually like using it now, the Disneyfication
Yeah,
of the building.
I knew you were going to say that.
There are 3 vertically oriented facades, and if all 3 of them look massively different than the others, I think that's the definition of Disneyfication in my opinion.
One of the critiques I've heard from a lot of people about the artist lofts, and I've heard a lot of critiques about the artist lofts, is that its material, its siding, everything around it has no reflection of its internal structure. Like it's just sort of stuck on, is what it looks like to many people.
Mm-hmm. And lick and stick, we call that in the industry, I think.
I share that feeling, and I fear, I understand the fear that this is a large building. It is a large building, but it is aesthetically, from a purely architectural point of view, it is quite beautiful. And I worry that if we start, sticking things on, like playing with Mr. Potato Head here, that it will lose its cohesion. That's my fear.
We make the awnings like bigger ears, on the potato head. I agree. I agree. We don't want to Disneyfy it. We don't want ye old west a hotel with candy shoppy, and in the bottom. But I also agree that they do those 3 sections. Yeah, there's something different happening on the bottom, and there's some decks. They're really not that different. The overall effect is really quite nice. It's not achieving what we're supposed to be achieving with the Rail Yard Master Plan.
I mean, I wonder if there's a way, because it is split up in 3 sections. So I'm no architect, and obviously that's also not our job here to redesign this building. But could you play with that center, I'll call it module, and see if that would create some kind of difference to kind of trick the eye into thinking maybe these are 3 separate things?
What if that one were black?
I want to, before you answer that, sorry, I asked a question kind of similar to staff in the pre-written questions, and they wrote something back that I thought was very surprising, and I'd like to turn to staff to kind of explain that. Yumi, it was the question I sent, and you kind of wrote about why staff did not push them to go with a approach kind of like Jaboom, where there was like one building, but it looked like 3 separate buildings. It was one of the last questions. I can try to find it.
Is it the one about the design guidelines? Like what, there's multiple.
I think so.
I mean, there is a requirement about the massing. I think the applicant showed it in his presentation about how to break up the massing, and then there are 5 options. One of the options was they have an outdoor restaurant, they have a rooftop patio, and so those were the 2 that I identified as meeting that design guidelines. But I did acknowledge that they didn't meet all the design guidelines, or they may not have met the most important ones that the Planning Commission may think needs to be addressed.
You also wrote this sentence, I found it. From staff's perspective, a hotel design that reads as a hotel versus multiple attached buildings with the suggestion of multiple sorry, there might be a typo in here, with the suggestion of multiple different buildings is true to the vision of development within the rail yard master plan, which I think you're basically saying, because it's a single use, it's a hotel, don't try to pretend to be 3 separate buildings.
And I will disclose that I wrote that.
Oh, okay, I apologize. That's why Yumi's like, what sentence did I write?
So Yumi kind of asked me to step in with a little bit of the responses to some of the questions just because of the history that I have in working on this, that I was the project planner for the rail yard master plan, so you get the benefit and the sort of experience of that. But we did have a lot of dialogue, and the community weighed in on this pretty heavily too. And it's been, I would say, in sort of the discussions of architecture within the community for a long time of have the use reflected in the architecture so that people understand what it is. And the antithesis of that is the AT&T building on Spring Street, right? Because I get lots of questions of, wow, what year was that constructed? It's such a cool historic building. I was like, 1995. So I think, there is sort of that push and pull with the architecture, right? Where here you can read this as a hotel. And if the discussion kind of evolves into doing so many modifications that over time, you lose sort of the simplicity of Truckee's architecture, where because we were a working town, a lot of times materials just fell off the train and people used them as they found appropriate because that's what they could get. Or it's whoever was, sort of rolling through and selling. I mean, that's why we end up with all the asphalt siding that we have in this community, is because that's, what we were sold and what we had. So I think there's just been a lot of discussion over the years with the community about sort of keeping that simple feel and trying to bring in the natural materials so that they weather over time and people kind of experience that. And that is something that's unique about us, that a lot of other jurisdictions don't really want that or have that. Like, they want everything to look new and feel new because that's sort of their aesthetic that they have, right? Everything's very manicured. We're not manicured. I mean, we have dust and dirt and trees and things that, will change over time. And I think that that's what the developer's trying to do here, is balance that.
As part of the project application processing, we did talk about looking at the residential area differently than the hotel area because they are 2 different wings, and trying to differentiate them. I don't think that's come through yet in the architecture, but that's something that you could also think about.
So is my lick and stick gone? Is that what happened here?
Can you remind us about the content that we're trying to get back to there, Mitch?
Well, I was just the 1, 2, 3 dark brown sections. 1, 2, 3. I still think we could do something that's not Disneyfication.
It would have to be within. I think it would probably have to be within the kind of the palette that they've already established here, which does include dark teal. I'm again not an architect, and none of us is. So,
turn me down, man. I'm a big boy. I can take it.
I mean, if there's 3 commissioners that feel strongly about this, you can put that sort of on our bucket list of things to circle back on when you've kind of gone through all the rest of your deliberation. And you can also decide, like, oh, that's something that the staff can work with the developer on.
I really don't want to play the architect. And I think they have, a good architect who is doing their best. And I just worry about the more we stick on, because we think it sounds like a good idea, the more we get, a future product that is of lower quality.
I was rather thinking of pulling things off myself.
You can unlick them too. That's fine.
You don't like the awnings, Squirrel? You can say it.
I think the awnings are fine. They need to be bigger.
actually
But you
think that
could,
too.
you could remove detail from this center section. I like
Yeah.
the cool things sticking
And
out.
I'm not saying add or remove. I'm just saying change.
No, I kind of like the balconies. I think they provide some relief there. But you could,
Like the same treatment is along the balcony as along the fenestration on the other side. So like maybe treat them a little differently. But I do like the balcony. Like
I like the balconies.
maybe
Maybe go back
simplify
to
it a little bit in the center.
moving the top level of it back a little bit so that middle part steps back like a staircase.
Yeah, and
or
this
make
here,
it black, or
and we're designing now. I was just saying
we
change
shouldn't be
it
doing
and
that, or-
leave the designers to it. Can we do that? Yes or no? Boom.
We're throwing out some things
I
that
think
could
what they're
be
trying
in
to
the,
achieve
the
is-
universe of things that could be done.
Is the balance between symmetry and asymmetry. And I think they've, aesthetically speaking, have achieved that. What our job is to do is to determine, is it meet the standards, which do ask for some breaking up and some asymmetry and some transition. And I think, overly doing asymmetry is often ugly. That is, most humans will show two things that are, one that is very asymmetrical and one that is somewhat asymmetrical. Will say that the very asymmetrical one is uglier. So I think within the discretion, I could see it, right? Like, okay, maybe the window should be more square in the middle. I hear what you're saying, Mitch, right? Like something slightly different, but I'm hesitant to. I'm just so worried about it getting worse.
Yeah, and you can't just do a slide because then it looks like you missed it, right? Yes. So it's that's why you get a designer to do it. But if we don't want them to do it, then that's fine too.
I would like to maybe request that they work with staff a little bit to see if there is some kind of something that could happen in that. And I'll go with the middle section. Might as well. That makes it one instead of two. Something to make the middle section look slightly more different, rather, because I recognize it's different. Could they do something? Would you be willing to explore doing something to make that middle section of the south facade look a little bit more different than the others? That's just a question from me.
And can I add to that question as well before you answer? Was there anything you thought about doing architecturally, design-wise, that you didn't quite put into this plan because you weren't sure about it, but just that'd be interesting to hear too?
I'll let Bobby answer the second question, but to answer the first question, yes. I think to the point that was made earlier, we did want to kind of match the asymmetry versus symmetry question, because there was a version of this that we didn't, I think, publicly submit, where we didn't have the vertical slatting on all of the facades, none of the facades, and we added the vertical slatting. We felt this actually differentiated this side of the building more than the east side of the building, and so we had to play with multiple different directives and constraints, which is why we only added vertical sliding to the three facades on this particular building. But we're happy to address different stain colors, perhaps, for the, I just don't know where that edge is, and we felt the differentiation between all of the different facades on this elevation, while nuanced, debatably, they are actually different from top to bottom, all three of them.
It is an elegant color palette. I wouldn't want to see let's not throw in something that's wild.
Yeah, I think that there's some ideas that we could explore there. I think that if we started to nuance that middle section, we might end up in a compromise where the upper portion of it isn't as differentiated from the base. And maybe that works for it in that perspective, and it makes it look even more different than the other sections of it. So I think that we would have to test a few things and come back.
I do want to reiterate the comment I think that Danielle made, which is the entirety of the use on this side of the building is hospitality use. And I think we run the risk operationally and from a guest experience perspective of folks not understanding they can occupy and use the other portion of the building when they enter the building from the entrance to the hotel.
I think to Danielle's comment, the design currently speaks to the fact that this is one building, one use, and it is subtle, but I actually think it'll be more noticeable in person, the differences. I went to a hotel. I wasn't a guest there, but I was walking by a Ritz-Carlton in some island, and I counted 14 different type of window, like sizes and styles of windows, and it was so jarring. Like it was there was like something unsettling about looking at the design, and then we realized like what it was.
And that's what I mean. You can't. It's a fine line. It's making it different and making it worse.
Yeah, we don't, in trying to achieve what the rail yard master plan is asking of us, we don't want to make it worse. I agree. The soft touch.
I think we've talked about do we want to look at the east facade? Do we have I think they're higher quality renderings, the ones from the applicant. Maybe they're just bigger because they're not using up half the space. There was a staff question about whether we want to extend the roof line all the way to the north. I do not. I think separating it is more, it creates a different feel.
Yeah, there is a distinction between the residential units visually and the back part of it, that's the hotel.
Yeah, I like this elevation. I like that there's two kind of distinct feels to it that represent the two different uses, but they're also complementary. And I think that's like this gets it for me.
And huge improvement to have the activated space in the northeast corner.
Huge improvement.
Yes.
Yeah, I like the use of awnings on kind of the more hotel side, but not on the residential. I just think, there's like subtle differences that speak to different uses, which I think is important.
I also really appreciate the more pedestrian scale like accents that have been put on the hotel side on the Donner Pass Road elevation. I think that's really helpful in creating that connection to the public realm.
What's next?
Yeah. Is there anything else on that? Was the last of design. So
do we need to look at the north side?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Actually, let's do that.
We really looked at the northeast corner, but we didn't.
Whole,
There were really no changes to the side we're seeing on the right of the photo right now. No, the materials on that west end. The church would not appear in this picture. I don't know. I'm sorry.
All right,
sorry,
all right.
we can't. No, I'm sorry. I should not have responded.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I have a question for the applicant, which was, I remember this being all kind of mono material, the first application, and then as you were speaking during the architect's presentation, I realized that there are different materials and stuff going on here, and I didn't understand that, or I wasn't aware of that. So if you could just talk us through what changed on this part.
That's you, buddy.
Can we go back to that? Yeah, thank you. So the wing of the building that's coming out from the face of the Donner Pass portion of the building, that's the condo portion of the building, and that is clad in the corrugated metal siding. So it's different than the hotel portion, which runs along Donner Pass. So there was a material change there. The color change to the base that happened on Donner Pass, we brought around to this side of the building as well. So there's the differentiation between the top and the bottom. And then a similar change to the windows here, where the hotel windows are divided up into these smaller windows versus the larger condo windows.
And also the corrugated metal on the southwest back end.
Yeah. Yeah, the back side of the southwest to the far right.
On the photo, yeah.
That's starting to get cut out. It was a material change as well, where that was predominantly one material before, and that was where we considered locating a potential mural as well.
And I do recall we did ask for these material changes in the first hearing. So okay, got it.
I think they've accomplished what we've asked for here then.
Yeah, renderings don't make it very obvious, but it is. I also think the roof line change, I didn't notice that before. That to me, that really helps because that overhang makes it seem taller to me. Okay. The next topic was parking, but before we move to that, were there other scale, design, treatments? We can come. We'll have to summarize all our findings and everything at the end. But so, yeah. Okay. Parking. I broke parking into two buckets. One was the valet, the kind of the guest parking, I should say, anyone who's visiting the hotel. And the second bucket was sort of the loading zone, commercial vehicle loading, unloading, which I guess we could also tackle. That would include the impacts to the church there. So let's start with the bigger one, which I think is the valet and the parking management plan. The question I have for staff here is basically, just to summarize what we're being asked to approve here, is, okay, let me back it up. The rail yard master plan wants planned for a 60 key hotel on this site. Obviously, you cannot build a 60 key hotel and 60 parking spots on the same site and do what we typically see of the kind of hotel surrounded by an ocean of parking, what we approve, for example, the Grays Crossing Hotel. That would not comply with the rail yard master plan at all, right? That would be wildly inconsistent, I think. And that would not create retail spaces, an activated pedestrian experience, like none of the things that the goals of the rail yard master plan. So the parking for this was always going to be somewhere else, it seems like. And the current solution, if I understand it correctly, is for town councils working on a program to potentially allow an unknown number of overnight valet parking spaces in the far eastern rail yard parking lot. And because that's coming after this hearing, if that number is less than 60 spaces, which is what they would need for all their hotel keys, then they will be required to find an offsite valet parking space. And we're being asked to essentially say, that's good, and we're going to put a ton of conditions on what that plan looks like and what it needs to achieve. Is that summarize everything that's happening with the parking?
Yes.
Okay, so what do we think about that, guys?
It's a big unknown, and we would be, if we were to approve this, we would be approving it based upon conditions that require the applicant to do that before getting a building permit. So it's a big unknown. But as we've been pointed out to before, until a building permit is issued, until that's issued, someone else could come in and try to get a project approved. Is that correct?
And that would be the case even if town council had already approved this plan and said there are 60 spots or something. We would still need this condition because it could be years before they go for a building permit, right? And another hotel, however unlikely, but it's possible, could swoop in and take those valet overnight spots, right?
It sounds like they could.
Yeah.
And does the town have any offsite parking spots in mind that it could suggest would be an example of where this could be based upon your knowledge of the rail yard ownership plan and plans? You don't have to tell me which ones they are, but do you have any in mind?
I think the applicant has done legwork to talk to other property owners in the rail yard and outside of the rail yard.
That wasn't a yes or no answer.
Purposely.
I don't think it's staff's job. I think it's kind of on the applicant.
I just asked if the town had any ideas.
Do we?
That's all.
So one of the questions staff is asking is, do we want the PMP to come back to us or not? Because in my opinion, it's impossible to make a decision when this council thing is hanging over our heads.
I agree. I feel like the timing of this is really unfortunate, where there's potentially a new program coming online that has pretty significant impacts on the parking plan proposed with this project that we can't review yet. Like, we just don't know. Like, there's too many uncertainties. So if we do move forward with this tonight, I would still request that the draft parking management plan come back, because what we have is based on old information, and it also sounded like the applicant, and please correct me if I'm wrong, wanted to revise some of that parking plan based on this new potential regulatory framework. So I don't think we have a full picture of what the parking plan is for this site anymore.
Yeah, I agree. There's too many unknowns, unfortunately. Because there's a lot of work went into on the staff's behalf and on the applicant's behalf. There's a lot of work that went into thinking and revising the parking plan.
So this picture that's in front of us, I find it interesting that, so the red spots, I think, were 1 hour parking, is that correct? And then the yellow was,
The red is where they committed to not using for valet parking, and then the yellow would only be used for up to 1 hour.
And it looks to me like they only drew red lines in front of businesses, basically, right? Because the one on Church Street's noticeably missing if they're just trying to point out
I
where
don't think
they're not
that's
gonna
open
park.
parking, that's why it's not there,
There's
I'm
not,
assuming?
it wouldn't be practical for them to use Church Street for parking, but they could have drawn a red line there. No
just-
skin off there.
Could just
The
be an
Church
oversight.
Street on the north side, or
Yeah, no.
oh, this over here.
Northwest,
Northwest.
by the Community Arts Center.
Yeah, right there, west
okay,
on the
right here.
south side and the whole north side.
Not that there's
All of
any
that should
parking
be
for
red lines.
anybody, but if this map were going to be a thing, that should all be red.
Okay, but I want to go back to kind of the bigger issue I just heard, which was I heard three people just now say that they would not be able to approve this project without a PMP, a parking management plan. Is that what I heard? So would that mean, would that require continuing the hearing in order to get that before us?
I think it depends. There is the option that you could approve with the condition that you come back, but if you think you can't adequately make the findings to approve the project without understanding the full PMP, the ramifications of the council's actions, then we would have to continue.
Okay, so we can do an approval with a condition to do another hearing? Is that what I...
So just the plan, just the PMP would
Just
come
the
back.
PMP. Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I'm understanding because...
Yeah, we could focus the next hearing on the PMP only if that would be an option for us? And everything else would be off the table, or would everything else still be on the
comment
table
can say
legally? I'm just asking legally. What's the...
The public can say whatever they want.
No, you would be taking action on the project, and this would be a modified condition.
It would be similar to them working with staff to
Yeah.
get to a point where the parking management plan could be approved. It's likely, it would mean that the parking management plan would probably be approved, but there would be some back and forth on how that, it would take away the opportunity to deny the whole project.
And it would take away our opportunity to comment and help shape the parking plan, and also remove from us the responsibility of having to comment and shape the parking plan simultaneously. That's what the ramifications of it.
You would still be able to work on the parking management plan, but there would have to likely be, if there are big issues, we'd have to work together with the applicant team to get to a point where you feel comfortable enough to say that this is correct, that it's appropriate. It makes it a little bit squishier and a little more challenging. You're essentially approving the project with a big condition saying, we'll work together to get to a point where the parking management plan can be approved.
I want to ask my fellow commissioners a question. How do you feel in general about the idea of, well, they could get this X number of valet permits and then would have to make an arrangement and get the entitlements to have an off-site parking place? I don't know that I heard reaction on that idea, separate from the procedural aspects of it.
Well,
Could that work?
I wonder if that now requires a CEQA review. Because now we're not just talking about from this part, beg your pardon, we're not just talking about from the parking, I forget what Yumi calls it, I'm sorry, number. We're talking about a specific location which is not adjacent to the hotel, which is going to have not constant, I beg your pardon, movement of cars at certain times of day. Does that then require some sort of air quality review? Does that trigger some things that we weren't talking about before because we were just talking about from the parking generally, right? Because I heard that as a question, and I think we should answer that so that we're clear.
Danielle, do you want to answer that?
Would it be the whole rail yard master plan, or would it just be this project?
It just depends on where the parking goes, because if it's within the rail yard master plan, we did substantial environmental review as part of the creation of the master plan. There was an assumption that there's parking within the master plan. So I think it really just depends on what other parking option would be considered as part of that.
I think they kind of hinted that they were only considering, what I think they hinted was they're looking for someone who already has a parking lot whose demand is less than the supply of parking spaces, and this could sell them access to some of their pavement, essentially. Would that require a secret review if that was the way they went?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a level of environmental review that you're doing. It could just be exempt. It depends on where it is, right? If it was next door, that's very different than if it's 5 miles away.
Right. Okay, understood. So that's why that process would go through its own land use entitlements. That doesn't impact the CEQA, this site's, the rail yard. Could it? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand.
It is difficult to answer without having specifics. So I hear the commission's concerns that you don't want to create a new modified condition that would trigger an environmental analysis that's not happening now, right? But I think, at least from what I've heard, is properties that would be considered are sort of adjacent, or at least close enough that it's probably not at that level of concern of creating some new unanticipated impact that the circulation infrastructure that we have out there wouldn't accommodate.
Getting to the broader question, I think, because of the rail yard master plan, there was always going to be, the parking was always going to take place not on the site. Like, that's just inherent to the plan. There's no way to change that. So I don't love the whole uncertainty, but I feel like no matter what, there would always be some kind of uncertainty, because I feel like it'd be very difficult for an applicant to sign a contract with an outside landowner to get parking for an entitlement he doesn't have, right? Like, so it is kind of procedurally kind of complicated.
So since the council has already started this procedure, I think they took it out of our hands because they're above us anyway. So I think we could let them do what they want to do. And if we want to check back, that's fine. If we don't and let them handle it, that's fine too.
That's kind of how I feel. I think this is a policy matter.
Well, you're saying that we could say, if we were to approve, leave it to staff to coordinate the parking plan,
with
town council. Could request that we want to see the parking plan,
right,
and preferably the parking plan only if that were the case.
Right.
If they aren't able to get 60 spots of valet in the rail yard district, which is a town council's decision, that is not our decision, they will have to get an outside lot, which would have to get a land use entitlement, which has to come to us, right?
No, they could rent spaces from a different building in the area.
No, I think even if they did that, they have to come back to us. Is that right, Danielle?
It just depends on what the project is, but there is a subsequent land use review that has to happen, which is likely a project amendment for whatever that is. It just depends on if it's at my level versus your level. Yeah,
it depends on how big it is, doesn't it? I mean, so it depends on how many spaces, the valet permits there are, and how big the offsite parking has to be, and whether it's rented or purchased.
I also have the discretion to elevate any review to the Planning Commission directly. So if that is sort of a concern, even if it was something that was, say, like a zoning clearance at my level, I can elevate that.
Yeah, my feeling is, first of all, there's a lot of parking and traffic management things we can and will talk about on this project. We can do it now, right? We can identify what we want to see, right, and outcomes we want to see. I think if town council goes to the way where they actually find all 60 spaces in the rail yard, which is not currently the staff recommendation, don't know why we would need that to come directly back to us. That's a council level thing. But if they do need to go to an outside lot, then to me it sounds like it should probably come back here. And if it's 2 spots, maybe not. But if it's 10,
it sounds like it's going to be 20 spots. So I'm looking at this picture, and the post office has 20 spots. The Rec and Park has 20 spots.
Can they contract with someone who owns existing underutilized parking?
They can. That would be part of the land use entitlement review to make sure that they have adequate parking and how much parking and when that parking is used on the other property.
So like a hypothetical, if the federal USPS will never do this, but they're like, oh yeah, we have a ton of open space at night, so you can take 20 spots and pay us a bunch of money, and then that would come back to us for some kind of land use entitlement, presumably.
Right.
Okay.
They'd make more money than at 65 cents.
So instead of spiraling on the procedural, let's focus on what outcomes we want to see. You know, what are our concerns? Let's raise those and make sure that they're on the radar for staff and perhaps council as they work through this policy.
So just to clarify, our recommendation will be applicant and staff work together to come up with a parking plan that addresses XYZ that we're just going to list out right now.
I think we should list a lot of things. Yeah.
The condition lists. There were all the questions
like 2
were in the
pages long.
condition,
Yeah.
and I think all of the things that needed to be resolved were either resolved or they were asked to be resolved in that condition.
But I think there were some more. Sammy, you raised some ideas in your questions that I think were
I
valid.
think the condition did, though, address like fully built out TDM program for the space.
Oh yeah,
We don't have certainty that there's going to be financial incentives for the guests who are coming without cars. We don't have any certainty that there is going to be a donation to or be a member of the transit network. Or maybe with the new conditions said that we were. Thank you, by the way, for pointing out which conditions had changed. I'm very grateful to you for that. Thank you. And we don't have any uncertainty, or we do have uncertainty regarding whether they were going to provide a shuttle or a car service at the hotel. I don't think that was shown as a must-do in the conditions. So, Yumi, you're nodding. It was not. That's uncertain. That was left as a we will explore type thing. Do we want to require something? The staff did point out that would be the most impactful change in the parking management program. And if I were coming in, it would give, and I will say this, I've made this mistake at a hotel that claimed to have a shuttle and didn't.
Are we talking about a hotel or an airport shuttle?
I'm trying to say
or
like
a
an
local
airport shuttle or perhaps a car or a set of cars or other shuttles for getting to the ski areas or those types of things. I would come stay at a hotel without a car if I was convinced that I could get to the places I wanted to get to. But unless that program were there, I wouldn't be convinced of it in Truckee.
Agreed. And I think a couple of things, they might be almost 2 different services. Like an airport shuttle would need specific days and times that it runs, because we're thinking Reno, right?
Yeah, 2 different things.
So that's a significant run. So let's say it's like a 2-hour stretch for that guy to be gone every time it goes to the airport. So we would need like a schedule of days and times that it goes and picks up and drops off at the Reno airport. But that, if it's gone for 2-hour chunks at a time, that would impact its ability to also run a local shuttle service. So it would need to be kind of 2 different services that are provided. Again, there might be other options to help fulfill that shuttle service. I think shuttle would be the best, but there could be like, and I'm just like thinking of things that I've seen in the past, like on-site car share or that.
Tuk-tuk. Yeah.
Like there's a lot of other things, and I think there just needs to be some kind. I mean, I prefer a shuttle, and I think there's great infrastructure in town that supports that, and also like people use it. People use the local shuttles to get to the ski hills, to get to other places. So like there's a demonstrated need and use of it. But I think the airport one is key because you can't really get to Truckee. I mean, you can sometimes get an Uber. You could sometimes take the train, but not reliably. So I think that's like the missing link that needs to be included if we're going to rely on people not bringing cars who are flying here or renting cars.
I completely agree. I think we should have a condition that requires it.
Let's ask the applicant, because I see you standing there, and you did mention that you do want to do these things. Which of these tactics are you so confident of that you see being, you're definitely, put at it, make that required. We're definitely doing that for sure.
Yes.
Versus ones to consider.
Sure. At the level of service that we expect to have at the hotel, we will most certainly commit to right now having a shuttle service to the Reno airport. Absolutely. Would make no sense not to have that. We can also commit to having some level of local car service for guests. And also the TDM management practices you mentioned, some of the things we have considered and we can commit to implement to whatever extent makes sense are discounts, financial incentives. One of the interesting ideas that we had discussed internally, which I think I mentioned in January was if we provide a discount or if someone doesn't bring a car, they could use that value at other downtown businesses, not just the hotel, to create sort of an ecosystem TDM practice. So we can commit to that and formulate that. So I don't recall specifically all the items you mentioned, but I can commit to on this podium that we will do whatever we can to diminish car activity downtown.
Would a shuttle need its own parking spot?
Yes.
Can I ask about that? Why? Like, what if I know a guy who runs a shuttle from his house? Like, he has a van. It's not quite the size of a Tart Connect. He buses people back and forth. He parks at his house. He drops you off at where you want to go, and he goes back. He doesn't park in your driveway and spend the night there. You know, why is it assumed that the shuttle would be overnight at the hotel?
I guess where else would it live? Like, it doesn't have a house.
Let's say a business opens in town that does shuttle services and has
At
its
a
own
lot.
parking. Yeah.
Well, I guess that would be different. But if I guess they have a few options. If they have like an on-site shuttle, then it would need to be parked on-site. But two, they could contract with a company that provides these services. And
What if the company's
houses their
based in
vehicles somewhere
Reno?
else.
There's an airport shuttle company probably based in
think
Reno that they hire.
If maybe the condition needs to be more clear and say if it's, the hotel's owns and operates it, they have to
If the
park it
hotel owns a
on-site.
shuttle, it needs to park it somewhere.
Well,
But if
what if they park it in
contract-
Reno?
I mean, there's a loading zone that it could be in temporarily while it's picking, but yes, it could live off site. That I would think they would have to have it do that. That would be a requirement of their RFP for the shuttle service.
I get a condition saying you have to tell us where this car is going to live overnight, so it's not just living in the rail yard district. I get that.
Yeah, I think that's maybe
But
as
saying,
specific as we need to be.
Yeah, I would be surprised. I would be shocked if their solution was we're going to park it on site, and I would expect them to hire a company that has its own shuttles and is parked in
We could put that
somewhere
in
in
condition.
Reno.
We'd have to put it in the condition given how tight parking is. So, but should we include a condition? Should we ask them to draft a condition that requires? I'm in favor of doing that. I would like to see that.
Yeah, I heard commitment to a local car service, an airport shuttle, and financial, TDM practices, including financial incentives for disincentivizing vehicle use.
And they could work these out with staff.
Number 2, do we want to create requirements for financial incentives?
Can we just do that?
We're going to work staff.
I think we
can
just
work
said
with
we want to do
on
that.
Yeah.
We're going to let staff work on it?
I mean, I don't have
Yeah, no, it's
data
not
to support the.
It's the applicant's job, not ours. So do we want to review the PMP again?
I'm comfortable.
I'd rather have staff do it.
Me too. I'd
So
rather
the
have staff
no
do
is
it.
the answer.
Yeah.
No,
All
I
right,
don't
good.
think
That's
we
all
do.
3 questions.
Yeah.
Now
I don't
it's
think
all-
we need to because that condition is really structured to require everything that we want it to do, except for the last 2 things that we just mentioned.
Let's just confirm a few things because I think there was some. So the valet cannot do loading and unloading on the public right-of-way. Is that correct? Okay. They can use the spaces in front of the hotel for up to an hour. So if I don't know why someone's valeting their overnight car for an hour, but if for whatever reason they're only in the hotel for an hour and then leaving again, that's what that would be used for? Is that the intent of that diagram?
Yeah, they could just store it briefly.
Yeah, briefly
Or,
stored.
yeah. I mean, I think also they're intending to also allow for valet use of their non-residential uses that are not the hotel, like the retail and the restaurant.
Okay, I see. And to be clear, they would pay all town parking fees and normal out-meter rates during that time?
Yes, if they're using the hourly.
And is that, I didn't see a condition of approval that said they can only use those spaces in front of their hotel.
I didn't add a condition. It is part of the project description. If you wanted to codify it, we could in the conditions.
I think if it's part of the project description, we don't need to, do we?
It could be clear to the applicant and to staff about what the expectation is.
Okay, so we basically can be redundant if we want to.
And maybe it's easier at this point to say where they can park versus where they cannot.
That's what I would do.
I agree,
Yeah, I
yeah.
would just say in front of their, instead of listing every street that they're not allowed to.
Yeah, like the
Those
frontage on
yellow
DPR.
spots on their map.
Could I
I think
chime?
it sounds like we're good with that.
Could I chime in for a second, just on that administratively, that is going to be extremely difficult for staff to monitor. If the hotel or the residential units are utilizing the parking district in a manner that is consistent with how anyone else would use the parking district by paying meters, parking a vehicle there, they would have typical enforcement by the parking enforcement officers. I don't anticipate a separate operation where we would somehow track vehicles that are coming to or from the hotel use and monitoring where they are geographically. That'd be extremely difficult. So.
Thank you, Scott. That's a good point.
I mean, thank you for that. I think that my thoughts was this was like valet staff almost, like if they're just like stacking vehicles to then go move around once they have people to do it. That's kind of like hotel operations is what I was thinking, but I think you're right, because it would then extend beyond just like operations. It would be people too, like guests, which would be impossible to enforce. So maybe we leave it as is.
We just leave it as is.
Yeah.
Okay. Million things still.
Do we want to move on to
we
loading?
got our parking wrapped up, I think.
Yeah, I think we did actually.
Loading and service.
Yeah, we got to talk about loading,
service.
the loading zone.
Loading zoning, maybe we can kind of lump into that, the discussion of the programming for that portion of the site.
Yeah, and that'll be a noise. So yeah, kind of merge the noise part of that too as well.
And fences?
Yeah. Yumi, could you maybe we want that, it's like that floor plan that site plan that shows traffic flow and where the loading zone is. Sorry, loading zone is the wrong word. Commercial loading zone is. Is that what I'm looking for?
Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, this is what I'm looking for.
So I guess Truckee doesn't want 6-foot fencing or 8-foot fencing anywhere. Most jurisdictions in America allow 8-foot fencing that differentiates between when residential and commercial come against next to each other. Usually that's where they allow 8 foot so that the residential doesn't have to hear or see the commercial behind it. So I was a little surprised to see trying to bring the 8 foot down to 6, and after 4 foot tall, they need special permission or something. Is that like, if it was me, I would want an 8-foot fence. If I was the church and this hotel goes in, I would want an 8-foot fence behind me.
I want to have a good, I would not want to see what's going on at the hotel.
It's sound, it's light, it's visual, the whole thing. I don't understand that code at all.
The rock mostly shields that area, besides the loading zone and the very front.
They're proposing an 8-foot trash screen, if you look on your...
Right,
they are proposing. The town, the staff wants to bring it down to 6. It says there.
So just so I understand, the applicant proposed 8 feet. If we approve it, we can take out the condition that's saying put it down to 6, right? I heard at least 3-4 votes for keeping it at 8 feet. Yumi or Danielle, is there do you guys, is there a very strong reason
there must have been a reason
behind
behind it.
And have we seen an example of what this fence will look like?
I think that's in one of the renderings.
I mean, in some of the renderings that show it from the front angle, it looks like a large white wall.
That's a different
And I
fence.
assume that it's actually one of the materials, or it's brown, or it's a nice looking mountain. I think that you actually said a nice looking mountain oriented fence somewhere in there. That's I would just want to make sure that it looks nice for the people, that it's a friendly fence from both sides. A friendly tall fence that obscures views from both sides.
The trash enclosure is different than the fence that will be
Correct.
the property line fence.
Okay. So was there a reason why we were trying to bring it from 8 to 6?
Just meeting development code standards. So because it's a trash enclosure and not a fence, the standard is for 6 feet unless it has a roof.
But can we then add a fence?
Let's get to that later, guys. Let's get to the property line fence after. I want to just finish the trash enclosure height so we can move on.
The development code allows for a 6-foot height for a dumpster and only 10 feet if there's a roof.
Well, from that view, a 6 foot would be more attractive than an 8 foot.
You want to go from 8 to 6 for the trash enclosure?
I understand why they reduced the height of it.
Yeah. You want to go from 8 to 6?
I'm
Indifferent.
Yeah.
Amy, 8 or 6 foot fence on the trash. I'm not going to say fence anymore. Trash enclosure. Width's fine, 8 or 6. They've applied with 8. Staff wants 6. Okay. I heard 3 votes for 6. I prefer 8. I think it provides more noise protection.
I just continue to disagree on where it is.
We'll get to that. So, all right. The location of it.
Amy, where do you think it should go?
Yeah, let's start there.
Wait, now we're talking about the southwest corner, right?
No, we're still talking about the trash enclosure's
Okay.
location.
I would just swap some parking spots and move parking spots to where those are and move them back behind the rock so that it's not next to the church.
You're saying move the trash to the right side of the parking area?
So there's a little, it says canopy above. There's a car, pretend car right there, and then canopy above. I would move it there, line them up there, put parking back where they are before. Then you still have access.
I don't think they could get a truck in to lift up and
Yeah, you'd
and
have
down.
you have to come into that from the
It
north
needs,
end,
it
then,
needs
not
that
from the
length
aisle.
to do it.
Let's.
Is that right, Marty?
Yeah, please.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you.
Yeah, trash has been difficult on the site with the rock. But what it really comes down to, we had a special meeting with, the sanitation agency and staff, and we had talked about that. And it really is about getting enough frontal loading distance. And we tried the other directions, and it creates problems of how the truck approaches off the street. So it's a practical measure, and it was discussed heavily.
Okay, so knowing that it cannot move, does anyone want to go from 6 to 8 feet on the enclosure, or are we still good with 6, 8?
No, I want it.
Just
I
checking.
want
I'm just checking.
a fence in the back all the way around. And this, I don't, the enclosure doesn't matter to me as much as a really good fence with landscaping that creates a physical barrier so that they have separation between this not great activity that I understand you looked at all different angles. Where you put it is problematic. So understanding you can't move it, then you got to do something else to satisfy the people who are behind you and have been behind you, according to what someone said, for 157 years. You have to respect that. So staff allows 10, 20, fence, looks nice, separation. If that's the best we can do, then at least do that, please.
Staff, the rail yard master plan only allows a 4-foot fence around the property. That's the rail.
I agree with you. We can't really have this cross conversation. Then we need an exception. We've given them an exception for for an extra 5 feet. Then we need to make an exception, please, so that we
I agree with Amy. I said again,
I do
where
too.
I came from, 8 foot for residential to break up from commercial. 8 foot. It's sound, it's light, it's visual.
I agree.
I don't understand 4 feet. What's the point?
So
what's
what
our
I'm
process?
hearing
A
is
lab could jump over that.
I hear you. We want a 6.
Yeah, that's it.
What I'm hearing is there's a desire for a taller fence. I did submit this question in the questions if you read them. And I was told that, you want to repeat it I don't want to say the words. I don't remember exactly what I was told.
If they wanted to ask for a minor exception, they could ask. We would not be able to take action on that today. We could also potentially, it could be an application on the historic property, and that would have to go to HPAC and do a land use approval for the historic design review. And that could be potentially approved at 6 feet with HPAC approval.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. You might strangle me for this, but what if it was art?
Like, is there a way that we could come up with something that's artistic and we call it art, but achieves the same goal?
The other idea we had was, what if there's a little bit of grading so that it's a 4-foot fence, but it's built 2 feet higher above the natural grade because it's on a little. No, Scott's definitely staring me down and saying no. Never mind. Bad idea.
I think the creative art approach, we've already had that conversation with the applicant. They are amenable to providing some kind of public art installation. Maybe this is where that goes.
Personally, I think if you make the trash enclosure 8 feet, it looks to be blocking off the entire opening there between the rock and the road. Then you can put art on the back of the trash enclosure or something, and maybe create more buffer. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Again,
Preferably not something that's offensive to the neighbors.
I mean, my reason for saying that is truly that art can bring people together. And so if you have an issue you're trying to resolve, the art can be sort of that piece that connects people. So I think there's opportunity to have conversation between both groups to talk about what that could look like that would enhance both projects, you know, between the existing church and sort of the respect they're looking for and having something go next to them versus a new use going next door. So I think it could be a beautiful conversation if we could get that to happen.
So we have a large rock that's on a large portion of the property line too. You know that, Amy, right? I mean, your fence would just be north of the rock and southwest of the rock.
So, okay, so condition of approval, sticking to the north section here, could be something like requiring the applicant to, how would we work, work with staff to identify a artistic solution to mitigate noise and whatever other impacts are caused by this loading zone.
Screening.
Thank
Typically, artistic solutions do not mitigate noise. So that's more of a technical solution that it would need to be.
So screening.
We're having an issue finding a home for the old Follies backdrop.
Ah, there we go.
And that's 40 feet by 10 feet tall, and it's artwork.
Or we have, cottonwood rounds, I think, left over that the town's been sort of holding on to. And, that's pretty dense wood that can be pretty good for mitigating. So I think if we're willing to be creative, we could probably come up with a solution that would create a really unique kind of feature between the two projects.
I would like that. More art.
Excellent.
Yes, that sounds great.
How do we need to incorporate that into what we're doing here?
Probably a condition.
Okay, we need a condition that says you guys, we can do it 8 feet if there's going to be art on it. So, but we have to reduce it to 6 to meet development code.
No, it's art.
I don't think you need to come up with specifics because I think at this point, because it would be a conversation, maybe because it's done on site, it would be addressed, kind of out of that on-site meeting and discussion.
Applicant will work with the
to work with the adjacent property owner on something.
Adjacent property owner to devise a solution that's an artistic and noise mitigating solution to the trash enclosure. There's your condition.
Okay, let's continue on because we're still on fencing issues. Let's do the patio plaza area. So,
did we resolve the 8 or 6 foot thing, just for clarity?
I think it's going to be, the trash enclosure is 6.
6, okay.
But, who knows what'll happen with the art next to it. Yeah. Can we see the plaza, I guess? Should we look at the floor plan of the plaza? So a lot of these homes there have a fence. I think the parsonage, the church property, has a 6-foot fence, and the other property has maybe a 4-foot fence. Is that right? Yeah.
Do we have an aerial? You're looking at fencing now at other neighbors?
We are now looking at fencing on the from the public plaza to the neighbors. The application does say they'll build a new fence. Is that right?
The plans show remove and replace existing fence.
That's correct. And I did not catch that, but they are relocating it. So it would be a tear down rebuild, which then it would need to meet current standards of the 4-foot fence.
Okay, so there is a bit of a grade difference between the project site and the church. The church is a little bit lower. So even a 4-foot fence on the hotel side would still almost be about 6 feet from the church side. Is that grade difference going to get like wiped out by grading and everything, and we're just going to put like a small 4-foot fence?
I'd recommend asking the civil engineer.
Yeah.
Or the,
okay.
I guess Martin.
I don't see the grading really changing along the edge there. I think the park area is mostly going to be concrete and those type of materials, so I don't see it. We're definitely not grading off our property. So,
okay.
But visually, you are correct. You're going to have a higher visual from the church side versus our side.
Okay. And what material are you contemplating for that fence?
I think on the civil plan we showed a 4-foot horizontal wood fence is what was shown.
Painted, stained?
Stained. Yeah.
Okay.
Like a solid.
Yeah, it was solid.
Just a dog ear fence? Is that what you're talking about?
No, horizontal wood. There's a detail on the civil site plan.
Yeah, there was a concern. An early rendering showed like a white stand-in, and I think there was concern from the neighbors about that. So that is not the design of the fence. I'm seeing nods. Just confirming that for the record. Okay. Any other topics of concern or discussion for the fencing along the public plaza? I think we have done as much as we can.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Was there a condition added to add a 4-foot fence, or?
Oh, along that there?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was already in the plan.
There's a fence on the plans. Do we need a condition to make that any different? If there's a fence on the plans and there's a detail showing fence they described, I don't think we need to do anything.
I think we'll have to say it's 4 feet, since I don't think the existing fence out there is 4 feet.
It's probably 6.
It is 6, yeah.
Yes, and it's in a different configuration.
Because 6 is, when you go to Home Depot, that's what they sell, 6-foot fencing. That's the normal height. 8 foot for commercial, but 2 feet.
4-foot fence.
You could also ask the applicant team if they're willing to work with the adjacent property owners in the historic district, if they would be willing to help aid them in getting a 6-foot fence or financially support that.
Yeah, I think that'd be a better solution. Because they can do a like-for-like replacement on HPAC with HPAC for at least the existing 6-foot fence. I know that not all of it's 6 foot, but
I think the fact that there is one out there would help the HPAC make that decision, but since it is being relocated back onto their property, I think it'll be considered a new construction and it would have to meet historic design guidelines. But because it exists out there, I think that'll help potentially HPAC get there. But
if it was my backyard and I had a 6-foot fence and this large structure was coming in and they put a 4-foot fence in, I'd be furious.
Yeah, me too.
I would want to work with the project next door, and I think
I would expect them to put a 6-foot fence back in. No offense, but that's how I see it if I was a landowner.
Yeah, I think I would too. Yeah. How do we word that?
And I think they want to. I think the problem is our code.
But here we go. There's talk about uncertainties. Sorry, HPAC. HPAC represents a giant uncertainty on this fence.
I mean, what?
I know, but we could at least put our opinion as 6 foot, and that gives them some direction to head towards. Raquel, would that be all right?
We would much prefer a 6-foot fence.
Yeah, everyone here wants a 6-foot fence.
Everybody wants to put the code.
So how do we get past the code? We could have if we had put it as a minor exception, but we didn't put that in the staff report,
We don't
right?
want to bring
so
it
we
back
noticed
around
correctly.
again just for this fence.
No.
Everybody wants a 6-foot
Can we
fence.
put like a...
It'd be 8 foot, but...
We're all looking for creative... Right.
Do we have power to dictate anything?
No, we don't. Actually, very much we do not have the power to dictate anything.
What's our problem?
Danielle?
I mean, our process allows that the church could be the applicant for a 6-foot fence. Just goes through historic design review. We have a few things within what we call our green lighting, so kind of more expedited for fencing. So it would depend if it fit within that. That would be at a staff level versus going to HPAC.
And it carries with it the strong recommendation of the Planning Commission.
And the audience.
The fees would be paid, there'd be fees, right? Application fees for that?
Yeah. Yes, you can ask the applicant if they're willing to take on that cost, but that would just be a voluntary
That's a
request.
voluntary thing. We can't condition that, right? Okay. Well, we would. Do you want to commit? The mic is open.
How much would that cost?
Compared to building a hotel, very little.
If it's just the fence, it'd be a minor HPAC review, and it's a set fee of about $200, $300.
Yeah, I'm just not familiar with the HPAC process, so.
We'll try to get around that. Okay, so what I'm hearing is if it's, minor, a couple $100 cost, they would be willing to pay for that application process so that this fence could be technically the church's fence, and they would pay to build it as well.
Applicant will work with neighboring property owners regarding application to apply, to design and apply for a permit for a property fence, something like that.
Yeah, I don't even think we can
The commission
condition it.
strongly encourages a
I'm not even sure we can
fence.
condition it.
You can say encourage,
We can
and you
encourage
can make that a
anything
condition.
you want. Yeah, great. Okay.
Can you write that up for us, Yumi, please? Thank you.
Okay, we're done with that. The third item was the whole issue about the MAD, I think. The 60 hotel keys versus 17 condo units. Are we playing fast and loose here?
Well, I'm going to read Dennis Dodds' letter since I printed it. So this is verbatim. This is not Mitch speaking. So rather than to repeat or further elaborate on the above mentioned concerns, I would like to question the legality of the proposed rail yard hotel. In the Wikipedia definition of condo hotel, it states that they have criticized in California for allowing developers to skirt laws designed to protect public access to beaches. In this case, the parcel map to create a subdivision of 17 separate condominium units is a thinly veiled method for the developer of the rail yard hotel to skirt the maximum allowable development, the MAD, limits of the Truckee Rail Yard Master Plan by 28%. This increased density exasperates all the other above-mentioned issues and has been condoned by the planning department staff. And I think that's what Kurt was bringing up, the same concept.
So I have to ask, what do we think is the real complaint?
I get
They're over 60.
Yeah,
the real complaint is the MAD said 60 units combined, and now there's
So we think that the real complaint is not complying with the rail yard master plan?
No, I think the real complaint may be about the intensity of development on the site, and then they believe that that is causing all these other challenges that the project needs to address.
Thank you. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, I think that's the complaint, right? Which is the master plan says this is supposed to be a 60-key hotel. And it is, but it's also a 17-unit condo development. So, and that is causing the density, intensity issues. So looking to staff now, because I don't think any of us wrote the master plan, or did the MAD or EIR, could you explain
But
the
is
history?
that part of the residential then? Because there's some number of residential units that are allowed throughout the rail
Correct.
yard master plan. So do those take up some of those slots? Is that what's happening?
Yes, that's how the project is consistent with the MAD. There's 60 units, hotel units, which is allowed under the MAD, and then there's a number of residential units that are allowed within the rail yard master plan, particularly in the downtown extension district where project is. And they're saying they're using 17 of those residential units that are allowed in the downtown extension district. The condo hotels it is a blurry line, but they are a different use than residential. The project is complying with residential standards for parking and for affordable housing. And because it meets the definition of a residential use and is meeting the standards of the residential use, it is considered residential as part of in terms of the MAD.
And the town attorney did review that. So it's consistent. Doesn't have any concern about this exceeding the 60 and that the applicant has the right to call them residential units because it meets the definition of a residential.
So just to understand, when the rail yard master plan doesn't, because this is very different from all of the other land use planning we do, it doesn't have parcel specific density guidelines. Why is that?
Because this was done as a master plan development area where when we were working through that in the initial kind of design of the plan itself, there was interest in having flexibility because we didn't ultimately know, would there be one master developer, multiple developers, what are they proposing where? And so giving that flexibility to be able to move stuff around, which it also includes moving density within the different districts too. There's flexibility in the plan for that too. So right now the downtown extension allows for 257 residential units, but again, not specified where those go on what property, so that as projects come in, they can kind of gauge that, and then the planning staff tracks it.
So they're taking 17 out of the 257, or even 240 units in the DE.
Yeah.
Do those units need to get an STR permit like everybody else, or is there some exemption from that?
Because the project was approved under the development agreement, right now, the short-term, if they came in today, they would be subject to the short-term rental requirements at the time of the development agreement execution, which is there's no cooling off period, there's no cap, so they would be able to short-term rent. Once the DA expires, we're unsure at this time how that would impact the project. It could potentially change the use of the transient rental. It could not. That remains to be seen from our attorney.
Did you all follow that?
All right, any other questions on that topic? I think attorney's word trumps ours, so.
I agree.
Chair Tubes, I also want to do a time check for you. It's
That'd be great.
9:24, and we still have, I think, 3 more topics to go through for this project, and we have another project afterwards. Typically, the commission's ended at 10 p.m., so it's kind of at your call if you feel like you can push through and get through everything.
I think
my job is just to check your time.
I think we can get through the remaining topics because I think they are the smallest.
I think so too. I'm
for this
sensitive
hearing.
to the fact that other people aren't night owls like me, but I'm happy to push through.
I think let's finish this hearing if we can, and then see what happens to the next third item. Maybe in that we'll have to know like how long is the staff presentation and applicant. There's also an appellant presentation, I believe. So,
What, the sign?
for the third one, yeah. I feel that the remaining items I had on this, thank you, are ground floor retail uses, noise, and shading and ice. So, and we already, noise included, we already kind of did part A of that already. So it would just be chatting about the rooftop pool. Intentionally, these were meant to be less, overwhelmingly large topics. So they're still big and important. But all right, let's jump into retail uses.
I agree that there would be a danger of that becoming the potato chip store near the front entrance and the, water bottle store near the corner. And is there just a simple way that we can condition this that says, don't do that?
Why?
Then they're not really a draw for people, pedestrians, and excitement and activation of the street. That's just a normal corner in a hotel. I think that's the concern, Mitch.
The one in the far corner.
I have issues telling capitalists what business they have to open up. No offense, but that's up to them.
There was something in the staff report about it's not identified as a retail space, but if we did, and I think the applicant asked that we do, then it makes it easier to rent. I got a little lost in the implications of that exactly. So could you?
I have my staff report. I wrote the applicants proposed these retail spaces, added the square footage to their project description as retail. On my viewing and also with some conversation with an email from the applicant team, it seemed like they were considering that area to be potentially part of the hotel lobby or part of the wellness space, so not necessarily independent. Subsequent email said they're considering other options, but because it wasn't quite clear, I proposed removing those two smaller retail spaces from the project description as retail, saying that they could be hotel and wellness spaces. But if they wanted to make them actual retail, they can come in for a zoning clearance for those two spaces.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
No,
I see.
they need to be retail. I mean, that was the whole point of what we said last meeting. So
I don't
I
wanna
no
back off
offense,
on that.
but that's what, and they're teeny weeny. I mean,
Even if it's potato chips and
you know what?
aspirin.
And there's, I got an issue with the one in the corner. Could we show the floor plan that shows them? And this probably plays into exactly what you're talking about. The bottom one that says 199 and the 201, they're not fully enclosed, folks. Exactly. They're both missing walls. And that's a no-no for me. They need to be retail for real.
I actually interpreted the one on the bottom right as a positive improvement because the first version had a wellness center that to me felt like a hotel gym. This now makes it feel like, oh, this might actually be a spa or a place where I can get a massage that I would actually go. This is an entry point. They sell, fancy moisturizers or whatever. I understand that it would probably be part of the same business, but to me, it activates the whole corner into now being a retail and a pedestrian-focused use.
How about a wall with a door there? I think that would be better. Otherwise, because you don't want people walking in off the street and walking straight into the workout or spa area. So if that had a wall on it, I'd be fine with it. And they did tell us that about some of the businesses they were contemplating. And I'll go shop for fancy moisturizers there.
Does the applicant want to respond to these concerns?
I just have a question. Why the purpose for the wall? We want people to access that particular location through the hotel as well, not necessarily have to go outside and then go in to that space.
You're going to have a retail space next to a gym, and you have sweaty people walking through?
It's not a gym. It's not a gym. The fitness center is on top.
Yeah, but there's no wall in between the two of them.
Well, there doesn't necessarily need to be a wall next to fitness and wellness.
So what is a wellness center?
A wellness center includes cold plunges, spa rooms, meditation rooms.
So people that are sweaty in workout clothes aren't going to be walking out through the front door that way, especially in January.
Walk out through the front door which way, I'm sorry?
Raquel, you just said you want the people to exit and entrance the hotel through that retail space. That's why there's no wall there.
Yeah, so the access is from the interior of the space and also the exterior of the space.
Yeah, I wouldn't do the interior.
I mean, I think, we would just want some separation.
Defined thing.
Separation through either a glass window door between the wellness center and the retail space so that it acts or feels more like a retail or commercial space for someone coming in off the street.
So we can include a door.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. I wasn't clear on what the comment was.
Because I think we want it to be available for people utilizing the wellness center, but I think we just want it to feel more like an enclosed retail space for people coming in off the street.
Both of them. I mean, we keep bending the rules to get this to work, and the retail space on the bottom for me was a big deal.
I will point out that we're not bending. Technically, a hotel uses are permitted uses on the ground floor. So we asked them to do more pedestrian-focused retail because hotel uses don't super activate, and that's a concern we have. But it is zoned for hotel lobby. That is permitted. They are not required to do this change.
Yeah, they are.
I agree with you that we will require them to do it.
It said it in the rail yard master plan.
The master plan says that hotel lobby is a ground floor permitted use, which is so they could take out that bottom left, the middle retail one, and just make it lobby again if they wanted. That's permitted under the zoning.
It could sell common pine sweatshirts, but if it's retail and you can see it from the street, it is something that should be exciting for pedestrians.
Sure.
And I would, walk in there if I saw some cool stuff through the window. And I don't see this one. I don't necessarily think you have to have the division between the lobby and the retail because there are all kinds of hotels that have open retail. The one in the wellness center, different thing.
Do we want an entrance into the retail from the outside directly, or do you have to go through the vestibule?
I
Is
don't
that
think
okay?
you need an outside entrance.
That's okay. All right. So enclose and put a door to enter into and out of the wellness center from the bottom right retail. Is that
door's up to you? But
so we're just talking about the bottom right.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about both. I'm adamant about this. I don't see.
I'm not.
I am.
I have been to hotels that have good stores, like go to Waikiki, and you can walk through. There's basically well, dang shopping center. It's through hotel lobbies, but it has stores that are open to the lobby, but are totally separate from the hotel.
And we would want people to see that retail
They work
store
well.
coming from the north entrance.
Right.
I think that's fine, and you're showing a door may cut down on your retail display space, but you're showing a door in the vestibule that I don't even think you need, because you could have that open area in the lobby. But
That's the only door to get from the outside. The
You
whole
walk through
point of
into
the
the
retail
hotel-
is to get people from the west side of town to walk that way.
right, so you walk in the front of the hotel, and then you turn right. You walk in through the
So I'm
airlock,
walking past
and then
and there's no door to get into the store, so I'm going to keep going.
I know where the store is. I'm going to walk in and turn right.
Yeah, the hotel lobby is public space. I think is the intent. The way I see it, if you look at the whole facade,
Go ahead, move on. I'm outvoted. Keep going.
Okay, all right.
Can I clarify? So you're wanting a full wall on the wellness center retail, but the retail on the hotel lobby can be as is. And then we count these back into the calculations for.
And the wall can have
retail.
a door into the wellness center.
Okay.
I guess, yeah. Okay. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I thought that was a public entrance to the wellness center, which I thought was a good thing. That made the whole
If that's
wellness
what it is,
center-
then it's not a retail.
Yeah.
Then that's a
What is
lobby.
the intent of that?
It's not a fitness center. We'll have fitness equipment up to the north there. So we're talking about modern wellness activation, cold plunges, sauna rooms, massage rooms potentially, spa-related features. But there's a whole industry that's been born out of wellness right now. And this is supposed to be one of the main features of the hotel.
Yeah, I see that as just a more appealing entrance into what is intended to be, which the first plans did not make clear, but I think is now clear that this is meant to be a public-facing pedestrian draw, kind of like Martis Valley Massage, which we might be hearing about later tonight or not. But
I mean, I think then if that's the case, then I think what you're going to have to be really strategic and careful about is your sign plan, because this will have to tell the story of what is publicly accessible and intended as public space and what is for hotel guests and serves as hotel amenities.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of regulation around how we consider signs, but I will just say that it will be very important to clearly communicate via signage, both internally maybe to the hotel and, of course, your program for the outside, what is retail or public versus what is internal to hotel.
so
Can I comment on that?
Please.
Shortly. So that's exactly how we've designed it. So we have a separate entrance and separate raised planters around that corner to incentivize people to walk through it and interior to the wellness space. We actually had proposed projection signage on that corner for the wellness space. I think there might have been an issue with the projection going over the sidewalk. Potentially, it may just have to be wall signage, but there's going to be dedicated signage for that entrance.
Yeah, I think we still like the interior door on the edge of that retail, though.
I just wouldn't, you don't know that. We don't know the
I mean, if we
how
exclude the
space is gonna
door,
work.
then I do think we should include this space, though, as in the project description as retail
Retail.
or commercial to
I agree.
make that point.
Am I able to comment on that at all?
Yeah.
I would much prefer there not to be a door.
Yeah.
That way we can activate that space and have more space for goods or services in that space. It flows better into the rest of the wellness, which in and of itself is intended to be public space.
The way I see it is that red box there is actually just part of the orange. It's just the entrance to the wellness center. So I don't know if I would even call it retail or anything. I would say it's just the more pedestrian friendly, attractive entrance to really say like this actually, it changes the entire layout of the space by saying the main entrance to that wellness center is actually from the outside. It's from the public and not from the hotel, which has kind of a sad little tiny little entrance. So to me, that's achieving the whole goal. It's taking that whole, instead of getting 200 square feet of pedestrian activated use, we're getting 1,200 square feet plus 1,400 square feet now, because it's changed that whole experience of that corner. So to me, I wouldn't call that retail. Let them do what they want to do with it, is what I would say.
I mean, I'd still like to see retail options in there, even if it serves kind of as a welcome / lobby for
Sure.
the wellness center.
It just doesn't need to be a different business.
No, maybe,
Got
and
it.
maybe that's, yeah, maybe it doesn't need to be a different business as this is in itself is,
Right.
you know, essentially a business.
Right.
But I do think it brings in the point that like, this is,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm hearing it
So no
is
walls, okay.
leave everything
but
as
I think
is.
we just leave it. As we speak in circles.
Yes, okay. Do I have 3 votes to leave it as is? Yes, okay, cool. Okay. Next is...
Can I jump in? Sorry. So
Sure, Yumi.
are we still considering that retail, or are we just considering it part of the wellness center and just requiring that that entrance be maintained as a primary entrance?
The latter. Sounds good to me. They can sell stuff if they want, right?
Sure.
Great.
I just remind everybody, but the concept of putting a retail on the bottom was to get people to walk down there. And I don't see people walking down there and, oh, there's a hot dip, or whatever the hell it is, and I'm going to go take my clothes off and go into a dip. I mean,
that's a cold plunge,
that's not
not a
what
hot
the
dip.
purpose
I
is.
think the idea is that
That's it.
people
I've
have
said my piece.
appointments.
People have plans. They say, I'm going to go downtown to go to the spa that I love. And afterwards, I'm going to go to
not
the
find a
coffee
parking
shop around the
spot.
corner. And then I'm going to I'm going to bike there because there's so much bike parking downtown. And I'm going to take the B-cycle down. You know, that's the whole point, is to create your experience of a day. You can have lunch and then go to the spa and then like go to a coffee shop around the corner and then go walk to the park. Like, that's the whole point.
But I'm not going to be drawing a quarter block down the street to buy moisturizer. That's all. So
that's true.
It's not retail.
And then the other small retail, are we just leaving it as retail, or are we saying it's not retail and it's part of the hotel lobby? If they want to sell little hotel snacks, they can.
No, I would leave that as retail.
I want it to be retail. There should be something to shop, something to buy.
Okay.
That you can see through the window.
Okay, then that would be a required retail then at this point, since that's what's approved. It wouldn't be allowed to be a hotel lobby.
Great. Thank you, Yumi. Okay. I think the next item was, oh no, it is noise rooftop pool. Anyone want to raise that? I think we'll
Show
raise...
us the rooftop plan, please.
Yeah. We talked about this last time.
I mean, the bar is on the far end away from the residences. The pool is closer to the residences and the street. Both of those, all of those, if I'm not mistaken, would be shielded from the residences mostly by the hotel units and
Correct.
the building that's over there at the southwest.
Correct.
I don't see this as being
It's also,
noise-wise.
just to confirm, outdoor amplified noise is banned at all times on all parts of the property.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Just because I know we heard public comments concerned about amplified noise. Outdoor amplified noise is banned on all parts of the property at all times. And
That means no PA at your event. Nobody gets to hold a microphone and say,
And that includes the
congratulations,
plaza.
Joe's retiring.
I mean, functionally also, like, people want to sleep in their hotel rooms and in the residential units in this building. So I think the concern about night noise, maybe, you know, people also want to sleep who'll be occupying this space. I think maybe the thing that stood out to me, maybe from public comments, was perhaps the liaison to field complaints, if there is a noise concern or other concern, and maybe that's what we focus on versus, like, structurally, I think I don't foresee this being a big issue.
I think the recommendation I heard from staff earlier was to ask the applicant to identify a person who can always be on, you know, our point person on noise complaints. Is that something we can condition? Great.
Yeah, I mean, we have the same thing with Tigert.
I think this is hopefully a little bit quieter, but
That was funnily the example I gave when I spoke with Church of the Mountains, that it does exist.
okay, so we'll add that condition if that was not already in there.
Sounds good.
Great. Okay, the next one was shading and ice. So this is a topic of great deal of concern for a lot of folks. Let's look at the shading studies really carefully. Can we start with 9 a.m.?
And we're going to keep in mind that it's the town that maintains the sidewalks
Yeah, so that's-
on Church to the north of the hotel and the streets all around the hotel.
So to confirm
And
that,
if they're allowed to be 50 feet tall by code, then what do you do about, how do you eliminate shadows from that? And what do you do about that?
Well, let's go with like all the impacts, right? So one, there will be ice and stuff on the sidewalks. So we, the town, maintain that.
That's correct. Through the Rail Yard Community Facilities District, the town facilities crew provides snow removal out there.
So the Rail Yard Community Facilities District is essentially they pay a little tax.
That's
and
correct.
We use that money to take care of the sidewalks.
Correct.
Okay, so once they're built, they'll be paying this little tax, and we use that to take care. I did walk north of the artist lofts back in winter to experience the ice buildup there. I thought it was beautifully clear. So commendation to the town staff who take care of that.
One thing we don't see in these solar studies is really what the shading looks like now without the hotel, which if you can kind of imagine, could I see the other two as well, please? So back to the noon one. So now the hotel is shading the area over by the roundabout. That's clear. But right now, I'm sorry to say, it's the church that's shading Church Street mostly, and the area around the church that would be very icy and dicey. So that's no different than the current situation, at least in the noon scenario on the solstice. I agree, though. It does. It presents a bit of a concern since I've driven past Grocery Outlet when it's been icy, and that one shades the street as well, and the sidewalk. If a 50-foot building is allowed there, and they have met the requirement, the 22.5 degree requirement or whatever it was, on the northern sidewalk of Church Street, I don't know that we can ask them to do anything else. We could ask them to help the neighbors, but we could only encourage that, I think.
I think the root problem here is there's no sidewalk in front of the church or the other areas, and so there's nothing for this town to we don't clear like those areas right up against the church, right, Scott?
I mean, the setback of the church building is pretty close to the existing roadway, so there's definitely some interaction there between roadway snow removal and the church structure.
I know that experiences, you get out of your car on the north side of the church, it's like a skating rink, and there's no sidewalk, and it's pretty much a skating rink until you get to the front door. But that's part of that's on town right away, and part of that's just their property, I guess.
Yeah, it's a combination, I would say. Out there, the right-of-way is interesting in that spot. I'll just note that this section of Church Street is included in the town's 5-year CIP budget, which would provide streetscape improvements along Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, and then Church Street as well. It's one larger CIP project that's planning on commencing in the next couple of years.
So it was included in the budget. The plan was, the project is on the list on the CIP, and the money is in the budget.
Correct. For commencement, I believe, at the end of 2027, so next fall or early 2028.
Great. Can we just go back to 9 a.m.? So at 9 a.m., there is shading on the neighboring buildings coming from this structure. And there's also shading from Artist Lofts on 2 buildings to the north. Okay, and then sometime between 9 a.m. and noon, the shading retreats and no longer shades the roof lines of these historic buildings. So presumably it's adding 2 or 3 hours of shading on the winter solstice.
On the worst day.
And
so,
then, and then by afternoon it's still clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely shading Truckee Way and the roundabout more than that is being shaded now. That is indisputable. How much of an influence it has on the historic buildings, there is a minor increase of shading on those. Because the winter sun's coming from that western direction, the left and lower left of this picture, the impacts on those buildings are not as severe as you might imagine would be.
Yeah, I recall the rail yard master plan does require that the buildings, it says that, within each parcel that you site your project to minimize these impacts. And I think by citing, the heaviest, dense, basically furthest away as possible, given the site, I think it meets that requirement.
Let me just say, though, we don't want people slipping and sliding on their way into the church for a service or an event or anything. And this is an important community resource that not only hosts 3 churches, I think, There's 3 congregations, but and numerous public events. So this is kind of a community safety issue that I just don't know what power we have or vehicles we have to improve this situation other than to just say wait.
I think the only solution will have to come through like actual streetscape level improvements across the whole street, and not they're not tied to this specific project.
Or voluntary assistance by valets that are just sitting around.
That would be nice. Okay. Yumi, was there anything else on the list?
I have one miscellaneous comment on COA number 81.
Take it away.
So, grab it, but... It had to do with the
Water pipeline stuff.
There was something about the trees being over the water line in one of these.
Yes.
F, that was
PUD.
item F.
What was that?
That was in the 81F.
What was that?
81F. The TUD-PUD was concerned about.
Yeah.
I did speak with the TD-PUD. They did note that there was a water pipeline, and then I did talk to our engineering manager down the road here, and he suggested that we would include requirement for root barrier systems to protect the water pipe, but to allow for this the trees to be installed.
How do you do that?
Root barriers?
Root barriers?
Yeah, so root barriers around the root ball that it could only get a certain size. The tree would not grow to its natural height, but yeah, you can use your root barriers along streetscapes to prevent like heaving of sidewalks. Yeah. And so yeah, you'd really control the growth of the tree that I think would meet the intent of the PUDs. They're worried about the root system impacting their water lines. And so I think that would be a reasonable accommodation.
Okay. That was it.
One quick question, just regarding the affordable housing, which I know they have the choice of paying an in lieu fee or taking some of the units. How many of the units are left in the pool at Artist Loss?
All of them, because no other development has been constructed.
Thank you.
Hey, should we list all the recommendations we made? I have a list myself. Great, Yumi's got one, so let's go off that one.
Okay, you can always jump in and tell me if I'm missing something.
I remember I had one issue with the parking plan I wanted to debate. It's the timeline issue. The current version of the condition of approval requires that they find their off-site parking before submitting a building permit. I would rather that it be before building a permit approval so that they can submit both at the same time if they're in that play, just so they can parallel process. Right now they have to, if they need an off-site parking lot, they have to do all of that approvals before they can even apply to get a building permit on this site. I would be okay with it being essentially similar, like parallel. I don't know, does it make a major difference?
It makes a big difference, actually, and we much prefer what you suggested. And the reason for that is we have 24 months under our entitlements approvals to exercise the entitlements. And 24 months may seem like a long time, but it actually is a very short time to get contract documents done through planning, through engineering, through the building department. And there's also a moratorium on when we can actually start construction. So we're very tight. So if we will work on parking immediately, but stair-stepping it is going to really delay our time frame.
Yeah, that was my concern, is that
So staff's recommendation for prior to building permit submittal was to ensure that they have this in place, this project can actually move forward before they put the cost into the construction documents and the engineering, which often then leads to concerns that we've wasted their time and their money. So we want to make sure that the project is cohesive and comprehensive, similar to how you're feeling about whether or not you think the parking management plan is ripe to go. So that was the reasoning why staff recommended prior to building permit issuance. If you do decide to go with prior to building permit submittal, if you decide to go with prior to building permit issuance, I would ask that you require acknowledgement and a written document saying that they understand that this is completely at their will, at their risk.
Yeah.
To be drafted by our council.
I recall that was in the staff report.
I'm okay with structuring it that way.
Let's
Yeah.
do that. So we'll add that condition that if they apply for a building permit before they've gotten all their land use permits for the offsite parking lot, this is at their risk. All good?
Yeah, that's pretty much.
I think they know that.
Yeah, I really don't need to put that in writing, but.
Okay, so going through the list, prior to building permit submittal, modify the balcony not to be cantilevered. So I think I'm okay with staff working with the applicant on this now that it's really the only major thing. And I think you've put in 2 possible solutions of posts or remove a balcony. I think both are fine solutions.
Can I make one comment on that?
Sure.
The balcony is necessary to cover the activity on the ground floor. We need some coverage across that ground floor use. Otherwise, it's yeah.
I think we're okay with the coverage.
We like the balcony, I think. We
I
just
think it
some
was
like posts or
the
something
form
there.
of it didn't match the historic district. So, to be more specific, keep balcony, put post.
And
Okay.
in the design section, is that where or did we have a section below this on site design? Design section, we need the enclosure, the trash enclosure, and the encouragement for art.
Oh, yeah,
There.
I think there's probably a second slide on this.
Is that in a different place?
Yeah, 2 more slides. Okay, add art on the north side where mechanical yard is located, correct. And art near the elevator shaft, yes. Work with staff to modify the middle block of the south elevation to make the middle section slightly different from the other similar blocks. I feel like we kind of deadlocked on this 3rd bullet. Were we all?
I don't know. I thought we had general feeling that the architect and the applicant could work with the staff on this.
Yeah.
Were you okay with that?
I wanted to keep it as is. I was worried about it getting unclear.
Do we want to see this art in number 2? So does Planning Commission want to see this art?
No, I don't. Art is art.
I disagree that art is art.
So I disagree too, but I think the art commission should see it, not us.
Yeah, whatever the
Public
normal
Art Commission.
process is.
If there's an existing process, which I am not a part of.
I believe the Public Art Commission is only on public spaces, so not on private spaces.
Okay, but so
who's going to see it? Who's
So
going
our
to
general
look
plan-
at it's okay?
I don't believe governments should approve art. Sorry.
Right. We can look at it.
Private land.
But I don't think it's subject to our approval. And I certainly don't want to make it a condition of approving the project.
No, I
Just
don't.
like it's a suggestion, right? And there were some things stored, somebody's house in the attic. There was something, Danielle, there was some like rolls of something.
Cedar rounds. Yeah, we
I
don't
know.
need to see.
I'm
I don't think
joking.
we need to see the
I
art.
shouldn't joke
No.
around, but
So
we don't want to approve the
I
art.
do want to interrupt that our general plan does have an action that requires us, we haven't created it yet, but our development, that it should be incorporated into a development project and reviewed by the review authority. So we haven't created this system, but that is an intended action of our development code.
If an owner decides to put art on their wall, they can put art on their wall, right?
I generally, this process is meant to find compromise and agreement and make everyone happy, although usually everyone's unhappy. And I feel like art that is made to do that is often not good art. Or art can sometimes be challenging, and that's okay. And I'm not sure it should go through a public process like this, but sure. I don't think it should come to us in this case.
I don't want to delay the potential project, because for us to look at art.
I don't think it needed, I mean, it could have been timelined where it's, as the project is being approved or built, it could come back.
If you need a committee, I'll be on it.
Okay, so on the 3rd bullet, there's some agreement on working with just something to continue to push on the slight differences, although, concern about not going so far as to be aesthetically unappealing.
And
They'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
You'll
He's
figure
done
it
such
out
a good
even if
job
it
so far,
includes
he'll
nothing.
finish it off.
They'll do a good
You'll
job.
figure it out.
Okay, parking. Parking does not need to work. Yeah, sorry. To summarize, P&P will work with staff. As part of the P&P, we are requiring a shuttle service to Reno Airport, some level of a local car service, and requiring financial incentives for TDM. Offsite parking is at the applicant's risk if submitted to be approved prior to building permit issuance, after application, after building permit application, to be drafted by the town attorney. Great. I think that captures it. Oh. Great. Okay. Next slide.
Just a quick question on the bullet point 3 under design. Did you want this condition, or did you just want staff to work with the applicant to see if there's a potential option that could look better, or is it just?
I feel better with that, like looser.
Work with staff. That's
Work with
better.
staff, not a condition.
Yeah,
level.
we don't have to come back.
Yeah. Just, they did like 5 versions of one thing, and I think they all got better each time. So maybe the
Sure.
5th version
That's
of something
fine.
else will be better, right? Okay.
No. Okay.
Loading. Prior to building permit submittal, should work with staff and adjacent property owner to identify an artistic solution to mitigate noise and screening. This is our most creative condition I've ever seen, but yes. Fencing. Encouraged to work with an adjacent property owner to entitle and install a 6-foot tall fence along the shared property line. Retail. Remove the retail use by the wellness space. Require entrance on Truckee Way to be maintained as a primary entrance to the wellness space. I like that. Require retail area by lobby to be retail. Layout may be kept as is. Open to hotel. Update square footages and project description. Great. Noise. Require designation of a 24/7 liaison for noise complaints and disseminate to neighbors on a regular basis, at least annually, and as contact changes. I'm good with that. That matches all my notes.
Could I see the previous slide again for a moment, please?
Under the retail, you mean remove the retail use designation? Not the retail use itself, but like that it's a separate retail space is what you mean?
Yes, the red will go away. It'll be then be part of the wellness space.
Could I see a magic motion screen, please? I move that we adopt Resolution 2026-03, determining the project to be exempt from further environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15183 and Public Resources Code 21166, and approve the development permit, tentative map, minor exception, and zoning clearances based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval, including the conditions that we have outlined and just went through here in this meeting on the public record.
I'll second.
Haley, can I get a roll call, please?
Chair Toops?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Claren?
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaufman?
And I do want to note that the appeal period ends on, oh, sorry.
Commissioner Kaufman?
Oh, did she not know?
All right, abstaining.
The motion passes 4-0.
And then the appeal period ends Friday, May 29th at 5 p.m.
That concludes item 7. 7.1.
You'd like to use the gavel, but it was.
I was just gaveling the item.
Oh, okay.
And we might be done with the meeting. Okay. It is now time to do a time check. It is past 10 p.m.
Well, and the sign applicant left. Oh,
And
there you are.
And
Oh,
they're
there they
here.
are. Let's go.
I think since they've waited this time, we should honor that and
Yeah.
do their review.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
go.
we're going to plow ahead. We're going straight into item 7.2, Martis Valley Massage Sign Appeal. I have a staff presentation from Luke Canal.
Just go. Can I ask a question? Why didn't we put a small one like this in front of the large one?
It's all really based on the fact that this was the hotel was a continued project, so those go first. I mean, it's just the order that we do things. Yeah.
Can we
And,
look
and
at,
based on amount of public interest too.
can we look at that next time so something easier can go first?
Let's just do the hearing.
I mean, the commission could have made that decision in the beginning too and decided to adjust the agenda, but you didn't. So
I'll do that next time.
All right. Well, good evening, commissioners. I'm Lucas Cannell. I'm assistant planner, and we're looking at the Martis Valley Massage sign appeal tonight. So the appeal hearing format will be my staff presentation. The appellant will have a presentation in which he's given 15 minutes. Commission will have questions for staff and the appellant, public comment if there is any, and then 5 minutes for an appellant rebuttal. The appeal rules are that the appellant may not present any new evidence or testimony at the appeal hearing unless the appellant can demonstrate that the new information was not previously available to the party, or the party could not have participated in the review process because they could not have known about the review process. So the location of the digital display that we'll be talking about tonight is at Martis Valley Massage, which is located in the Yorger Ranch specific plan at 10001 Soaring Way. A little background. In December, the Code Compliance Division contacted the appellant and let the owner of Martis Valley Massage, Mr. Lloyd Garden, know, to let him know that he had an unpermitted digital display installed in the window of his business, facing the parking lot, which was a prohibited sign type. The sign shows moving videos depicting people receiving spa services, amongst other imagery such as relaxing imagery. Digital displays are a prohibited sign type as described in the development code, and the sign was requested to be removed since it could not be permitted. The appellant disagreed that the display was a prohibited sign type, and a director's determination was issued determining the sign to be in violation of our sign regulations. Mr. Garden is now appealing this decision to the Planning Commission. The submitted appeal makes the following arguments, and each of these items will be discussed individually during my presentation. The first is that the digital display is not a sign, but rather interior decor and digital art. Number two is that other businesses have digital displays that are not being addressed. And number three is that the dirt lot east of 10001 Soaring Way is no longer available for parking for the businesses at this site. As you can see in this photo, the digital display is mounted in the front window of the business and is facing out into the parking lot. The display shows animated imagery of spa services, like I said earlier, and other various relaxing imagery, but it is constantly in motion. They're like short videos. So the first point in the appeal is this sign considered art? And the town would define this as a window sign, which Chapter 18.54 of the Development Code regulates signs within town limits. And the definition of a window sign would be a sign posted, painted, placed, or affixed in or on a window exposed to public view. An interior sign which faces a window exposed to public view and is located within 3 feet of the window. Because of the placement of this sign within 3 feet of the window, the display is considered to be a sign and would be subject to all of the sign regulations in Chapter 18.54. In addition to the Development Code definition that the placement of the sign dictates that it is a sign, a 2015 ruling by the United States Supreme Court in the case of Reed v. Town of Gilbert the court determined that local municipalities should not be considering the content of signs since it's a violation of free speech. The court determined that the content could only be regulated under very specific instances, and general signs should not be regulated more by their size, material, style, and placement rather than their content. Because of the development code definition and the Supreme Court ruling, this display is being determined to be a sign and not art due to its placement and its intent, and the direction that it's facing. Since the display is being considered a sign, it would fall under 3 categories of prohibited sign types within the town, which would be animated, moving, flashing, blinking, reflecting, revolving signs, a changeable copy sign, or an electronic reader board sign, all of which are not allowable to be approved for any business in town. The second point made in the appeal is that other businesses in towns have non-compliant signs that are not being addressed. The appellant provided photo exhibits showing that non-compliant signs, which identified televisions that are visible from public areas, illuminated window signs, and neon window signs. Most of these signs are allowed under certain circumstances, but some of them would be prohibited. The Code Compliance Division works off of complaints which have not been made for most of these signs, and the research has not been completed to determine which signs would need removal. Some of the businesses shown in the appellant's photo exhibits provide interior or television or exterior televisions, which would not be considered signs. This example is an exhibit of a TV that's mounted in England Volker's real estate office, but would not be considered a sign due to the fact that it's 3 feet or further from the window, and is intended for use for the guests of the business. Other outdoor televisions may be for patrons of the business and are not directed towards the general public. This picture is also from the appellant's photo exhibit, which shows signs located within Chase International Realty. We asked Code Compliance to go out and take a look at these signs since they appear to be digital displays, but when they went out there, they realized that they were actually stationary images. These are just pictures, but the frames do include ambient lighting, which is not allowed for window signs. So if the ambient lighting was removed, they would meet the definition of a window sign and be allowed to be permitted. The last example from the photo exhibit was businesses with neon signs mounted within the window. Although stationary neon signs are allowed for multiple sign types, we're required to reduce the allowable size of that sign by up to 50% or by 50% or more. And each building is only allowed 1 neon sign. So in this example, which is RMU, they have multiple signs. They're allowed to have 1, but they couldn't have multiple. The final point in the appeal is the inability of customers to park in an adjacent unimproved parcel at 10501 Soaring Way, which is right in this red circle here. Staff believes the appellant raised this issue to identify potential inconsistencies in code enforcement. Although the inability to park on this unimproved lot was due to a code compliance report, and code compliance asked that they disallow people to park on this lot because of the complaint. And as we discussed earlier, we heard a lot of public comment tonight about people parking illegally over by the old lumberyard development. That is also a current code complaint, and they're currently putting boulders out there to prohibit that from happening further. So to summarize, the display is mounted in a manner that requires the town to consider it a sign. It's mounted in a window directed at the general public and shows imagery of spa services. The United States Supreme Court ruling also doesn't allow the town to scrutinize the content. So determination of the display being a sign is based off of its placement. Town enforcement is complaint-based, and violations are investigated and remediated as they're reported, or if they are health and safety related. And lastly, the dirt parking lot was closed off after being reported as a violation of town regulations and can no longer be used. If the appellant would like to keep the digital display, it could be moved within the building and be directed at customers of the business. So in this slide, the yellow areas that are shown here are allowable locations for the sign, and then this purple line here is the existing location. Once it's moved back behind the 3-foot threshold, it could be considered as art and could be used within the business. So staff is asking that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2026-05, taking the following actions. Determine the project exempt from CEQA due to section 15061B3, the common sense exception, saying that it couldn't have any environmental impact. Deny the appeal of the Community Development Director's determination that the digital display is a window sign and that could not be approved under current development regulations. And uphold the decision of the Community Development Director in requiring the removal of the unpermitted sign in violation of the Development Code.
Okay. We now have an appellant presentation. For this presentation, there will be a 15-minute time limit. Kaylee will be our timekeeper, so if you hear a buzzing noise, that's where that's coming from. Yeah.
All right. And Lloyd, you can just tell me to go to the next slide when you're ready.
Perfect. So I just want to say,
Is your mic on? Should be green.
Cool. Thank you guys for seeing me tonight, and thanks, Lucas, for staying late. I appreciate that. Again, this is the window display here. I don't think it's overly flashy or super bright, but that's just my opinion. Next slide. So my name's Lloyd. I'm a longtime local for about 16 plus years. Along with my wife, we own Martis Valley Massage and Spa. I also own Promotions, a small media company, and we also helped open Cafe Lupine over in the Rock Center. Furthermore, I'm also vice president of the Sierra Meadows HOA, so I know what it means to sit on a board. And our goal has always been to enhance the town of Truckee. We love Truckee. My friends will tell you I love Truckee more than anyone. And our spa has gone through 2 big expansions because people have loved it. We've gotten a lot of good feedback. They wanted a nail salon, so we did it. And we respect the town's role in preserving Truckee's character and everything that you guys do. And we understand these rules. I don't want this to be Vegas. I don't want neon lights everywhere. But that said, next slide. As a small business owner, I've repeatedly experienced navigating processes that feel incredibly difficult, expensive, and bureaucratic for independently owned businesses. Large developers, like the hotel who is here today, have attorneys, planners, lawyers, all the stuff that a small businesses just don't have. And that really comes down to the zoning clearances and things like that that we've had to navigate that have been really, really hard. And we've talked to Danielle on special things like Cafe Lupine that were just really ridiculous. So my concern is that the complexity of these processes can unintentionally make it harder for the small businesses that help preserve Truckee's unique character. Truckee's awesome. Downtown's awesome because we don't have franchises. We're mostly small businesses that are family owned. And I just feel like these big bureaucracy rules are really hurting a small business in town. Next slide. So why this display matters to us. Many aspects of spa experiences are intentionally private and interior focused. It can be difficult for potential guests to understand the atmosphere and the amenities inside our space while walking through the shopping center. So our display was intended to function as a form of ambient digital art and architectural media, proving a subtle visual glimpse into the calming environment we've worked so hard to create without relying on large promotional signage, banners, pricing, or aggressive advertising. So our goal is not to create a reader board or billboard, but rather an artistic and experimental element that reflects the peaceful nature of our wellness center. Next slide. So this is the display in question. It's not a scrolling reader board or billboard. It's designed specifically for direct sunlight and window-facing installations. We hired Star Sound out of Reno. They helped us come up with this whole concept, the type of screen, and it's not affixed or attached to the window itself in any way or form. It's actually on a giant pole that's attached to the rafters. It's mounted to it, and it's about 3 or 4 inches off the window per the manufacturer guidelines. This was always part of our design with this. We always had this when we're like, well, how do we build and show people what we have behind here that we spent so much work on when you look in and you just see 5 feet straight to a wall. I've also included the listing here from LG on its website. This is not like this monitor. This thing is meant to be in a window, in direct heat. It is not something that you can simply move 3 feet back. It is only 1080p. It's got all this stuff. It's meant to be seen behind glass and from a distance. It's not meant to be seen up close. Next slide. So what this sign is not, and I think this is important, there's no pricing, there's no physical or mechanical movement, there's no promotions or sales, scrolling text, call to actions, announcements, flashing or rapid transitions, or audio. To get into the codes that Lucas really is talking about here, it says animated, moving, flashing, blinking, reflecting, revolving, or similar except for barber poles. So 1, this tells me this is dated. 2, it tells me that it's really talking about moving items. I think like the Vegas old hand sign. So when I'm looking at this, animated, I have lots of different ideas of animated. It's a very broad term. A lot of different things can be thrown at that. But again, I think moving and the fact that it's talking about barber poles is really what stands out there to me. Furthermore, we go into changeable copy signs. This is text, this is word, this is those big signs on the side of the road telling you that there's construction that's easily to change. It's all around text and copy. We have none of that. We are simply slow, moving video of ambiance. He showed a few of our clips that do show services and items, but most of it's just water at the waterfall in the hot tub. Moving on to electronic reader boards. Again, this is reader, text, display. I'm thinking those old LED signs that go across that say things. Next slide. So getting into just the general how Truckee defines a sign, it's pretty basic and it makes sense, but there's a few things I really want to point out. Outdoors being one of them, and I'll get to that in a bit, but it does not include murals, paintings, and other works of art. This is art. You guys talked a lot about art in that last one. This was created by a local cinematographer, Chris Bartowski. We commissioned it for him. He came and he filmed it. It's art. It does not mention service. There's a lot of things that say identify business or product, but not services. So we do have a few service in there, but I feel like that's different. Then it also says, does not include product displays immediately behind windows. I think that's pretty important because if I was like Best Buy and selling TVs or monitors or selling in-window displays, this would be allowed through that. So the development code already recognizes that some window visible displays are not signs. That distinction becomes increasingly important as modern architectural and digital display technologies evolve. Next slide. So now, Lucas talked a lot to code enforcement, and the building department is primarily complaint-based, sorry. Our display was not complaint-driven. I asked, it totally just came from interior, so no complaint on this that I've been told of. I also want to note that we were told on this on New Year's Eve. I have the email, it's dated New Year's Eve. Anyone who works in hospitality up here will tell you the 2 weeks of Christmas are the busiest of the year. It's crazy, it's intense. It might not be for the town, which is great, they should have time off, but getting this on New Year's Eve was just kind of, it felt personal. I know it wasn't, I know they're just doing their jobs, but it really felt personal. Next slide. All right, so now I want to talk about some of my examples and the ambiguity going on here. 1882 and Blue Coyote have had outside televisions. Lucas says that these are not window signs because they are mounted within 3 feet of a window. Well, yes, they're not window signs, but according to the definition of a sign that we just looked at by the town of Truckee, these are signs. They have text, copy, pricing, and more within commercials and direct advertising. They also have speakers, which I believe are not allowed on signs. So the 1882 TV can be seen from the river and other public locations. And then our window display, yes, it is facing our parking lot, but that's private property that we maintain through our cam. So it's not like it's facing Soaring Way where everyone can see it. You're in the shopping center, you're in kind of our zone. Next slide. So this is some iPhone photos I took yesterday of the 1882 TV from across the river on public land. You can see the TV and then zoomed in, you can see it. Unfortunately, the TV was off when I was there yesterday, but here's a picture for me and my wife having dinner there a few weeks ago where you can see the TV is on when it was a warmer day. Next slide. So now I want to talk about the real estate in Chase. So here are these signs again, and then here they are illuminated. Well, I would also say that this is changeable copy. These can be changed throughout the day. They're illuminated. They show text, pricing, all the things that we do not. Over here on the far image, it's a little old, but this is Remax. They were in that unit before us, and they had these same digital reader boards, and those lights were on all night with those signs. 4 years, no complaints. Next slide. So now I really want to get into kind of more of the rule on window signs because there's a lot more that Lucas left out. So the practical application and interpretation of these lighting provisions has evolved over time and across different business types and technologies. So in some of these, I provided 10 pages of examples, and this was just me from driving around town, taking a photo out my car. I didn't go to all the business complexes, but they can only be located on the ground level. They cannot occupy more than 50% of the window area of any one window, and they may not occupy more than 15% of the window area on the building frontage where customers have direct access. And the most important is the lighting requirements. No lighting allowed other than stationary neon lights. If one neon light is used or are used, only one neon light is allowed for each building, even if the building has multiple tenants. That seems pretty outdated to me and inconsistent with many businesses having open signs and sharing a same building. Next slide. Oh, I wanted to also mention on that one that neon isn't very energy efficient. We've moved on to LED. LED's Title 24 compliant. A lot of these things wouldn't necessarily also be Title 24 compliant. So here's some more images. Alpine Swing's got neon signs on the second floor, vapes and stuff, all covering more than 50% of the window, multiple neon signs. Pretty much all of these have multiple neon signs. Donut Shop is LED. Linda's Nails, I'm pretty sure that sign doesn't even meet sign requirements. They've got most of their window covered up and their open signs blink. That's the flashing. So I just wanted to show some more broad examples here. Next slide. So my point is that the interpretation is too broad and there's a lot of inconsistent application of applying these rules. The codes were written before modern architectural digital media became common. Electronic reader board traditionally refers to text-based programmable signage, not digital art. Our display contains no copy or messaging. And under the current interpretation, nearly any digital media installation would become prohibited. So say that they want to do a mural that's kind of got some art or some lights to it. Say that there's a gallery and they're having a digital art show. They would not be able to have any of this in the window. Next slide. Oh, and outdoor TVs. Outdoor TVs, especially with new restaurants and stuff, would not be allowed. So the 3-foot rule problem. The staff loves to tell me that, yeah, just move it back 3 feet. That'll be great. Well, the imagery, brightness, and movement would remain identical, and this suggests that this issue is not a visual impact, but an outdated technical threshold. And relocation is not practically feasible within our existing ADA-compliant lobby layout. In that blueprint he showed you, our desk is right there. We literally have just a little over 3 feet from our desk to the glass. If I move a big pole and a 6-inch TV screen right there, there's going to be no room for people to get around in wheelchairs. So that blocks ADA accessibility. It's also not how the product was intended to be used. Per the manufacturer guidelines, it's supposed to be within a window, 3 to 4 inches. It's not meant to, like these TVs, to be inside on a wall. Next slide. So I'm really just looking for a collaborative path forward. We can turn it into a static digital art frame. We can use more, no images of people, just more abstract shots of the space. No text, pricing, promotional, it's called action, we already do that. No flashing, scrolling, or rapid transitions. Again, this is slow moving video, it's meant to be calming. Controlled brightness. The screen actually already is controlled brightness. If a cloud moves over, it dims at night. It really watches how bright it is and stuff. And then scheduled use off at sunset. Right now we run it only when the hours are open, but I also could turn it off whenever it gets dark outside, set it to sunset hours so it's not, more distracting to people. It's off at night. Next slide. So I think this is just modern technology versus older code. Modern storefront architecture increasingly uses digital environmental media. It's just becoming more common. The town code does not clearly distinguish between digital advertising boards, no text, architectural ambient displays, and digital art. So this is an appeal as an opportunity to make clarification and modernization. Same for outdoor televisions. Next slide. So we're just asking to reverse or modify the director's determination, allow a reasonable path forward for this display. It was not cheap, and getting it moved will cost more money. Recognize the distinction between advertising signage and architectural digital art, and provide a clear guidance for future modern storefront displays. And then any other ideas that you guys might have, we are totally open to. Next slide. So my final thoughts is that this appeal is not about creating Times Square in Truckee. It's about how older sign regulations are interpreted in a modern world where art, architectural, and digital media will continue to evolve. Our display was intended to function as ambient digital art that reflects the calm and experimental nature of our wellness space, not as a reader board, sign, or billboard. We respectfully ask that the Commission to recognize the distinctions between traditional advertising signage and modern architectural digital media and to allow a thoughtful path forward under reasonable conditions. Thank you for your time. Did it under 15.
Well done. All right. We will now do questions for the applicant and staff from the Commission. I'll start on this end because I've been picking on this side. Sorry. Amy, do you want to start?
I just want to clarify, it's supposed to be 15% of the storefront?
Yeah, that for overall windows display. So like if you have one big neon sign and it's still less than 50% of your one window, you can't have it be more than 15% of your storefront, active usable storefront. So like for 1882, they have them along the side. That's not active use. Where the doors are would be active use. But then you're still only allowed one neon sign per thing. That does not include LED. It's very specific. It says neon. So all LED signs in town would not be allowed, except for the ones that have exemptions, which would be like I was informed all the gambling signs, I don't gamble, what are they called? Lottery signs. They're allowed to have lights. Yeah. And then gas stations too, like they all have electronic reader boards that tell you how much your gas is. They're modern.
I guess my main question was like, okay, so it's relatively small, right?
Ours is less than 50% of our window, yes.
Okay.
Carl? Sammy?
None.
Okay, I have a couple. Sorry. I should have sent these earlier. Okay, so for Luke, if it were a neon sign at its current size, I think it would comply with the size requirements of that. I didn't measure it exactly, but I did go out there and take a look, and it seemed to meet the 15% and 50% guidelines.
Yeah, so the 50% says that of whatever sign type it is, it would have to be 50% of that size. So it would be the window sign type, and then you could do a neon sign of that size.
Okay, so got it. So the main issue is not the size of it; it's really the staff determination that it fits one of these three prohibited sign types, which is either changeable copy sign, electronic reader board sign, or an animated/moving sign, correct?
Those were the three sign types that it fell into, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that they said, sorry to interrupt, I believe that they said it was all of the prohibited. That's how they interpret it.
That's interpret, right?
Yeah.
All three, correct. Okay. And I asked you before the hearing, and I was hoping you could have an answer for this. What year did prohibitions on those three sign types enter our code? How far back does that go?
So I went through the code, and it went back as far as I could find. So probably was adopted when the code was adopted for the town. But I also looked at any subsequent updates to the prohibited sign type section. It was updated in 2011 and 2018.
Okay, so 2011, and we added other prohibited sign types. Is that what I'm supposed to understand?
We updated it to meet some technological changes that had happened because signs have progressed over the years.
Okay. And then I just have a question, hypothetical. So if a restaurant's required to post its menu, I believe, in California, right, in the window. And so usually that's paper. But what if they did an iPad because they change their menu every meal, let's say? They put an iPad in the window and it changed, that would be considered prohibited?
That would be prohibited. A great example of that is that the drive-thru at McDonald's has consistently been asking for a digital display to update their menu, but we can't allow it because of our code. So I actually think it would probably be the same type of sign that we're talking about today.
The McDonald's one would not be a window sign, though.
It wouldn't be a window sign, but
that's a bit different.
Same type of technology because it would be a sign that's exposed to direct sunlight. It wouldn't be a TV. It would be like this.
Okay, but okay. So what I'm hearing is that any kind of the staff's position is that any kind of digital display in a window is considered a prohibited sign type under one of these or all three of these. It's kind of up for interpretation.
Well, they're generally prohibited, but specifically prohibited as a window sign in this instance.
Okay, got it. All right, and that's all my questions. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Coral.
I do have a question. So I did visit the area often out at that parking lot, and I went specifically up to observe the sign the other day, and I did walk into the business. It looks very nice, by the way. Just to kind of get a look around the lobby, get the feel for it. I have a question for you. Right now, what is the timing between the images on that sign?
Right around 30 to 60 seconds in length. We were having an idea to do a shoot and make longer and show more of the new amenities. Since we've done this, there's some quick iPhone clips that are cut in there. But we can definitely make clips longer. We can make them slower. I mean, these are all options that we are totally open to.
I also should add, I need to disclose, I didn't speak to the applicant or anything, but I did call a neighboring business who asked that I not share their name, and I asked them how they felt about this supposed sign, alleged sign, I should say, and that person who owns a neighboring business said they did not care at all and could not care less. They used much more colorful language than that, but that was the gist of their response. So I just want to disclose that.
I have one follow-up question just based on the iPad response. So if this was just like a static image, it would still be an unallowable sign type?
If it was a static image, it would still not be allowed. And there's a couple reasons why, but specifically this one is in a window, and so it can't emit light as a window sign. Neon signs are the only exemption for that. But it would also be a changeable copy sign because you'd be able to change the image at will. So it would still fall under a prohibited sign type.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now open public comment. Sorry, Amy, did you want to ask a question? Okay, sorry. We're going to open public comment. If you have a public comment, please come to the podium. Okay, great. Seeing no public comment, closing public comment. We now have a 5-minute appellant rebuttal opportunity. You have up to 5 minutes. At the end of the 5 minutes, you'll hear a buzzer.
Okay, thank you. I don't have much to say. I think I covered all in my presentation. But I would say that this window, this TV is technically within 3 feet of this window, and it can emit light out the window that could probably be seen by the hotel. So again, this might be prohibited. I just think these rules are just really abstract, ambiguous. And you know, I feel like we have a good reason for using this type of thing. We're not McDonald's who are trying to flash a bright light that'll be on at all hours of the night for their 24-hour drive-through. We are literally just trying to take people who can't see that we just spent, you know, $1.2 million on a huge expansion to include a hot tub, infrared sauna, locker rooms, and spent a lot of time and did this all on our own. And it's, you know, we're very much a mom and pop shop. So we just want to show that with the people passing by. And it's always fun to watch people take a second and watch it and, you know, enjoy. Oh, wow, I had no idea that was in there. So, you know, the other way of doing that is big window clings that are static and take up too much of the window and then aren't enjoyable for people inside getting their nails done. And we don't want to go that route. My wife won't let me go that route. So this is just kind of, you know, a cool thing that we came up with. And it just was really hurtful to get, you know, slapped with this and then, you know, say, well, wait, only one neon sign? Like, look at all these bars and restaurants. And I love that the bars have multiple signs in restaurants. I love going to Blue Coyote and watching football games outside. I do not want to deter that at all. I'm just saying that these rules are kind of being applied inconsistently. And if we're complaint-based, then why was this not a complaint? Why was this, you know, targeted and not wait till a complaint came? So that is my rebuttal.
Thank you. Okay. We will now move to deliberation. Coral, do you want to
I have an
start?
observation. I want to thank you for your thoughtful and thorough presentation and rebuttal. When I visited that, I will say that the images were rotating, and I wish I'd taken a film or used my stopwatch, but I didn't think I'd need to know, much faster than 30 to 60 seconds. We are talking more on the lines of 5 seconds, 10 seconds or less. So it was more of a, to my perception, rapidly rotating sign. I don't know why that was going on like that at that time, if this is normally not that way, but that's what I saw. And so it read to me like, it felt like looking at a TV. That's just an observation. I'm not making any determinations about how it applied, the sign rules apply here. Just going to tell you what I saw.
So I looked up sign in Google. The sign is broadly defined as an object, action, or mark that communicates a message, conveys meaning, or serves as evidence of something else. It can range from a physical display giving public information to an abstract symbol or physical trace. It goes on, if you want to hear. The definition of a sign depends on the context in which it is used. Visual physical display, a physical object like a board, placard, or electronic display bearing words, symbols, or pictures used to give information, directions, or warnings to the public.
So given that, Mitch, do you think it's a sign?
I think it's a sign. I don't think it does any damage. I don't think... I hate to see it go. I don't see what harm it's creating. Yes, I think it fits the definition of a sign. Do I think we should remove it? No. But I think the codes need to be rewritten, and right now, as they sit.
Unfortunately, we can't change the code
Yeah.
here right
Yeah.
now
Right.
in this meeing.
Correct.
I was also of the opinion that the code needs to be updated, both for clarity and for sanity. I do agree it's a sign. I do believe it constitutes a sign. I was struggling to find that it met one of the 3 prohibited sign types. You know, I looked all these up in Google Images. What does a changeable copy sign look like? And I know we have a written definition, but just, you know, what's the layman's meaning of that sign? And it's a thing found outside of a church, okay, or outside of a gas station. That's why there's an exemption for a gas station in that line item. This doesn't meet that, in my opinion. And electronic reader board signs are mostly the type of signs that have that kind of pixelated red and blue, text going across, sometimes associated with an establishment of ill repute. This is not that either. Yeah, this is not that. It just didn't meet. And again, I'm thinking that that term was added in 1993 to the code, when LED TV screens could not be added to windows because they didn't exist. I think is important to remember. And the last type is an animated or moving sign. Again, the exemption is for a barber pole. I think it really is talking about a sign that moves physically moves. So I personally felt that this sign, I do think it's a sign, is in a gray area that our code does not contemplate. And whether, I think it's fine, to be honest, but I don't think it fits one of these 3 prohibited types in a clear, obvious sense. And I think if the town wants to ban this type of sign, it should say so. It should say we've banned LED TV screens and windows, because we've had the opportunity to do that and we haven't. So I'm uncomfortable reading a new type of prohibited sign type into the code when it's not explicit enough, in my opinion.
I think it is a changeable copy sign. They can change what appears on it. They could redo a video or change which parts of the video show. So to me, I agree. It's very nebulously in the other 2 categories, but it to me it is a changeable copy sign pretty easily.
I would have to agree with you, Coral, and I empathize with you because it is a tricky, I think you've brought some really good things to our attention about how the code could be amended in the future. So do hold on to that sign because it might be able to come back up one day. But where we are now, it does fall under that changeable copy sign as it's defined. And then, it does fit into those other definitions. But yeah, it's rough. I'm sorry.
Turn it around. If he turned it around and it was facing inside, would it continue to be a sign? No.
No, the report is what they've told us that the problem is that it's public facing. So then again, do I want to see a digital piece of art in every window of every business? No, I do not. That's not very Truckee. So there's that to consider, but it's something to consider, I guess, as we move forward. What would the code look like? Not for tonight's discussion, but let's make a note to ourselves that this needs to be, the code does need to be updated. Really, thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Sorry, I'm hearing at least 4 that it is a sign. I want to hear from Amy as well. I hear 2 votes at least that it is a changeable copy sign, which is prohibited. Amy, your positions on these?
What is art? What is a sign? Have you ever seen a Barbara Kruger show? Her artwork are signs. So call it art and take our recommendation seriously to slow down the video so it's not flashing. Do not flash. And then you can keep the art display, video art display, in your window. If you accept that recommendation of slowing it down so it's 30 seconds of an image, and it's an artistic display. That's my feeling about it.
The definition of art is vast and fluid. While there is no single universally accepted definition, it is generally understood through several core elements and philosophies. Art is a broad human activity and the conscious process of utilizing creative imagination, skill, and expression. Its primary purpose is to produce works that evoke emotions, convey conceptual ideas, challenge intellect, or explore aesthetic beauty.
I think they're doing that.
I think every sign does that.
So what I'm hearing is this is going to be one of those cases where it's like, the Supreme Court, like they have to find a majority somehow, but everyone has their own reasons for getting there. Amy accepts that it can be art and is not finding it's a sign, which would then mean taking the appellant side. I find that it's a sign, but I'm not comfortable finding that it's one of the prohibited sign types. Okay. There are 2 votes that it is a sign and one of the prohibited sign types. So we're split 2-2 right now, Mitch, and I'm curious where your vote is heading.
It's a sign.
Okay, it's a sign. Is it one of the 3 prohibited sign types? If so, then
I thought any sign within 3 feet of a window is prohibited. Doesn't matter, and you can't use the content. We were told. So it doesn't matter what it says or how fast it's flying, all that's immaterial. So from what I'm hearing, it's a sign within 3 feet of the window, period. Mike.
What if the video
Are we
display
willing
was
to accept a
incapable
question?
of displaying text or copy?
If you turn it around, then it wouldn't be a sign anymore. It would be your interior art.
Well, to the 3 things that it kind of talks about being a copy and reader board, right? These are all things that display text. So if we limited the availability of the screen to display text, so it was physically impossible for it to display text, would that then circumvent that?
No, not in my mind, it wouldn't.
Okay.
So, I think you can see why this ended up in front of the Supreme Court, because this whole line between sign and art, they kind of just decided at that point, like, you're a city, you can regulate location, size, but not content. And so it took away this option of considering whether something was a sign or art, because it just sort of said, like, here's the location, which is why as a community we're going to struggle if we get a request for a mural, right? Because we don't even have a definition of that currently, but that could be a sign, that could be art, like it's the same issue. So we need to have something that says, well, if you're going to put something on the outside of your building, this is the material you can use, the location, and the size that you can have for whatever that is. Where we're not looking to see, does it have words, not have words, like what is it? Right. So it's a similar problem that a lot of cities have grappled with, but that's why it ended up in front of the Supreme Court and why we have very restrictive abilities to regulate signs now.
And that also then just comes back to me and how are outside televisions that are facing the public and that are outside and displaying commercials and audio allowed, but this isn't. So yeah, I agree why I went above the Supreme Court. I think there's a lot of nuances in that one versus this, but yeah, it's questions.
I do feel a bit of unfairness in the application. I'm not sure all of the examples were equivalent examples, but there is a bit of an aura of unfairness.
I actually do have a question. Was this, when you did your tenant improvements for your location, was this on the plans?
No, to the level of the decor and stuff was not on our plans.
Okay.
I mean, and we do now have this record of these other signs, so we can, start working on those too. I mean, functionally, when they're brought up to us, whether it's, directly a complaint, like we still will go look at them.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of time because some of them have been there for, 20 years or some of them haven't. And so it's just a lot of effort.
You just turned in RMU.
Our code compliance officers to go through and look at each and every one of these.
And I do want to mention that Blue Coyote has removed their outdoor seating and TVs since this. It put it on code compliance's radar, and they talked to the owners, and that's been removed since.
Yeah,
and all
I don't
the dirt
feel like
lots are getting either being blocked off or being paved. The one in the outside the airport.
signs. It is calling
Wasn't.
attention. And I'm sorry that the sign was expensive and there was a lot of stuff involved in it. It does look like it might be a prohibited sign.
Yeah. So I'm not part of the majority on this one because I don't see a prohibition for LED screens in the sign code, and I'm not willing to read into that, but I'm looking at the majority. I see there is a majority, and
Do we have to have a specific majority on this type of issue?
you have to find the following 3 bullets, right? So,
Yeah, we would need a motion. So, you can do a roll call vote too and see where you end up.
That's fine with me. Does someone want to make someone who believes is going to vote yes?
Jason, I do want to clarify that the recommendation actually doesn't have to do it with the prohibited sign types. I guess it would in terms of
but I'm
upholding
upholding the
director's-
interpretation, and
yes.
I can't do that because I don't agree with it.
Okay,
So,
that is true.
Yeah, I can't do the third bullet, or really the second bullet. Yeah.
All right, well, then I'm going to do it. Adopt Resolution 2026-5, taking the following actions. Determine the Community Development Director's determination exempt from the California CEQA guidelines per Section 15061B3, which states that CEQA applies only to projects that have the potential to cause significant effects to the environment. Deny the appeal to the CDD's determination that the digital display is a window sign and that could not be approved under current development code regulations. Uphold the decision of the CDD in requiring the removal of the unpermitted sign in violation of development code chapter 18.54.
Now we have a motion, so I can't ask a question, can I?
You can second and ask a question, and then the motion could fail.
Yeah.
Don't I have to wait till the vote? I have to wait till after the vote.
She can ask a question
No,
before.
you can have discussion after the second.
Yeah, something can be moved.
Technically, you shouldn't, but we have had a past practice where if for clarification for the motion, you can ask the question.
Yeah, so you moved what's on the screen, but you could have moved requiring the removal or rotation of the unpermitted sign. That could be a different motion that might include an option to at least leave the sign in place and rotate it around.
Isn't that removing it?
I think that's
it's not
included in
removing
removal.
it.
Because it's not facing the public anymore.
It's removing it from public view. It's not removing the sign installation. I would like to, if we were going to make a motion, I'd like to leave it open for the. Somebody else can second and I can vote against it for that reason, if that's the case, because I would like to give the appellant the opportunity to turn the sign around instead of removing it. I looked at the installation. Yeah, that took some doing.
I think they have that opportunity as in this writing, or no? Are you expecting them to remove the whole structure?
Yeah, technically it needs to be moved 3 feet away from a window to be considered. The direction towards the general public is not as explicit in the code as the placement of the display.
Oh, because this is also a sign then by that definition because it faces inward, even though it faces inward?
Yeah, I think facing inward is not a sign anymore.
Because the code doesn't contemplate. I mean, this is why I think we shouldn't read things that aren't in the code into the code. That's why I'm voting no. Like, I can't make the finding because I just don't think the code is clear. I don't think this was contemplated when the code was written, which is why I can't vote. I can't vote yes, and I think we should think about.
It can fail.
I'm not.
It can fail, folks. It's okay.
Should we vote?
There's a motion, so it's whether we have a second.
So someone needs to second. Does the person who seconds have to vote for it? What's Robert's rules?
Well,
on this?
it could die for a lack of a second.
Typically, if you're seconding a motion, you would concur with what was in the motion, and you.
But you wouldn't have to. Typically, it goes that way, but there's no Robert's rules that says you have to.
You don't have to vote. Your vote has not been cast when you second.
The window exposed
No.
to public view. I think if it's not exposed to public
But that's correct.
I mean, if we go back, so. I
All
don't
right,
want to
so I'm
interject
going
because
to retract my motion.
Okay. Go ahead, Luke. Why don't you?
I would just like to read the definition of a window sign because I'm actually rethinking this. So it says a sign posted, painted, placed, or affixed in or on a window exposed to public view. I have it right here.
It'd be great if we could see it too. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And so because it would not be exposed to public view, it would be the rear of the sign. They wouldn't be able to see what's on the display. Technically, we could say that's not a window sign any further.
That's my opinion.
So
Could I get the motion language back up on the screen? I'm going to amend it and make a different motion.
Yes.
You do that, Carl.
Amend the motion.
I move.
And this is what happens when you have a 6-hour meeting.
I move.
Sorry.
It's
I
not your
move to
fault.
determine this. I'm not saying the first line. I move this to, I adopt resolution 2026 with the following. Determine and exempt from CEQA.
It's fine. You can just say as written on the screen and then as amended.
It's written on the screen, except for the last bullet to say the appellant has uphold the decision of the CDD in requiring the removal of the unpermitted sign or allow the appellant to turn the sign around to face the interior of the business.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion that has been seconded. Kaylee, can we get a roll call?
Chair Toops,
No.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Claren,
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaufman.
No.
The motion passes 3-2. All right. Staff reports.
I will say, we'll
Yeah.
just do this as part of our staff report. We can add a sign code update to sort of our ongoing development code amendment list. It will be up to council to decide, obviously, when they would want to prioritize that. But I think that's something that like I said, we have an ongoing list. We can just add in there.
Thank you. Yeah.
And sometime within the next 5 years, they'll get to it because you guys are super busy.
What is my timeline on getting the sign removed? Again, this is not something I can just go do on my own. I need to get some help. I would love to turn it around. Unfortunately, there are these big things that hold it up that would hit the window if I turned it around, and it would look very ugly on the backside.
You can work with Luke, and you guys can kind of talk about what timeframes and all of that sort of, yeah.
But I will unplug it. So
30 days per resolution.
Thank you. Okay, any other staff reports or information items?
Sure, I'll be really quick. We are still working on what you may be considering next month on your agenda, so stay tuned. We have a couple moving pieces right now. Don't quite know exactly what we'll have. So
Didn't
we'll
I
keep you
see
updated.
June 2nd also?
Oh, yes, and then you've got a special, sorry, I'm referring to your standing monthly commission meeting. You do have a special workshop on June 2nd for the housing element, and we'll be sending some details about that.
Will we
And
get that in
just-
time to review it before the meeting?
You just got it.
We did? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
great.
emailed the public draft of the housing element yesterday.
And I have to disclose I won't be able to make that meeting. I apologize. I know I offered it as a time, and then I thought we had scheduled a different time, and then I took that time away. So I apologize. So, but I did review the content, and I'll submit a public comment if necessary. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
What did you just say?
I won't be at the June 2nd.
There you go.
All right. Sorry. Any other items? No. Okay. Commissioner reports.
Good job, everybody. The long one.